사용시 연속 포격 및 선별 포격, 그리고 이 스킬 부스트 대쉬 사용 시에 소모합니다. 유스티나는 일정 시간마다 특수한 에너지를 회복하는데, 이 에너지가 특정 수치 미만으로 내려가면 재충전 상태에 돌입합니다. 재충전 상태에 돌입한 유스티나는 기본 스킬을 사용할 수 없으며 일정 시간에 걸쳐 에너지를 회복하며 이동 속도가 증가합니다. 아스트라 에너지의 두 번째 효과는 악당 처단입니다. 유스티나는 W 스킬 집중 포격으로 표식이 부여된 대상에게 스킬 피해를 입히면 이 표식을 소모하여 추가 스킬 피해를 입히고 주변 적들에게 피해를 전이시킵니다. 전이된 피해는 표식이 있는 대상에게는 추가 스킬 피해의 100%를 주고 표식이 없는 대상에게는 50%의 피해를 입힙니다. 악당 처단으로 표식이 제거될 때 유스티나는 에너지를 회복하지만 야생동물 상대로는 회복 효과가 감소합니다. 유스티나의 패시브 스킬 아스트라 에너지입니다. 유스티나는 특별한 에너지를 관리하며 스킬 사용을 하는 실험체입니다. 짧은 쿨다운의 스킬들로 구성되어 있기에 지속적인 교전 시 강력한 모습을 발휘하는 실험체지만 에너지 관리에 실패하여 재충전 상태가 되었을 때 취약해지기 때문에 악당 처단을 활용하여 효율적인 에너지 운용을 하는 것이 매우 중요합니다. 다음은 유스티나의 Q 스킬, 연속 포격, 그리고 선멸 포격입니다. 유스티나가 지정한 방향으로 에너지를 2번 발사하여 스킬 피해를 입힙니다. 연속 포격 사용 후 일정 시간 안에 선멸 포격으로 재사용할 수 있습니다. 재사용 시 지정한 방향으로 강력한 에너지를 발사하여 스킬 피해를 입히고 일정 시간 동안 이동 속도를 감소시킵니다. 이 스킬이 적에게 적중하면 집중 포격의 쿨다운이 감소합니다. 유스티나의 Q 스킬, 연속 포격, 그리고 선멸 포격입니다. 짧은 쿨타임을 가진 주력 딜링 기술로 1회 사용 시 연속 포격, 재사용 시 선멸 포격으로 변경되는 구조입니다. 선멸 포격의 경우 연속 포격에 비해 긴 사거리와 추가적인 둔화 효과를 입히는 스킬로 교전 시에 선멸 포격을 적중시켜주는 것이 굉장히 중요합니다. 다음은 유스티나의 W 스킬, 집중 포격입니다. 유스티나가 지정한 위치에 2차례 에너지 포격을 가하여 스킬 피해를 입히며 이동 속도를 감소시킵니다. 또한 적중한 대상에게 악당 처단 표식을 부여합니다. 유스티나의 W 스킬, 집중 포격입니다. 에너지 소모 없이 유스티나가 악당 처단 표식을 부여할 수 있는 유일한 스킬로 게이지 활용에 따라 스킬 사용 가능 횟수가 달라지는 유스티나에게 있어서 반드시 적중이 필요한 스킬입니다. 집중 포격의 경우 적을 2번 공격하는데 2번의 타격 모두 악당 처단 표식을 생성할 수 있기 때문에 연속 포격과 함께 이 콤보를 잘 활용하실 수 있다면 유스티나를 더욱 강력하게 활용하실 수 있을 겁니다. 유스티나의 E 스킬, 부스트 대쉬입니다. 유스티나가 지정한 방향으로 빠르게 이동하며 일정 시간 동안 다음 기본 공격이 강화됩니다. 강화된 기본 공격 피해는 추가 스킬 피해를 입히고 4초 이내에 부스트 대쉬를 재사용할 때마다 에너지 소모량이 증가합니다. 이때 추가 소모량은 최대 50까지 증가합니다. 재충전 상태가 되면 에너지 소모량이 초기화됩니다. 이 스킬은 연속 포격, 선멸 포격, 그리고 집중 포격 시전 중에도 사용할 수 있습니다. 유스티나의 E 스킬, 부스트 대쉬입니다. 스킬 사용 중 활용이 가능한 이동 스킬로 추격 및 도주 상황에도 사용이 가능하며 스킬 적중을 위한 거리를 조정할 때에도 활용 가능한 스킬입니다. 부스트 대쉬로 강화되는 기본 공격은 스킬 피해로 적용되기에 악당 처단 표식을 활용하는 데 사용할 수 있습니다. 이어서 유스티나의 R 스킬, 아스트라 버스트입니다. 유스티나가 대상 지정 불가 상태로 공중에 뛰어올라 최대 화력으로 지정한 범위 내 적들에게 스킬 피해를 입힙니다. 시전 중 유스티나는 이동 속도가 크게 감소된 상태로 이동할 수 있으며 대상 지정 불가 상태는 착지 시까지 유지됩니다. 유스티나의 R 스킬, 아스트라 버스트입니다. 일정 범위 적들에게 큰 피해를 입히는 스킬로 아군의 방해 효과와 연계하여 사용할 때 강력한 힘을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 아스트라 버스트는 유스티나가 재충전 상태에 돌입하였을 때도 사용이 가능합니다. 이 스킬을 사용하면 긴 시간 동안 유스티나가 대상 지정 불가 상태로 유지되는데요. 이 덕분에 재충전 상태에서의 약점을 보완하는 용도로 활용할 수 있는 중요한 스킬입니다. 루미아 섬에 찾아온 히어로가 되고 싶은 소녀 유스티나. 유스티나를 플레이하며 체크메이트를 만들어보는 건 어떨까요? 이상 실험체 백과사전 79번째 실험체 유스티나 팬이었습니다. 다음에 또 만나요.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
통제는 받는 쪽이 익숙한데 혹시 도망가려 한 거야? 이리 와, 더 가까워지자. 다들 도망가려 하니까 이제 못 도망쳐. 돌이키기엔 너무 많이 와버렸는걸. 이리 와, 더 가까워지자. 또 가두는 거야? 고통은 가까이. 붉게 물드는 거야. 우리 모두 같이. 걱정 마. 우리는 영원히 서로를 기억할 테니까. 고통은 잠깐이지만 네 색은 오래 남을 거야. 걱정하지 마. 나 아직 있어. 아직 아픔을 느낄 수 있어. 다행이야. 갇혀있는 건 지겹게 했어.
병원 위주로 굴려주면서 안정적으로 운영을 했고요.
자, 드래곤 메이커 그리고 뉴네오 눈치 다시 한번 교전 걸어 보는데 아비게일 그리고 맥도 선수. 자, 먼저 아비게일 잡히고 이어서 맥도 선수와 1대1 케네스 교환됩니다.
그리고 크레딧으로 봤을 때 이거 맥도 선수의 포스코였던 것 같거든요.
네.
자, 이 교전 진다면 상자까지 내줘야 되는 상황입니다.
그렇죠. 자, 그렇기 때문에 지금 빠져나갈 생각 없이 해주고 있는데 이거 존백한병 선수 힐링 스프레이 쓰는 거 너무 좋은데요?
자, 이렇게 되면 실비아도
네.
빠져줘야겠죠. 자,
어.
굉장히 까다롭습니다. 아르다가 결국에는 자 챙기게 될 것 같습니다. 자, 아이템.
자, 근데
운석이 영죠.
걸렸어요.
자, 이러면 히카시. 와, 오히려 잡아내는 히카시.
돌아주는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 정면 돌파 당하는 수도 생각해야 되거든요. 그래서 합류해줬습니다.
자, 계속해서 견제 들어오고 있는 두 팀인데 일단 진영 선수 에스텔이 한번 앞쪽으로 파고들고 있어 위드 선수의 니키도 들어갑니다.
자, 이렇게 궁극기 한번 세게 넣어보기는 했지만 여전히 체력 잘 보유하고 있는 인천.
그렇죠. 일단 먼저 줄라가 선수의 라우라 잡아내고 이거 터미네이트 각이 충분히 나오겠는데요. 자, 나치대까지 잡히게 되면요.
이거는 간 거 같은데요.
자, 지금의 연기력
그렇죠.
끝난 이후에 잡아내면서 올웨이즈 인천 첫 번째 터미네이트를 만들어냅니다.
뭔가 깜짝 놀랄만한 이니시에이팅이 나오기엔 좀 어려울 것 같고요.
자, 어웨이 프롬 키보드와 데몬 드라이브입니다.
자, 일단 무적기로 먼저 소모를 한 마나 선수의 시셀라였지만 블루까지 활용해 주면서 확실하게 키를 노리는 모습.
그래도 방패를 킨 상태로 잘 맞아주고 있었거든요.
아.
그래서 빈틈 선수가 먼저 포커싱 당하면서 죽었습니다.
그렇습니다.
이거 아직 남아 있을 거고요.
모두 해방해요. 자, 사용이
이거
되어
한번
있는
확인했고요.
상태에서 이렇게 되면요 동해 선수까지 잡히고 시 선수 잡히면 그대로
잠시만요,
터미네이트까지
선수.
되겠는데요. 자, 이거 알렉스.
와, 터미네이트.
북한 선수 공격가 소진 좋습니다.
자, 그리고 반대로 해방이 들어가게 되면서 교전을 바라고 있는 어웨이 프롬 키보드. 정밀 포격.
자, 정밀 포격 이 턴을 잘 피해내야 될 텐데요.
치고는 굉장히 잘 피했어요.
자, 시간 소모되고 있는 상태에서 재규전 봅니다. 이쪽도 자, HP.
근데 회복을 하기에는 그 군주격 시간이 많이 여유가 없어서 안쪽 뚫어냈는데 히카시 선수가 마나 선수 쪽 잘 뚫어줬고요.
그렇습니다. 자, 그런데 일단 시간이 계속 소모가 되고 있고 먼저 알렉스 잡아내면서 시간 회복하는 디럭스 유네오 눈치 이어서 이케가 잡아내면서 2대6도 만들어냅니다만 시셀라가
시간이
HP가
없어요.
너무
디럭스
좋고요.
눈치.
자, 5초 4초.
스텔라 잡아야 되거든요.
아, 시셀라가 오히려 아르다 잡아내고 어웨이 프롬 키보드가 올웨지 인천을.
약간 대치 상황에서는 시셀라를 가지고 있기 때문에 AFK 팀이 좀 더 강력합니다.
스프링 트랩으로 요리조리 피해 다니면서 자, 교정 보고 있는 올웨지 인천과
자, 그리고
들어옵니다, 진영.
접근시키면서 밑에
아,
선수.
이게 근데 들어가기가 너무 애매해요. 이미
그렇죠.
체력이 다 갈려버린 스위치거든요.
자, 이러한 상황에서 결국 결단을 내려야만 하는데 아직 시간도 많이 남아있겠다. 다음 턴을 볼 생각입니다.
자, 이어서 하늘나리 터트려버리고 계속해서 시간 소모를 강제하고 있는 어웨이 프롬
근데
키보드.
이게 결국 정비턴을 주게 되면요. AFK는 지금 정밀 포격도 없고 제니의 궁극기도 없는 상황이거든요.
그렇습니다.
그러면 인천이 더 유리하죠.
자, 다시 한번 재교전 각을 보기 위해 다가오고 있는 올웨진 천이고요.
자 그리고 파고듭니다. 거짓서에 켰고요.
자,
와,
터뜨렸어요.
순간적으로 터뜨려버렸어요.
순식간에 먼저 시텔라 잡아내고 자 이케 선수가 결국 레니를
그렇죠.
잡아내지 못하고
와,
있거든요.
폭파 무기 스틱 기다렸다가 잡아내는
그렇죠.
모습.
마지막까지 터미네이트 만들어내면서
모래사장 그 사이에 또 팀들이 모이는 거를 생각할 수 있겠네요.
네, 자 병원에 운석 떨어진 지역인데
아,
여기서 너무
먼저 잡히는
클로에가
거 너무 큰데요.
그렇습니다.
그렇죠.
자 이거는 잡힐 것 같고 이어서 5대
자,
전명
그런데
진이
생명력 공유까지 활용해주면서 살았고요.
자 동해 이러면 동해 선수도 위험하죠. 자
그렇죠.
공포 걸렸지만 빈틈
자 그런데 이거 이런 식으로 애매하게 다치고 나면은 병원 운석은
잡아내면서 올레진천 5번째 킬 그리고 이쪽 다시 한번 들어가는 동해의 마인 이어서 5대 전명왕전 이어지는 치카의 혜진입니다.
자, 근데 이번에 마이가 일단 잘 받아내줬고요. 일러 쪽을 둘 다 잡아내는데 성공한 데몬 드라이브. 이거 혹시 요거트 선수까지 보나요?
자 그렇기 때문에 빈틈 선수가 그대로 추격을 해주고 있고요.
자 생명공이 있기는 합니다만은 요거트 자 사용해주면서 펠릭스 쫓아냅니다.
이거 킬 제대로 한번 먹으면서 현상금 먹겠다 싶었는데 이게 웬걸 살리는 데만 돈을 많이 썼습니다.
그렇습니다.
그게 지금 쇼우의 크레딧이 440 정도 있었는데 롱기누스의 창이 눈앞에 공설었거든요.
자 파고
자,
들어가는 실
깔끔하게.
선수의 실비아 2호소 자 시텔라 잡아내는 데몬 드라이브고요. 3대2 구도에서 계속 들어가면서
와 이거 실 선수의 암살이 말이 안 됐죠.
자 이렇게 되면 이케 선수까지 펠릭스가 잡아냅니다. 혼자 남아있는 GTL
네.
선수의 알렉스는요 살아갈 수 있을까요?
알렉스라고는 하지만은
자 실비아가 있긴 합니다.
네,
자
근데도
실비아 실비아
실비아거든요.
자 알렉스 그리고 실비아 뒤쪽 보이는
와.
동해 선수의 마이까지
그렇죠.
이어지면 살아가기 어려워 보입니다. 데몬
AFK.
드라이브 터미네이트 다시 한번
그렇죠.
만들어냅니다.
들어주고 있기 때문에요. 이런 부분들이 정말 좋은 흐름을 가져오는 것 같습니다.
오
자.
스프링트랩 세나핀
그나마 루미널 선수가 조금 멀리 있었다 보니까 타이밍 한번 놓치기는 했지만 이제는 갈만하죠.
자 서약 키고 들어가는데요. 찬양의
자,
마이
이거 점점
슥싹?
대박 나겠는데요.
그렇죠. 슥싹슥싹.
자 순식간에 2명 정리할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 자 히카시 선수의 아드리아나까지 잡아내면서 11번째 킬을 올리고 있는 올릴진천 보시면 이미 마이의 크레딧이 450이고요. 자 이쪽은 3대2 구도입니다. 스페셜리스트 한 명이 없습니다.
그렇죠. 일전에 다운당했던 아드리아나를 살릴 돈이 없었고요.
자 이렇게 되면 양아치 선수까지 위험한데요. 뒤로 윤혜원 치가 잡아내면서 스페셜리스트
자, 이거 근데
마무리됩니다.
마시멜로 오고 있었거든요. 이거 한번 카메라로 자, 제대로 걸렸어요.
들었고요. 와, 치카.
아니, 몇 초였죠?
금연구를 3명이나
네.
맞추게 되면서
진짜 1.5초 만에 3명이 다 잡히게
네.
되면서 자 양궁장에서 지금 데몬 드라이브 동선도 올라오고 있긴
이거
합니다.
만나버려가지고
와.
스프링트를 패는 당했고요.
이거는 니나까지
순식간에
죽을 수
글로 자
있는데
그런데
그래도
치카
가봐라 혜진이.
그렇죠.
자
오.
이러면
무조건
오렌지도
넘어가야죠.
모릅니다.
무조건
자
넘어가야죠.
데몬 드라이브 들어오면서 루미널 잡아낼 것 같은데요. 루미널
자 이거
루미널 올웨이즈 인천
네.
3등 마무리입니다.
자 12킬을 그래도 했기 때문에 상당히 많이 벌어.
일단 너무 리스크가 있다고 판단한
네.
것 같고요.
갈 거면 좀 진작 갔어야죠.
자 실 선수 먼저 들어옵니다. 실비아로
그렇죠.
상대는
너무
강해요.
아파요.
아니 혼자서도 잡겠는데요. 자 물론 1킬도 주지 않기 위해서 조금 더 신중한 모습 보여줬지만
자, 이거.
오늘
이거는 부활이 안 닿을 것 같은데요.
자 과연
와!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to yet another day of Eternal Return Masters, the second week for phase number 2. It has been a hot minute since the last weekend, but it is time once again for us to watch some good games of Eternal Return. My name is Shivi Senpai. I'll be here as one of your casters, still stuck in the basement. As always, no upgrades yet, no downgrades, but no upgrades just yet. And joining me alongside for this weekend once again is going to be Superior. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. I'm excited, Shuvi, for today because we do have knockout stage 3 and 4 that are going to be shown for today. I don't know if you guys have seen the teams for knockout stage 3 specifically, but it looks pretty stacked. If you were to tell me this is a like a knockout stage 5, like I would totally believe you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you guys were paying attention to the right side during the little timer we had for a moment on there while we were waiting for the actual event to start, of course you got the entire roster. We'll talk about it in just a moment as well. But for the ones who were able to catch the list of teams, oh my goodness, is this a knockout stage or is this a final? Goodness gracious, very stacked lobby today. It is going to be a fun one for knockout stage number 3, which is not something you would hear that often with a format like this. If you guys are familiar with the format as well, which again we'll talk about, so don't worry about it if you don't know what we're talking about. But for how early knockout stage number 3 is, very stacked lobby.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Oh, sorry. There is like something stuck in my throat. Give me a sec. Sorry,
All right,
sorry.
yeah, you're gonna have to get that out. There we go. You can. You're gonna have to get that out before we start diving into the games, man. You start diving into the games and it's still in there, bro. It's doomed. But yeah, continuing on. Obviously, we'll talk about the format in just a moment here when they bring it up on the Korean side too, so that we can have the graphic up on the screen, so we can guide all of you guys through what is actually going to be happening today. For those of you guys who do know and are in the loop a little bit, knockout stage number 3 and 4. You can see it at the very top of your screen. And other than that, I mean, if you've just been keeping up in pace with what we've been doing at ERM, then you should know as well. But here's the actual overview. A lot of words, don't worry about the top left, we'll talk about it in just a moment. The prize pool, on the other hand, as usual for Season 6, we saw this in phase number 1, 10 million Korean won. Point matrix, everything we know about when it comes to Eternal Return competitive, it's still going to be the same thing. But the bottom side, where it's the road to Daejeon, now we're starting to get to the point where LCQ becomes a real factor and the season finals start to become a real factor. Of course, we still have 3 days left to phase number 2, but it's getting there, guys.
Okay, so sorry about that.
There you go.
looks like I'm okay now. Yeah, I was just eating some popcorn a little before. I think what a little like the kernels got stuck. So yeah, but very excited for today. We are gonna be right in the middle. Looks like for the ER Masters, we are already or we've already finished all the group stages on the left side. So Group A, all the way down to Group D, and then knockout stage 1 and 2 we did on the Sunday. So for this weekend, it's going to be knockout stage 3, 4 for today. Tomorrow it's going to be 5 and 6. And then it's going to be our checkpoint finals for Sunday, which we don't really know how many games, but it will be 8 games for today and tomorrow.
It'll be an interesting one, especially on Sunday. For already seeing this many good and solid teams showing up in knockout stage 3, do remember that with each of these individual knockout stages, we're going to lose half the teams that are playing inside of it. So no matter how good a lobby is, we are not getting 5, 6, 7, 8 teams moving on. We're only getting 4. So eventually we will have gone to a point where a good chunk of the teams that we are very well familiar with, a lot of the teams that you and I are going to know very well with as well, just because we've seen them so much in ERM, they're not going to be there anymore. So let's take a look at some of the teams. From Knockout Stage 3, this is going to be the teams that came up from Knockout Stage 2, the top 4 that played last Sunday, and then the 5th place teams for each of the group stages. We got Always Incheon, Bracket Busters, Rump Rebels, and Every Time from the Knockout Stage, and Gwangju Slasher, Nameless, OUOB, and Team Cartel that'll be joining us from the group stages as they ended 5th place in their respective ones.
Yeah, it's quite the lobby for knockout stage 3. We got about two sponsored teams, and obviously we do know Rump Rebels, Bracket Busters. We've seen all these teams from previous seasons, and even Cartel, a previous ERM winner, all the way down in knockout stage 3. So it's already going to be quite a tough lobby for these groups to try to make it out to knockout stage 4. And maybe even try to qualify to knockout stage 5, because I think knockout stage 5 is where the teams want to be to get those circuit points. Because I think that will net you into the top 16. Got to make it to knockout stage 5 at the very least. Yeah. Or is it 4? I think it's 4.
I think it's 4. If I'm gonna be real with you,
I think it is 4. So they have the top 4 for this group.
Yeah, it's another situation where it's already the weekend. My brain is not functioning when it comes to map. I'm not doing it.
4, 5, 6, and then finals, and then there's 4 teams in each. Yeah. It should be 4. It should be 4.
All right, perfect. If that's the case, any teams that move on from the stage that we're going to be watching right now, if you did the math correctly.
4, 5, 6, 5, 6. Oh,
He's doing
no.
quick maths, chat. He's
No,
doing
no, no,
quick
no, no.
maths.
It is knockout stage 5.
Okay, okay. So I guess it's not today. Then the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow will be the ones at least guaranteed some kind of circuit points when it comes to the season finals. Which means today is going to definitely be a high stakes series for both Knockout Stage 3 and 4, as teams are going to be scrambling to try getting whatever circuit points they can as possible. That small edge that you're going to have. I'm going to bring it up again for those of you guys who were here last weekend. Phase number 2 has more overall circuit points to distribute than phase number 1, just because it's closer to the season finals. It's going to be a little bit more reminiscent of what the finals itself is going to look like. And of course, with the entire circuit point system just trying to place teams into the season finals, it makes sense, right? For phase 2 to have a little bit more of a circuit point. You need to get whatever you can. You really do.
I do like that a lot better, and I think a lot of other games do the same thing as well, where they do weigh the later tournaments a little bit more, just because, like you said, it is going to be closer to that final. So the meta is going to be changing, obviously, a lot from the first phase all the way over to, the finals, which, we have seen in the past where a team did really good in phase 1, but then, they completely flop the finals. So I think it is good, like a good idea to, weigh it more to the later stages. But it looks like we're just going to be jumping straight into it here. Very excited to see the picks coming out once again. We are going to see 2 Priya picks. We did see that character being pretty prevalent. We actually have 2 Biancas coming in for round, or for Knockout Stage 3. Are we going to see the Hyunwoo Mai and Luddy pick coming out from Nameless? That was quite the team to watch the other day, but no, it is going to be the Estelle, Laura, and Rozzy going to be coming out from that team. But always Incheon, they're going to be on the Lenny, Shoichi, and Mai. So basically, instead of the Hyunwoo, it's going to be that Shoichi, and it's going to be Lumina on it.
From the looks of it too, they're going to be using 2 of our most newest skins available in Eternal Return, Idol Mai, which is going to be with the Season Pass tokens. It's going to be quite difficult to get, but I encourage all of you to get that if you can. And the Sweet Devil Lenny. What the heck?
I think we might have a remake on our hands, truly. Haven't seen one of these in a while for ERM on the green side.
Interesting. The Korean casters are just there on the screen, but maybe we'll get the game going in just a second. As I say that, yep, there it is.
We're back.
Okay, I don't know what that was, but okay, somebody messed around with the scenes a little bit. All right, they're having fun over there on the Korean side of things. So, no remake, no nothing of the sort. At least as of right now. Right? It could change in the time being. Although, I have noticed that ERM doesn't really remake that often.
They do not. Yeah, I haven't really seen them remake like at all. Because I mean, they do also have the tournament client. I think that most of all the players are going to be playing on. So maybe it's a lot. Well, I mean, even the normal client is fine. Like during my time in Korea, when I played in the scrims, like we usually never remake that much.
Yeah.
I think just in general, Korea has better infrastructure, for the internet, and everyone has like good computers and stuff. So like remakes aren't too common over there, I would say, especially I think for all games, not even just like Eternal Return. So
yeah,
I think we do. I'm looking at our character picks here on the bottom. So we actually do have a ban coming in. It's gonna be that Lorok gonna be banned for game number 2 here. What do you make of that, Shuvi?
I think Laura is a very good playmaking tool, and we actually saw some quite good results last weekend. I think we were specifically talking about Loan and one of their bigger kind of playmaking improvements that we saw last week. I think it's Team Every Time that has Loan. We should be able to see both of those players on that character today. But of course, with Nameless joining in, there is a probability of the Laura continuously getting banned throughout the entire course of this series specifically. I'll have to take a look as we do get started into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 out of the 4 for Knockout Stage number 3 is going to begin. Once again, the top 4 teams after these 4 games will move on into Knockout Stage 4, which we will be watching right after this one.
Yeah, I'm more excited about Sebi on the lures, because we've seen how much he can do on this character. He always finds the angles. He always finds that perfect engage, that perfect pick onto the backliner. This guy is the demon on Laura, and I'm very excited to watch and see how Team Rump Rebels will utilize this character. And unfortunately, we'll be banned for game 2, so they will have to swap it up here, because I know Sebi's really comfortable on the Laura. but it will be off for the next game, and I want to see like if Team Rebels is like decides to swap their comp entirely because of that lower ban.
We've seen it before, right? They've brought out the things like the Sebiakian, because it's another pick that he is 100% going to be comfortable on. He also has other picks he can divert onto if it just doesn't seem like the right call to make. We'll have to see. The thing I'm more interested on is, I'm just going to continue talking about Team every time, is because Lowan played a ton of Laura during both the group stages and knockout stage number 2. I'm more interested to see what he's going to swap over onto. Yes, we're going to see some early picks going on. Luminol looking for one. He does end up getting it onto NCMB. Peng trying to run away as a third-party attempt is going to come on through. It will be always ancient to lock that down. Yeah. Now Nizika's stuck in a really awkward position. If Nori looked at that and said, no, thank you, sword. Oh, he does end up getting the buffer with the monkey wire. And if he jumps over the wall and actually gets the kill. It's the last word shot from the, what is it? Is it the Magnum Bow? I don't know. No, it's Stampede, right? Oh my goodness. Stampede, yeah. He's got the damage for it. Jang is also going to be stuck. He's not even full build. We got 40 seconds to go until night number 1. It is an absolute mess inside of Chapel Cemetery and Factory.
And always interesting. Already going to be sitting on 3 kills here. We do have low one. We're going to try dodging out on some of these abilities here. There is the gate. Going to be able to get Slasher on out of there. Slasher going to be sitting on their signature double dive plus the Arda team comp. They were the first team to really utilize this team comp and to make the Arda really prominent in the meta, I would say, for the KR scene here. We do have nice Echoes of the Earth going to be dropped down here. A lot of poke going back down, but a lot of damage going to be healed up from that protocol violation from that pre, and the shields are just a little too much here. A lot of damage going to be traded back from the Evo. Great damage from Umu there. Will he be able to snipe the human? Yes, Umu will. Very nicely played by the Eva, able to find the angle in. Looks like the Suwa tried to jump back on in, but a great dodge out from Umu there. And it will be Team OUOB going to be able to pick up 2 kills. And oh no! Bracket Busters go down in 8th place already at night number 1 because third party is just right there. In fact, it's so unfortunate. Team Rumbles are going to be able to secure Team Bracket Busters and in 8th place so early into the series.
It just turned nighttime too. They don't get any warnings about the fact that there's a team around until it's too late. Bracket Busters not going to have it for game number 1. 8th place, 0 kills. And walk away with 0. So basically a game that didn't exist for Team Bracket Busters, whereas everyone else does. They're living in a whole different dimension at this point for the series. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to make it back. I mean, their performance during Knockout Stage 2 wasn't that bad, but this is Knockout Stage 3. You're going to have a whole new set of teams that are
that they're gonna be a lot better.
Yep. I'm not gonna say better because we don't know that yet, but they performed better during the group stages than they did.
Well, yeah, I mean, once you start going up and up, right, in the knockout stages, like obviously the teams will be better just because of the how the stages work. Where in the group stages you qualify with the amount of points you earn for your group stage. So yeah, it's just so unfortunate. This down in 8th place. Let's just hope they can bounce back from that. A great engage coming from the Lina, but a great Echo of the Earth. Going to be able to completely split the backliner, but it's going to look like the Priya's going to go down, and a great ultimate from the Alina as well. Going to be able to secure that heart. So Team Nameless going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. I really like that vision play from them, sitting in the little angles or little crevices in Chapel there. So Team OUB literally had no idea, and then the engage from the Alina was great. And they will be able to pick up 2 kills. Very, 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 very nice.
Yeah, I do see some small mishaps already happening around the game, though, because Nemery popped the Peacemaker without having Myungjo inside of the Peacemaker range. Kind of creates a weird situation where the Priya is left in the middle of nowhere with no assistance. Azumu will also take the fall. These stagnated death timers are just not going to help Team OUOB at all. They do have 2 kills. I did see them trying to play aggressive in the earlier stages, which is pretty good, but of course a result like this is not going to help at all. Lumino trying to do some damage up against the Nikki. He is getting the combos. He will be able to lock it down as the ruthless daggers on the ground were picked up. Well played on him. There's another death coming in for OUOB. These stagnated death timers, I think this team has had somebody in the red pretty much the entire time for about 3 minutes now. This is not a great start for OUOB.
Very nicely done by Team Always Engine there. I don't know who placed the camera down, but placing that camera down right in that bush gave Luminal that vision to jump in onto there. These little small plays that you don't really see too often, but yeah, you gotta make sure you get your camera placements down, get those recon drones, just place them the second enemy goes into that bush, so you are going to be able to use your targeted skills onto the enemy there. So very nicely played from Team Always Incheon. And yeah, like you said, Team OUOB, they're just not having a good start for this game for game number 1 here, but it looks like they are slowly grouping back up here. Oh, they're actually getting fully collapsed on by Team every time here. Will they be able to get away? Do have the Laura here, maybe to get a nice Grim ultimate. There's Echoes of Earth is going to be used. Peacemaker is going to be invested a little too early there. They're going to focus the Laura, but the Laura is actually just in the backline getting that nice value on the 1v2 there, but they actually do it. I'm knocking down low in there. Parry is going to be used. It looks like the Eva also did go down, and we're going to go in a little too deep, and there's no follow-up there. So fortunately, the Priya just barely not dying there, so that it actually does end up trading over to Team OUOB there. It will be a 2-for-1 trade. I think Nemery wants some more though. Uh-oh, third party. Looks like, oh, actually not a third party. It looks like the Priya did TP in from Pond all the way into Temple, but fortunately not gonna be able to cut him off.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about this earlier too. Sword kind of playing on the backside, but if you take a look at his build, I was gonna say
yeah,
tape,
he had a meteor.
No. Even more so than that. Did you see what weapon he was playing? He's on the bow. He's going to be playing the amp attack speed. Yeah, bow with the, I think it was the motorcycle helmet plus the smartwatch. Oh, no, yeah, I think it is the smartwatch. Yeah. So we're going to see a bit more of a thing where we need to see this thing scale and actually get transitions into the later stages of the game. Early game with this, because you're relying much more on the bullseye to land and get the burst damage done, it's not going to be the greatest fighting, just kind of raw auto attack ramp up as you really want to see from a character like Nadine.
Oh, wow.
That comes after you get items, so we'll see how it goes. This is not the place you want to use the White Lily on. Oh my goodness, why is Team Nameless just getting
over as well though?
Nowhere. Nizika's going to get taken down. Double Dice and Cube is actually fantastic from Anonymous, but this is an unrecoverable fight. That is just wow.
A little unfortunate, and NCP is going to get caught by Exploit as well, so it looks like JG Slash actually going to pick up actually no, I think they actually got 2 kills from Team Cartel there, right? Because I think Nizika did end up picking up the Mai, so very nicely done by Slasher, even though you know, they did end up losing a member, but it's not the end of the world there. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but that for that team fight in Temple there, Team every time they didn't have any items bought, so they're actually playing 3-4 scores down, and it was actually really close. If they just ended up buying the 4 scores, they just had their items here, it would have been really good. But Sebi finds the perfect ultimate, gonna be able to get a 2-man. And I think that is going to swing the fight into Team Rebel's favor there. Volko going to be able to get that Sanguine Jam. Going to be able to get that route onto the Alina. And it will be Team Rebels going to be able to pick up 2 kills from Team Lamus, putting them at 8 field kills already for themselves. So they're sitting in a really comfortable spot here for game number 1.
Win condition hit super. They are sitting on 8. I saw a few kills in the earlier stages of the game too during night number 1. They're all set, right? The win condition classic setup for Rum Rebels is already met. It's all about just kind of keeping this kind of pacing until the end of the game now.
Yeah, Rump Rebels is like a team that snowballs really, really well because of their characters. Laura, Sua, and Bianca, all 3 characters that are really greedy in, you know, the items for their build. So, you know, if you're not able to snowball with this comp, and you fall pretty far behind, like your combat power is going to be really low compared to these other teams. So, they kind of need this snowball for, you know, a team comp like them, because they could just, you know, slowly start running other teams over when, you know, they have such a big item advantage. So, we have to see if they are going to be able to utilize it correctly, and if they're going to be able to close out this game, because they are sitting on another 200 plus credits here, so they can start to look for the next buy-ins. Your team will be able to pick up that box in Pond here. Might have a fight though. Team Always Incheon is going to walk up into school here. I don't know if Team Slasher does end up wanting take the fight. It looks like no, they're just going to use their Emerald's Gate to get on out of there. Check the ward, or check the bush as well. Always going to make sure you check any unsuspecting bushes, especially you know, in a lobby like this where a lot of teams are going to be playing around that vision, so gotta be careful. Oh wow, a Gamma keycard already?
Wow, yeah, it's only day number 3. It seems like they were able to get quite lucky with a drop from somewhere. Bear and Sebi's going to sit inside it. Of course, Wako just going to stand outside. Pretty classic mechanic we've been seeing quite a lot from almost every single region, right? Where they keep somebody outside. It's all good.
I didn't realize they could drop before or on day number 3. That is a really early Gamma, so they're going to be spiked pretty fast here because they're going to be able to get all these items. Maybe contest for that Omega coming up here. Actually, it's just going to be the box coming in for Uptown. It looks like we do have the Omega spawning in Pawn, though. I think Team Always Incheon do want to take the fight here. Great taunt coming out from the Mai, but a great Peacemaker in response. Lumina already chunked down to 1 HP, and they're just going to finish him off. And there's no real damage going to be on the side of Team Always Incheon once the Shoichi goes down. So a great Peacemaker in response. Unfortunately, the damages wasn't enough to get the heart before the Peacemaker went down. So once that Peacemaker comes down, they could just stall out the Shoichi, and once the Shoichi dies, there's just no more damage on Team Always Incheon.
Yeah, the damage window gap between when he pops his Ruthless and starts getting the next rotation of his daggers up from everything else in this kit outside of his ultimate is just a little bit awkward, because it's the time it takes for Peacemaker to go down, and then some. He needs a little bit more time in order to get those rotations, but he got bursted down extremely early on. OUOB, I mean, Umu was sitting on the outside of that Peacemaker, completely untouched throughout the entire course of the fight. That Eva has items. We talked about this before too. They are coordinating their item buy-ins, so for that, it's gonna be good. Jenny, he is out of there.
Oh, they're just gonna jump.
He's gonna get jumped on the backside too. The auto attacks from NCMB is looking pretty solid, but Pank's getting taken low, and the third party from the backside is coming along. NCMB trying to do whatever he can. He will actually stay alive. That is huge. And now Team Kwangju's Slashers in a little bit of trouble. Nimrod's Gate plus the White Lily will get them out of there. Rump Rebels, by a hair, they missed out on some very, very massive kills that could have affected pretty much this entire lobby.
That is just so unfortunate for Team Cartel. Their Cartel, I guess they kind of split up their movement there. I think they just weren't on the right page. The Mai went down, and then both the backliners went up. And then the Mai was a little isolated by themselves, and Slasher, they just decided, you know what, we're just gonna send it to you because we see that your backliners are isolated. But Rump Rebels is right there for the third party, so that's just unfortunate for the side of Team Cartel and Team Slasher. They just kind of they self-destructed into each other, lost about 1 or 2 members, so minus 200 and minus 400 for both teams. But looks like they are going to be back up and running. I think Slasher did end up going to the abandoned dock. I did see a combat in Defrine. Going to go over to the side of that Fiora. It's actually a great pickup. Giving the action movement speed, especially for a character like Fiora, is really, really nice.
The only problem is, because it is the abandoned lab, the Piolo has to stay dead a lot longer, and now the risk of trying to hyperloop into a zone with the consoles available is going to be an added risk that Team Kwangju Slasher is going to have to take. They're going to have to go into red instead. There is OUOB hanging around. Yeah, it's a great play. It really is, because you also know that Factory is going to be opening up. A lot of teams do sit inside some of these zones that are going to be opening up very soon, but not that team, right? So it's all good and dandy, whereas every time is going to lose Sword once again. This Bonadine just really not having it for game number 1. It takes time to ramp up, but it's not being given the time to ramp up. Cartel.
They see the members here. They're all completely isolated. They're gonna get the wraparound here, and it's gonna be Nizuka gonna jump straight in to force NCMP to use their ultimate. Now they can maybe look for the reset here. There's gonna be no ultimates for the side of Team Cartel. A great dice coming out from the Arda here. It looks like Team Cartel, they're just going to be able to back away. Ooh, gonna pop the White Lily. I think a little misclick there. So now they might not have the distance to cover to get away. No ultimates for the side of Team Cartel. I think Team Slasher can just send here. X-Boy going to get some damage in. These guys just going to go straight on in and get a double knock him onto the back line, and that's going to be it for Team NCMP. NCMP is going to go down, and Theodore is going to go down as well, and that's going to be it for Cartel. I don't think it's going to be able to get away. And Team Slasher gets the wipe there. Very nicely played from Slasher. I really like the patience of this team. Despite them being a full dive team, they just baited out the cooldowns, baited the Dean ult, baited the Theodore ult, and then just got the wraparound there. I think, yeah, it was just that them hitting that White Lily, I think, from the Theodore just made it so there just wasn't enough distance to be covered anymore, and JG Slasher immediately punished them for it.
See, the thing is, though, they could have taken the jump pad. I think that's another opportunity they missed out on at the bottom side where the bear is going to spawn. That's a big opportunity lost from Team Cartel. Will fall down in 7th place with 1 kill. Wako going to get taken down extremely early. Always Incheon looking for more, trying to jump onto Sebi, but the distance is already made. This Laura left by her lonesome. Another fight inside a pond as we're going to have a fight between team every time. This Laura is hanging around. Team Nameless also trying to get a kill here and there. 1 more player left on the side of Team Every Time. Laura's on the ground already. Lena trying her best to stay alive, but it is just a surround from all sides.
Yeah, I really like this from Inori.
This is just not going to happen. I think Every Time is gone.
Yeah, very nicely done by Inori. They're just going to get the wraparound to stop the Alina from getting away. And so, where did Alina go?
They saw the pings. I think they were just watching out for the third party.
Yeah, okay. I see. They just decided to walk up because they did see that their console was taken. and they just didn't want to push any farther into Team Every Time there. So I actually really like that from Team Nameless. A very heads-up macro play to make sure they don't really get third party there. It will be Team Always Incheon going to be able to get that wick line there. I think the blood went over to the blood weapon for the Mai.
Yep.
Which, honestly, I mean, the Mai does a decent amount of damage, so it's actually not that bad. Because looks like Lumen already had their blood dagger, and you know, there's not really much more upgrades. Remember, actually just going to blink on forward, going to be able to get sword. And that is going to be a disaster for Team Every Time. I think that's it. They're going to fall down here as Team Slasher does end up getting that third party as well. So Every Time going to go down in, looks like that is 6th place with only 3 kills. So fortunately, another team just not getting that many points for game number 1.
Yeah, an uncoordinated crane formation from both OUB as well as Rump Rebels. It was just waiting there, right? Oh, actually, no, it was not Rump Rebels, but Gwangju Slasher. Yeah, it's just sitting right around that hospital console. Not a good day for Team Every Time. They will end 6th place with 3 kills, which means I think that's 4 points going for them. It's definitely not bad, but not a start that you're going to want to have, especially in Knockout Stage 3. With these teams still alive, we have 9 kills, 8 kills, 7, and another 8. All of these teams sitting above 7. The kills and point counts after game 1 is going to be quite high. It's going to be a rough one for Cartel Bracket Busters and Every Time for the rest of the series.
Yeah. Team Incheon looks so strong. When you know how strong a team is when the blood goes over to your tank. You know, all of the when the blood goes to your tank, then it just means like there's just no other upgrade that is probably going to be better. Because I think Luminal was already sitting on the 444 score and then had the Legs of Steel for their boots already. So the only real upgrade would be Red Shoes, but it's not that big of an upgrade. Whereas, you know, getting that blood weapon for that Mai, you know, tanks still do a lot of damage, so you definitely can't underestimate them here. As we might have to engage. Ooh, the Spring Trap does go a little wide there, but the damage already, Luminal's not even in the fight yet, and the Laura's already down to half HP. It looks like they're gonna. And the Spring Trap does end up connecting onto the Laura there, but it looks like the side of Team Nameless are actually going to be able to all get out there as Team Always Incheon. They're going to be forced to use that jump pad over, but will they run into the hands of another team? It looks like they're actually going to choose not to use it. Kind of like that. Definitely don't want to take the risk there because, you know, what's the point when you can just walk in? You're the strongest team.
Yeah, but
you just take these team fights.
Look at where Team Nameless is. They're going to have to walk and jump pad into all of this right now. Rump Rebels.
Yeah.
If they're careful, they can capitalize on this. And it seems like they might be able to. Rump Rebels actually playing a little careful about this. Nameless has no idea there's people behind them.
Stuck in the middle. Yeah. Team is stuck in the middle there, and they don't have any timers, so they're going to be forced to take the jump pad, or, you know, they definitely got to get away. And I like that from Team Rump Rebels. They're actually not going to pull the trigger because they know there's a team under them, and if they do, that team is just going to send it on to your team, and then, you know, it's the easiest third party for Team OUOB. So it looks like Team Rump Rebels just going to give them some space there to, you know, navigate around that third party. And it looks like Rump Rebels just going to sit here in a fire station. They should know there's a lot of teams nearby. You gotta play around these third parties. Gotta make sure, you know, you're setting up for the zone, or you're the last team seen and coming into the zone. So you could be the one, you know, that is gonna be able to get that 3P.
I'm very surprised Rump Rebel is opting to stay in here. This is actually a very rough zone to fight in my opinion. Yeah, even with I don't know if the new updated zones are. I think they are, right? The one inside of Pond 2, because we saw the Chapel one last week.
Yeah. They should be.
So we'll see if it works out. Anonymous is just gonna use the Art of Power. Good old Nimrod's Gate. Good mobility for Team Gwangju Slasher. Now they're gonna have prio over the final zone actually.
Oh wait, I think Team OUOB probably forgot about the new zone, so that's why they're on the bottom side there. And here's the team fight. A lot of damage going to the side of Team Nameless. Is just gonna be a clean 2-0 from Team Rump Rebels. Team Rump Rebels didn't really lose anyone, and their HP bars are pretty healthy here, so they're gonna get the extra timer here. Oh no, Sebi caught in the backside here. Nemery's just gonna jump on in, and Bear is gonna be able to take him out there. And Sebi on the back foot as well, gonna be able to get a lot of damage. But wait a second. Umu just completely obliterates Bear's HP, and they're gonna try to gain the res here. I think they're gonna get it. Oh no, Slashers here for the third party. That's so unfortunate for Team OUOB. They played it very, very nicely there. Wait a second, for the third party, and it's gonna be Team Rump Rebels gonna be the one to win it out because they got the res for free from the third party from Slasher.
What the hell is this game, man? What the hell is this game? We're already starting out the series with some of the weirdest temporary zone setups I've ever seen in my life. We're gonna have Rump Rebels going into the final zone inside of Fire Station. 15 kills out of
my
nowhere.
God.
The
This
Peacemaker
was like-
just set up for everything.
I mean, yeah, it's just so they just got handed to them free 5-6 kills and the win as well for well, not the win, but like I mean the win for the battle or for the temporary zone. Like it's wow. I mean like the cards just fell right into their hands there. I really like this from Always in Chen. They're gonna be able to use the truck here. Maybe gonna get a nice vision play. There is the recon drone gonna spot out to the Mai. So it looks like all the members of Team Always in Chen are gonna go back. It's all just gonna come down to if Team Rump Rebels can lock down Luminal here with the Reign of the Vampire Queen and maybe some knockups from either the Suwa or the Laura.
Yeah, Wako needs to go big. Wako needs to play huge. He can honestly get bursted through the coffin right now just because of the items on Team Always in Chun. Despite not having Wicked Line buff, it won't matter. The damage is going to be there. Luminal just hanging around the outside. It is the initiation start coming from Bear, but he will back away. I like how patient Team Always in Chun is. They're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Chenyang's going to try setting it up. The taunt isn't going to hit, but the Ruthless isn't there just yet. The
gotta kill
exclusive
Luminal!
has already been
No, they
invested.
do!
They
Kill
do
him!
pick up Luminal, but the
That's
damage
it.
I don't think is going to happen because Bear is still alive, and that's the player you needed to kill the most from this comp. Xenophine is not going to be able to do it. We will see a win for Team Rump Rebels. 18 kills in first place. What a banger from Team Rump Rebels. That temporary zone just set themselves up so well going into the final one. Xenophine will take the fall. Well played, and GG's to Rump Rebels taking game 1.
18 kills. Wow, that is quite the start for Team Rebels there. I think they're probably going to be able to secure themselves already a spot for Knockout Stage 4 with that game alone. Wow. Yeah, they found the angle onto Luminal. I think the exclusive was used a little too early there. I know there was a lot of damage coming through, but basically pulled, I think, Luminal out of his ultimate, so wasn't able to really utilize the ultimates out well, or wasn't able to get a lot of damage off there in that fight. So yeah, a little unfortunate, as will be Team Rump Rebels going to be the one to come out on top. Actually, I don't think he uses ultimate, but yeah, I mean, had to pull him out of the Reign of the Vampire Queen there. A lot of damage was invested, but they were just able to follow up on the pull like right after.
I think it was a little bit too early for the fight because Chenyang actually ended up missing the taunt, right? They held the strut for a little bit too long. The catwalk was in, but the duration for strut being able to be used, I should say, was starting to run out. So strut came out, but it didn't hit anybody because of the distance that the Mai was away from everybody else. And then Luminal goes in. Maybe he thought that it was going to land or something like that. You do have to sometimes just assume things are going to land, especially when you're playing in teams like this. Is one of the things that I always talk about too, trusting in your teammates to land it. And one of those, in the case just now, it actually backfired on Team Always in Chun. No lockdown on somebody means obviously the Shoichi isn't going to be able to get the best effective use out of all of his skills. And it put him in a very awkward spot. I think you're also correct in the fact that the exclusive was used to pull the Shoichi out of the Reign of the Vampire Queen. But because of how the fight itself began, it was already just not a great place for the Shoichi to be to begin with. Damage very slightly lackluster, but by the time they killed someone, because Shoichi also fell down at the same time, we know Mai and Lenny isn't doing anything. We saw the Bloody Nine Tails, but it's not going to mean anything when you have a Suwa on the other side.
I mean, it's not just, it suits the Laura as well. If Laura was also up, like Laura has way too much self-sustain to keep her keep themselves alive. So you kind of have to make sure Luminal does not die. Luminal can deal with both Suwa and Laura, but you know, if you get locked down like that, I think Sebi had a great angle and a great follow-up from Bear as well. Just to, you know, I think Bear threw both their Odysseys in there. I think one of them did end up, or both of them, or one of them definitely ended up hitting Luminal to get that extra damage. But you know, Sebi find that angle, using that ultimate, and then just following up on the exclusive pull, was just able to deal so much damage and burst Luminal down. And once, like I said, once the Shoichi goes down, there's no damage on the side of Team Rump Rebels there. Even with the Mai on that blood weapon, it's just not enough to kill, these train tanks.
Yeah, it does make me wonder if the Mai is going to be an option for Team Always into next game. I think with a lobby like this, more so than exclusive, the shield from Estelle's Helitech stat might be a little bit more valuable. We saw it last week during Knockout Stage 1 and 2. They were using the Estelle for the most part, so I guess it's more of a testing phase for game number 1. I mean, they did pretty good. It doesn't matter, really.
I am more surprised they didn't play the Estelle, because I think they did better on the Estelle last week. So, and then they only played the Mai once the Estelle got banned, but Estelle was completely on the table. Maybe they had better success with Mai during scrims.
Could be the case.
Which is probably why they ended up swapping over to the Mai. But I think the Estelle is probably going to be better in this team comp, just because there's a lot of targeting and a lot of these melee comps that can focus on one target, but having that Estelle ult, having that extra health bar is quite good. But I guess the exclusive is also good if used correctly in for a team, maybe like Slasher, who can jump into the backline and just pull Shoichi away, and then the Shoichi can go in and combo. It just depends, right, on the situation. So I think either is fine. Looks like they decide to go with the Mai for game number 1. Maybe they might swap to Estelle for game 2 here.
Yeah.
But we do have the leaderboards for you guys. Will be Rum Rebels in first place with 26.
Yeah, nothing too surprising. It's just a result of what we saw in the last game. The thing that is surprising to me, though, Gwangju Slasher actually is sitting in second place with 14. They're going to be above Always Incheon. Quite proactive of a game that they had. Anonymous on the Arda, constantly throwing the Piolo as well as the Fiora in, and they actually landed a lot of the skills in this game. One of the biggest issues that Gwangju Slasher has is because you're running 2 characters that are constantly having to land these skill shots. If they miss one, the fight's over. Right, for the most part, you're already in there because of the Arda. Your mobility skills are very limited as the Piolo and the Fiora, unless you get some stuff charged up and ready to go, which is going to be difficult if you're already in there.
Usually what happens is like the Fiora will charge their R3, or the Piolo will have something charged, and then they'll just send it on the Arda engage. They are the pioneers for this Arda comp, by the way. Like, you
Anonymous.
you see how good and how well they utilize the Arda Nimrod's Gate in, because it just goes in an instant, and sometimes they also just like Anonymous just puts the gate down and nothing gets sent in. They bait out some skills. They just bait it out, make sure no one's really in any danger, and then once they find an angle, they just instantly send it in and they get that backline pick.
One of the most versatile uses of the Arda, really. You can use the Nimrod's Gate as a poke, you can use it as the engage tool, and we've seen several incredible Dyson Cube combos from Anonymous. He's basically utilizing Artist Kit to the most maximum. As long as you have Anonymous, the initiation is going to be there, the poke damage is going to be there. It really just comes down to the rest of the 2 members. And it's not of their own faults if some of these fights go wrong. You're going to miss skill shots every now and then, but game number 1 was a perfect example of what happens if the follow-through damage from both the Piolo and the Fiora is there. I really do want to see it one more time. I'm hoping that Team Gwangju Slasher can pull off something like that again, and it seems like they might be able to. Let's take a look at what their team comp looks like. It is
I'm pretty sure they're just gonna stick with that team comp, because this is their team comp. This is the team comp that won them the first phase as well, right? So it's just nice to see they're just able to just utilize this comp so well, right? Just the Fiora. I think X-Boy is a great Fiora player. He always hits those nice. You really have to only land the R3. If you land the R3, it's like a lot of damage. You just dump all your abilities. You dump your Q, you dump your W in, and you can basically one-shot a backline. And then Nizuka as well on the Piolo, just able to find really nice knockups, able to do so much damage, and navigate through these team fights really, really well.
And with how you're playing both the Piolo sitting on the Totem and the Fiora also sitting on Two-Handed Sword, you're buying enough time for the Arda to walk up and start supporting with additional skills, right? Because by the time you're starting to fight with this composition, you already have low enough cooldowns on the Arda that you can rotate it multiple times throughout a fight. And with how much time that team composition can buy too, Art is going to get a lot of use. So we'll see if it's going to work out in game number 2. With the Laura gone, we are definitely seeing some change-ups coming around. Dankun sitting on an Emma this time around. They will keep a very similar composition, but swapping out the Laura for the Emma. And I think the Razi is also new for this composition as well.
They were on the Razi before.
Okay. Then that's fine.
It's just so they just swapped like the Laura dive character for another dive character. Obviously, Emma is slightly different. It has that poke option and is more all in, I would say, than Laura, because Laura, you know, can slowly start to pull back with, with her skills, with her dashes. But you know, Emma, once she's in there, she's kind of in there. I mean, I guess she could also peel back with her change, you know, and her hat-trick, being able to navigate and jump out of team fights as well. So we'll have to see how they utilize it. Emma is going to be on that blink as well, it looks like. So going to have a lot more mobility for them. I think Sebi ended up swapping to Fiora.
Yes, I saw that.
Which is pretty similar, I would say, in the team comp, where Fiora is also, you know, fairly all in. Sort of fits. Like all these Laura's players sort of swap to the same archetype of character, I'd say, for that dive all-in engage.
Indeed. The thing about the Fiora, though, is all we've been talking about just recently. Sebi has shown this pick in the past, so it's not something that's all too new to us or anything of the sort. Nemery got it. Yeah, OUB picks it up. Nemery auto attack speed a little bit faster.
He's gonna pay with his life.
We did see Jangy pretty slow on his build during game number 1. Remember how he was still sitting on incomplete build going about
Anonymous?
40
Anonymous.
seconds.
Anonymous was just sticking on a TP. He did not care. Like, if he just threw a Q or W down, I think he would have been able to pick that one up. So definitely a drop kill from JG Slasher there. I think he just wasn't paying attention, so a little unfortunate, but you know, it's no big deal. Only one early game kill. They already had a pretty good game number 1 there. We have a TP in coming in for the side of Team Lameless. Will be Alina, but a nice White Lily going to be able to get the human out, and there's a raid of the Vampire Queen already going to be invested. And it looks like Slasher's going to be on the back foot here. There's the R3 from X-Boy. Are they able to get Bear here? Bear's actually going to jump straight into the hands of Team Always Inchan. Always Inchan already grouped up, and Bear is going to be the one to fall there. So Always Inchan going to be able to pick up 2 kills.
Centipede knew exactly what the plan for Sebi was. He just pre-planned that spring trap and brought the Fiora right back in. Inori also stuck in the middle of nowhere now, left by their lonesome, will get taken down most likely by Team Always Inchan. There is no Ruthless to support this. No, Inori is up for now, and that's a great duck dive.
Nice turn.
Down goes Luminous. Centipede and Chenyang should not get taken down. What a great turn. Inori actually buying enough time for the rest of their team to walk on in. Pang getting jumped on by the members of Team Rump Rebel, but Sebi already proccing the Flash. I don't know if they're going to be able to do too much off of this. There is a great Odyssey coming in. NCMP joining the fray on the backside. There is the lockdown with the crowd control. Wako just locking everyone down with the Brain of the Vampire Queen 2. Peng and Jangy just stuck in the middle of nowhere, but Sebi's already dead. It's a 2v3 now all of a sudden with the Bianca no ultimate. That means they're going to have to run away as Inori finally gets picked up by Always Inchan. Lowen's going to have to run away from this, and it is a chaotic start to night number 1.
Yeah, great exclusive there from Luminous. Is going to be able to completely eviscerate the Nicki's HP bar. So Nicki will end up going down, and Always Inchan going to pick up another kill. So I think already got 3 kills there. They will be fighting team every time once again. But Luminal does not have the exclusive this time, but it's not going to matter. The damage is too much. Luminal is going to fall down though. There will be a 2v2 between team every time and Team Always Inchan here. Sword. The ultimate is going to go down here, and it will be... Oh, actually... Yeah, it looks like the ultimate was just invested. It will go down now. And Sword is going to be on that bow, so it's not going to do enough damage here. Just going to slowly start poking them down. I think it will be the Mai going to fall very shortly here. Yes, they will go down. So we'll be Always Inchan going to lose 2 members for that Nicki in the early stages of that fight for, you know, Cemetery. And on the other side, Nameless is going to lose a member to team... I think that was Team Bracket Busters there.
People are still getting picked off towards the end of night number 1. And Nori up against the 1v1 against NCMB will get taken down in the hospital, which means Team Cartel should have theoretical control over this meteorite unless this happens. Then Murray pops in, the rest of OUOB is going to start popping in too. There's a slow from Murray. Peacemaker is going to be popped on top of this. We should see the counter Peacemaker coming in. There it is. The entirety of Team Cartel is here, and Jangy has a beautiful setup for that Energy Blast field. Down goes Nemery. Youngjo trying their best to run away, but Pang is the one that's low. OUOB is out. Another situation where going into day number 2, OUOB just has no pressure.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because they're not going to be able to contest for this meteorite here. Just the worst timing, I think. Memory thought he had an angle on NCMP, but unfortunately just got baited in. Did end up using the Peacemaker, and then the counter Peacemaker did end up going down, but just wasn't enough because the Theodore arrived just in time, was able to hit that double spark nade, and the perfect ultimates right down the lane there, was able to hit all 3 members of Team OUOB and basically seal the deal. Looks like Min is going to try getting on out of here, but we do have a collapse here coming in from Nameless. Will they be able to get to the Sua, where they are going to be able to get out of there? There's the damage and the ultimate coming out for the side of Team Rebel 7. We're able to lock them down, and it will be Min falling down here. Looks like Nameless is going to look for it more, as the human actually did end up keeping on in here. I don't think they're going to be able to escape this Emma. Emma should be able to get the polymorph. Maybe a double polymorph might go in, but a lot of damage is going to be exchanged, and they're actually going to be able to kill the Alina. And look at the damage in return. The Rozzy is going to be chunked down to 1 HP from the X of the Earth and the human damage, and now it's going to be the Emma going to be forced to run away. A great turn from the human. Just so much damage. If you're chasing into this human, you know, they just have so much AoE that you just have to run into. You kind of have to respect it here. And oh no, wait a second. The Emma might wipe here. The change was a little too short, and that's it.
Oh my god, chasing into Team Bracket Busters. The entirety of Nameless is going to be wiped out. What a play from Jinawar to set all that up. Asuna just believing in the human. Usually in a case like that, you run away, right? As the Priya, your Sua's already down, your human's getting chased down.
Yeah, so
but no,
much
Asuna
damage.
sticks.
And just so much damage, just EQs from human, like the tornadoes, especially if you're just chasing in, and then yeah, it's just way too much poke damage to be running into, and they get punished for it. It's very nicely played by Team Bracket Busters. Human gonna be you know, showing that he's gonna be a character that could compete in these high lobby games.
Yeah, you really have to keep track of his fields, right? The zones just allow human to be so strong, and if you're not keeping track of that, the Elena just gets thrown out everywhere, right? Even if you're skating around, well, ice skaters are still affected by the wind. I would have you know, they're kind of shaky here and there. Little unfortunate for Team Nameless. We are going to have a potential fight starting inside of Hospital. Lumino will get jumped on, taking down a half HP, but now Pang is just completely isolated away from everybody else. Root does not pop just yet. Is it in?
There we
yeah,
go.
there it is. The damage is coming
God.
down, and there is no lockdown onto the Shoichi. NCMB is just going to instantly blink on out of there. Cenopine is on the chase. Same thing for Chenyang. They are coming, man. No flanger remaining for NCMB. They really want this. They need to punish Team Cartel.
15 seconds.
Still chasing this down. They should have the spring trap in just a moment, trying to chase this through. There's the trumpet. Chenyang. NCMB just barely gets on out. The flanger gonna come up in time to keep this heart alive. So Team Cartel, they did absolutely get punished, looking a little bit too far, keeping a tank right next to a Shoichi by themselves. Yeah, the initiation was fine. Shoichi gets taken down to half HP, but where's the follow-up damage?
Oh, hey, look. NCMP is going to be able to pick up Asuna there, so they're actually going to be able to pick up a kill from Team Bracket Busters, as looks like they just random TP down into Factory, maybe try looking for some extra farm. I think most likely they probably had just, or they were probably just in a really bad zone to get any animals, so they just ended up random TPing. Unfortunately, they're going to pay the price for it, and
that's a great
ultimate going to come down, and look at the damage coming from the side of Team Bracket Busters. Going to chunk down Ping down to half HP. And uh-oh, here's a third party every time. Are they going to find it? It looks like someone's going to jump on over, and a great duck dive coming in from the Leon, but immediately they get punished there, as Team Cartel is going to be on the other side as well. Going to be able to get that response. Sword going to be able to get away maybe, and there's a double snipe. Very nice from the side of Team Cartel, going to be able to pick up 2 kills.
Oh man, you know, even if Jinawar on the human can dash around all over the place, there is a limit to how far he can go. When a duck dive comes in over the wall, when you've already blinked and used your cooldowns, you are not getting out of that one. Well played. Over to the members of Team. Every time now, these capitalize on something, but we'll lose 2 afterwards. That timers are still fine though, as it was night number 2. We are cresting straight into day 3 though. Starting from now, minus 200. Team Matage in the chat, everybody. It's Team Rock Rebels. Yeah, looking to fight it up against Kwangju Slasher. We are going to have another set. Yeah, trying to jump on into the purple box, secured by the Fiora. It is a mithril that is actually really high value for this team.
Yeah, I think they are going to probably slam that over to, looks like it's going to be the Arda that's going to use it. It's probably the $10 Smart. Yes, it is. And they're going to get that extra CDR, so very, very nice for Team Slasher there. We actually might have a fight between Team Bracket Busters and OUOB, but it is going to be two teams that do have a lot of poke and probably not going to want to run into each other, so they're just going to back on out. Looks like a meteor was picked up by team OUOB as well. Will be the Heartbreaker probably going to... I think it was the Heartbreaker that went over to the side of the Heart, so OUOB just slowly scaling up there. They're playing that triple backline comp. They want to get items on. Want to make sure they could burst these teams down when they're going in. There's a lot of dive teams in this game. Great damage coming off from Nimra's Gave is just going to be soaked up by the Priya shields, and looks like Team Slasher, they're opting not to send it in there. They see their Priya comp. It's going to be a little hard to jump on that Priya. But it looks like on the other side, though, Team Bracket Busters, they find the perfect angle to jump right onto Rump Rebels, and I think that's going to be it. Bear's going to go down there. And unfortunately, our lobby leader is going out in 7th place with only 2 kills, so it's going to open up the door for a lot of these teams to come back into the series.
And of all the teams, it's the last place team to do it. Bracket Busters making up for their performance in game number 1 by killing the top team. This is going to start closing the gap between 1st and 8th place, obviously. Bracket Busters is having a very, very good game so far. Jinawar on the Yumin is able to outplay so many times so far that this Yumin is so strong. He is just passively farming weapon mastery at this point. The entire lobby is going to have some trouble. You talked about how a lot of these teams are initiation comps, dive comps. Well, Yumin is really good at dealing with that.
Yeah, Yumin has that self-peel, that pushback, and just a lot of damage on these dive engagers just because he could drop the little zone on them with the tornado. It's just so much damage to kind of go through because, you know, when people are diving in, right, and you just drop the NATO on them, they usually don't have another ability or any more movement to really get out of the NATO, and it's just going to do so much damage to them. We have Team Every Time, though, going to be contesting Team Bracket Busters for this Omega. They do have the poke or Amp Nadine here, so maybe they get a lot of poke down. Nice bullseye. Gonna get the Priya down to half HP.
Charging up.
Don't know if they want to look for anything more here. Here's an engage coming out from the Nikki, and Echo's Alert is going to be already invested. It's already going to be used here. There's the ultimate going to come down on the Human, and great combo there. Great follow-up from the Leon, and that's going to be it. The Human is going to go down, and very nicely played from Team Every Time. Able to lock or combo their CC, but a third party, wait a second. Exploit here is by himself. Well, his team is nowhere to be seen. Oh, looks like they're on the left side there. And Nori's gonna fall as well. That's so unfortunate for Team Every Time. Just the worst third party imaginable. And it looks like Team Bracket Busters is gonna come back though for the Omega, and it's gonna be Min getting knocked up by the Eva and completely eviscerated by the Eva Laser, and a couple of hard autos here and there, and they're gonna go down as well. It's gonna be Team OUOB. Nowhere to be seen at the start of the fight, just gonna come around for third party and gonna be able to get that Omega for themselves.
4 teams inside a school contesting for the Omega. It was a good call, I think, for Bracket Busters to try turning it back in, because you might as well take the chance, right? If there's another team and you already saw that happening thanks to all the pings inside of the zone, well, maybe you can get yourself a third party, but no, it was a 4th party. Team Bracket Busters didn't expect it, and OUOB inside a school is prime time for an Eva to start spitting out lasers. No one's getting over anywhere, right? It's straight quarters every single location you walk around. Such an easy spot for the Eva to pump out the damage, and she did indeed. Sua gets absolutely ripped to shreds. Bracket Busters has to back away once again. Every time gets ripped to shreds, they have to back away. OUOB just sitting in prime time as they just called in a blood sample too. Look at the credits on the Eva.
Yeah, it's gonna be the
Heartbreaker
Eva
or Chaser.
It looks like it's the Chaser.
Wow.
Oh wait.
Nope.
Oh no,
Here
it
it
is. Oh no, wait. Is this the? Oh yeah. No. It is
We're looking
the
at
right.
a different one, right? No,
Yeah,
no,
looking at a
this
different
is-
Eva. So it is. Yeah. So it should be the Chaser. I think
Okay, this is
Memory has the. Yeah. Okay, Memory has just the Heartbreaker. I think it was the Chaser, built for the Eva.
Yep. Yeah.
But it's just so unfortunate for Every Time. Every time, you know, they played that fight so well. They got the pick onto. I think it was the
Tower on the Human.
On the Human, yeah, the Nikki ult into the Duck Dive knockup. He's able to combo their CC so well. Human's a lot of Bracket Busters damage. Once the Human goes down like that, it's a little hard for Team Bracket Busters to, you know, kind of respond there. So very nicely played by Every Time. Unfortunately, third party, which is there at the perfect time. JG Slasher, I think they split TP'd into school, and then Fiora had the wraparound angle, and this was able to find. I think it was the Leon there, so a little unfortunate for Every Time, but you know, it happens.
Indeed. We're at night number 4 up, well, I should say about to turn into night number 4. Wickeline will be spawning inside of Fire Station. It is a mess. Look at the mini-map right now. Every team in the game is just inside the screen.
Slasher knows there's a little too many teams here. They just want to get out of here.
I like
Make sure
this
they don't
plan.
get third-partied. I do like this from Slasher as well. If there's too many teams in Wickeline, you don't want to be there as well. You don't want to coin flip it. Oh my god, it looks like another team's pulling up as well. It's going to be Team Cartel. But look at the items on Team Cartel. Will be the Heart having that Heartbreaker or having that Blood Guitar. So they're going to be really strong.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much the end-all be-all. Whichever team starts taking advantages at this point in the game with how clustered these teams
look at the
are.
taunts! And Expo
Needs to get out. He pops the flash, getting the bonus movement speed from Amp Drone. Luckily, Expo is able to get out. But this is Eleni. This is Xenophine. Blink away from the Arta too. Xenophine is just keeping their distance. That Dyson Cube combo should, I think, dispel all the initiation. Chenyang still wants this. There's a pin already set up on the Arta. He's just gonna die. Oh my god. Shoichi still continuing the fight too. I see Piolo's HP. It is gonna stop dropping. That is backed away from Team Always Incheon. But man, oh man, the amount of dedication that team has to try getting some of these kills is insane. Dizika trying to get himself out too. The figure 8 will keep him alive, at least for the time being. Inori looking for more chase. Timer not in favor of Dizika either. Expo also trying to get himself out. This is just a terrible spot for Gwangju Slashers.
Yeah, I really like that from Always Incheon. The Mai just recognizing the Art already used their, you know, their ultimates, right? They popped the double dice down to zone them out. So the Mai just jumps over it, jumps over the wall with the camera, and they know the Arta cannot get away anymore because they don't have that ultimate to use and Emerald's Gate to get his team away. So just able to jump on in and they were able to, you know, finish them off. So very nicely played by Team Always Incheon to recognize that. We do have Team Bracket Busters actually using the VLS system here. Did end up probably seeing a lot of teams in Pond and then ended up taking a quick U-turn, getting out of there because they don't want to, you know, deal with any of that. They're gonna, I think they're gonna take the jump pad again.
Luckily, they were able to find that one small opening. Wait for the Hyperloop instead. Yeah, you're not gonna have enough time to proc the VLS. Min is going to take a huge gamble on this. Where are you going to go? It is going to be Factory, and the zone is completely open.
I think it, yeah, it looks like it did reopen because there's a meteor up. So I think Factory did end up reopening, and as a nice safe TP for Team Bracket Busters. So get them on out of there. Umu gonna get a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the laser does end up missing with, or half the laser does end up missing. So not gonna be able to get anyone, but all damage going over to the side of team every time there. You can see their items are actually not well off here for the final zone, so just gonna have to probably look for a third-party angle.
Whereas Team OUOB, they're confident. You can see that this team is walking up. Nemery has no fears in the world, man. This guy's just walking up to everything. He's checking bushes. He's throwing out auto attacks. He's throwing out the Q. Oh my god, this is gonna explode in any second now. One of these teams are gonna start sending it, and we're gonna see it now. Nizika getting jumped on early. The Nimrod's gate. Oh, it's not there just yet. Piolo stays alive. He stays alive. He's good to go. The fight inside a pond is going to start though, as OUOB is just gonna rip every time to shred. Their wallets are just too big for the side of every time they would start making up for it. Credit count's not good, and it's also day number 5. It's just not gonna happen for Team Every Time.
Yeah, looks like the Heart went in and was forced to use her ultimate because I think Slasher tried to get the turn when the Heart overextended, but a great response. No, here's the third party. It's gonna be Cartel, just gonna be able to pick up everything. Gonna be able to get one member of each Bracket Busters and Slasher, and that's gonna be it. Team Bracket Busters is gonna lose their Sua as well. It's gonna be Asuna just gonna sit in the corner here, but they're gonna get seen by that camera. Great check from Team Always Incheon from Xenophine there, and that will be Team Bracket Busters unfortunately going down in 6th place with only 1 kill for himself. A great buffer there from Lowen, gonna be able to get them out, but I don't think this Leon has anywhere to go. Only 4 seconds left. Probably gonna jump in over. Maybe going to kill over to Slasher here. Instead is the the Leon is unseen there. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, they do end up seeing
Lowen screwed, man.
Leon
There's a white
there.
lily. He took it earlier.
Yeah, it's already used. Oh, there's Duck Dive. Oh, wait, the ultimate actually is going to be able to get him on out of there because it did end up tagging the Mai, and the Mai did end up face planting into the wall, so it actually ended up slowing the Mai just enough there to get them out, but It's going to be so rough. You're the only solo in this game. It's going to be really hard to get any more placements for your team, especially when only sitting on 4 seconds of timer.
But he is alive. He is alive. It does open up windows of opportunity. Nemori's about to jump the pad, though. Look at this Leon's positioning. He is in hell. He goes down, there's a team. He goes up, there's a team. It's a thin quarter. You can't run anywhere.
4 seconds
Somehow
left.
he gets a window to try getting inside the bush. Not going to happen, of course, because there is a camera placed
maybe in the
around.
corner on the very right, but there is going to be the...
there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, he's going to send it. Oh, wait! Oh, my.
It could have been an
Force
easy
exclusive,
moment.
though. Force exclusive for the side of Team Cartel. That could be big. OEOB can maybe use that opportunity to maybe look for stuff. Actually, it looks like Team Cartel's just going to walk in. Always in Chun. Oh, my God. He just is going to rip Team Slasher to shreds. Just able to just navigate around the fight so well. Not get locked down. Not going to be able to get any extra damage there. So Team Cartel, they use the ultimate in. Luminal doesn't have the Ruthless up just yet. They did end up just using that, but it will be back up in 3 to 4 seconds here. The cooldown from the thirst kills refund is going to be enough. They're going to have it already for this team fight here. Here's Engage. You're going to look for the backliners. A great whip skill. Going to hit both the backline members here. Ruthless is going to be invested. Not going to hit anyone. And is going to be... The mine just instantly falling on the top side. And Luminal's going to die as well. So that's going to be it. Team Cartel going to be the one to come out on top. Yeah, a little uncoordinated in their dive there. I think Maya was forward. That gets immediately bursted down. And Cartel are going to be the one to come out on top.
I saw the angle, but I think Luminal couldn't dash because when he popped his Ruthless, it looked like it was in a really awkward spot, right? Yeah. He was trying to get a dash on somebody who turned the corner, and sometimes you usually buffer the Ruthless as soon as you press the W.
What happened. I see. Yeah. So it was just a really So Luminal just wasn't able to get on top, and then the Ruthless was already invested, and then they
disappeared into the fog of vision, man. It's over.
That's why you need the recons in the camps. You gotta make sure you have them down, especially nighttime as well. During nighttime, your vision is so low, so if you don't cons to see, your opponent, you don't have the cameras, and they just walk away, they're just gonna disappear, and you're just gonna have no option to use your targeted abilities or just auto attack them if you're playing an ADC.
Yeah, all you can do there is sit and cry. Team Cartel, they're gonna send it. Here is the energy blast field back away from OEOB. The taunt is there too, but the Peacemaker comes out at the perfect time. Umu's still on the backside. And he strays. The damage is there, and there goes one. There goes two. The damage and the range from Umu is a little bit too good. The shield. The auto attack goes through the shield. How did that even happen? Team Cartel with 16 will take game number 2. Our 7th place team will take first place. The gap's gonna close, Super.
Yeah, it was so well played from Team Cartel to begin with. A great double taunt into just a spark nade, and then the Dio damage is just so much. But then a great response from Team OUOB, but just wasn't enough. I've seen Uma windows, unfortunately, just a little short this time around. Zhang Yi just playing really well, able to basically angle his body around the wall so he gets that extra damage to hit that Eva through that wall, getting the extra auto attack damage, and that's gonna be enough. Gonna be able to secure his team the win there. So very nicely played from Team Cartel. Gonna win with, I think that was, he said 17 kills, right? So quite the 16 kills. So quite the game for Team Cartel there, as Team Cartel did end up going down, I think, in like 7 or 8 plays and only 1 kill last game. So it is definitely going to change up the leaderboard quite a bit.
Yeah, this is now creating a really weird situation in the lobby, because you also have to remember that our 8th place team, Bracket Busters, also actually had a pretty hefty game this time around. The score sheet is going to be a lot closer than it was in game number 1, because outside of Bracket Busters and Team Cartel, everybody else was already sitting on like 10 plus, right? And now we have our 2 7th and 8th place teams getting a good influx of points in game number 2. Now the score sheet is way close. Even for Team Rump Rebels, it's not a free lobby anymore because of their performance in this game itself.
Yeah.
It creates a whole different perspective of how the rest of the games in the series is going to go. Very excited to see games 3 and 4, of course, once we come back from a break after we take the score sheet.
That's true. Team Rebels, they went down in 7 plays with only 2 kills, so they only got 2 points that game. I think the only team that's had a pretty consistent performance so far is Team Always in Chun.
Yep.
They did only go down in 3rd place there, but they had about 12 plus kills, so they're always able to score at least maybe 10 plus points every game. So it's looking pretty good for Team Always Incheon to qualify here. But yeah, like you said, they can't have another one of those 8 places. If they have another one of those 8 places, it's going to be really bad going into game number 3.
Yeah, if they are able to get first place today as well, we are going to keep that streak. If we take a look at this specific graphic, where Always Incheon is just going to have that highlighted color just all the way across,
All the way
right?
down. That would be quite that'd be really cool if they did come up with that, because yeah, I mean, Always Incheon definitely a team to look out for. Definitely think they can make it all the way to the finals, because they are a sponsor team. Shoichi, I think, in a pretty good spot right now, and Luminal. Like, Luminal's just built different.
Yeah, his performance today, his performance last week during the group stages, also looking good. Almost makes you think what happened during the group stages, right? It almost feels like those games were an outlier. We'll, of course, see what ends up happening with their little miracle run arc that they're going to set up for themselves, taking the mantle and the baton from Rump Rebels in phase number 1. Always Incheon, though, they've played in tournaments before a long time together with these players. They're super comfortable with what they're doing. It just all comes down to, can they execute? So far, it does seem like they're going to be able to do so, but obviously, as we go further and further still into the knockout stages, that could always change.
Yeah. I mean, Rump Rebels is in this knockout stage. They did end up making it out of knockout stage 2, so maybe they could give Always Incheon a run for their money. Maybe this time they're able to make it all the way through the finals, because they were, I think, 1 stage too short last time. So who knows, right? Who knows? I do really like the graphic where it shows all the teams and the lit up path they basically took from where they were from the lower stages of the knockout stage.
It's so clean.
Maybe we'll see it going all the way down this time.
Indeed. Super. We still have to take a look at the score sheet before we go on our break, of course. So let's take a look at that and see how the scores are going to look like. It'll be close, as I said, but let's see what the numbers are going to look like physically. 29 in first place for Team Always Incheon. Bracket Buster is still at 8. Doesn't seem like the amount of points that they were able to get from kills alone is going to at least net them above that double-digit line, but it definitely has closed for the distance between first and 8th. 21 only. That is definitely make-upable in 2 games.
And you could see how close it is between our first 5 teams. Always Incheon, Rump Rebels, Cartel, OUOB, Slasher. Only a 6-point difference between these teams. Even Nameless is only going to be a 10-point difference between their spot for 4th place. So any team is still in contention here. They just have to make sure they play consistent game number 3 and 4.
Indeed. 16 kills for both OUOB and Gwangju Slasher. These 2 teams, completely different sides of what you're looking for. One is a backline composition that tries to nullify and shut down any initiations. Gwangju Slasher is a team that dives, but they both have the same amount of field kills. This lobby is going everywhere. You're going to be able to see initiations. You're going to be able to see successful disengages. You're going to be able to see successful nullification of initiations. You're going to be able to see successful initiations. Everything is on the table for this, and that's why I said earlier, execution is the name of the game. If you aren't able to execute your actual team composition's main purpose, you're going to struggle a lot, and we'll see how that turns out in games 3 and 4.
But we will have the lower back, so the main team comps are going to be back for a lot of these teams. But Shuvi, I think with that, it is an even number game, so you know what that means.
Yes, sir. Make sure all of you guys go grab your snacks, go get some drinks. Please do hydrate yourselves and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the next 2 games and the last 2 for knockout stage number 3.
Take care, take care.
어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠? 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠? 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠? 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 어? 걱정하지 마, 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스트! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 아! 맛있겠지? 한 입 줄까? 무슨 꿈꾸냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 계신가요? 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슝! 내 이름으로 달아둬. 슝! 숙녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 자! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자. 안녕!
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임 캐스터 천시아입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 백과사전이 유스티나로 돌아왔습니다. 석궁을 사용하는 실험체 유스티나는 이동하면서 스킬을 사용할 수 있기 때문에 기동성이 상당히 뛰어난 실험체입니다. 유스티나는 꾸준한 거리 조절과 게이지 컨트롤을 통한 스킬 활용이 굉장히 중요한 실험체입니다. 먼저 유스티나의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유스티나의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 연속 포격, 그리고 선멸 포격, W 스킬 집중 포격, E 스킬 부스트 대쉬, 궁극기 아스트라 버스트, 그리고 패시브 스킬인 아스트라 에너지로 구성되어
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase number 2. We are just coming back from the break after Games 1 and 2 of Knockout Stage number 3. I got all the words correct. It's a miracle. We're going to go straight into Games number 3 and 4 in just a moment here. Very excited about what it's going to look like because for those of you guys who were here for the first 2 games, it's a very close series compared to what we normally see in the knockout stages. So Super, let's take a look at actually what happens in the next couple. I think it's going to start determining some cool things for game number 3.
Yeah, usually there's always 1 or 2 teams that slowly start to run away with the series, but in this series, you know, our first place team with 18 kills, they went out 8 in in the 7th or 8th place in the second game. So now we're gonna have a really close series on our hands. Really up to make it in. Will we see the Lauras being picked up by the teams? Laura's back on the table? No, it's only gonna be Sebi gonna be on the Laura. And Laura is unbanned. Maybe these other teams try to just get the Laura banned, just you know, to try to deny Sebi for playing it, and now they're just gonna go back to playing the comfort picks here. So it will be the Heart is gonna be banned for game number 4 here, as we do have Memory, NCMP, and it's going to be Sword going to be on the Heart for Team Every Time. We're going to have that Kiara going to be locked in for offense.
This throws a huge wrench on the side of Team OUOB. This has actually happened before in the season that we saw them having a mainstay in ERM. They got their Heart banned, and you know what the result of that was? They struggled really hard. Game 3 has to be the one where OUOB secures a lot of points. Otherwise, I don't really know if the prospects for them in Game 4 is going to look that great.
I don't know what we saw Memory on when Heart got banned, but well, it wasn't that pretty the last time we saw him. But maybe he's practiced other characters. Yeah, maybe he's practiced other characters just because you know, you have to expect your character getting banned. You got to play at least 2 characters, especially, you know, in a big stage like Eternal Return Masters. People are just gonna be playing your characters sometimes just to get a banned, or when your character is gonna be in that meta, in that spotlight, you gotta make sure you have another character under your belt just for situations like these.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 2 more games left in knockout stage number 3. This is going to be the first of those 2. Whichever team, quite honestly, does extremely well here are going to have such a solid foundation going into game number 4 to make it out of the knockout stages, even if you're sitting towards maybe even in the bottom side too, right? Even bracket busters have a solid chance as long as they get a good game here. If they don't, it's going to look really rough. A lot of the points are top heavy sided, so we will see what ends up happening. Everybody just slowly but surely looting around. We saw a ton of picks in games 1 and 2. I'm wondering if that's going to become the norm for the rest of this series. Game number 3, we shall see. Cemetery, very highly populated, right? Earlier on in the game. Not too many as of right now, but we're already seeing somebody get jumped on. Nizuka gonna pop the totem. I don't know if that's the right call.
Yeah, that's a very long cooldown. Gonna be 90 seconds on that totem. Gonna be going to the side of Nizuka there, and I think they just didn't expect all 3 members of Team Nameless to be there because XY was right there to follow up. But yeah, the Emma popped out around the corner. Unfortunately, yeah, will be the totem going to be invested for Slasher. And it will go down as well. A great ultimate from Peng. Going to be able to dodge out on a lot of damage. We're just going to be there to follow up. And a great catwalk. Will they be able to get away? No, it's going to be Blink going to be invested for the Heart's going to just chunk them down there. And on the other side, it's going to be Team Bracket Buster is going to get the Mai from Always in Chun there. Going to fall. Actually, what is the Mai from Cartel there? Is on the other side, Team Every Time. Going to be taking the fight into Team Always in Chun. Luminol getting a lot of damage and completely kills both sword and offense there from Team Every Time. Oh my god, the just was barely able to get the Ruthless out in time and just completely just able to get so many just dashes through both of them and just completely like just blows both of them up.
It's the same situation we saw in Knockout Stage 2 Game 4, Super. inside a pond.
Yeah,
It's the
we saw.
exact
Yeah, I
same
remember, I
team.
remember.
The same comp, man. The Leon, Kiara, and the Heart. It's the oh my god, it's the exact same thing over and over again. As soon as I saw those two clump up, I was like, dude, it's over, man. I've seen these games before.
Yeah, once you clump up into that Shoichi, if the Shoichi has a nice rootless angle, like he's just gonna dash over and over through your team. He's gonna completely eviscerate and just get so much AoE damage. So very nicely played by Luminal, able to find an angle, able to use his combo to its utmost limit there. And we do have a third party coming in from Poison Chun, as it looks like Team Nameless is right in the middle. It's gonna be Team Slasher's gonna jump onto the two members of Team. Oh no, Nameless. Are they gonna go down here? Emma's gonna be forced. Emma's gonna be the last one left. Does end up using the change. Anonymous probably gonna go for the chase here. Maybe gonna try wiping Nameless. It will be 11 though. Still level 7 is gonna be able to get the res barely in time. Yes, but Emma is gonna be able to escape as well.
And she even takes the cube, man. Icing on the cake. She's able to take away the red cube away, which means all of her skills for the time being are gonna do some bonus damage. But I think if you die, yeah, there goes the cube. Dankong, I saw what you were doing, but Low One is there to completely deny it. An extra kill going into the hands of team every time, and as I said, extra, it's their first kill of the game.
Well, she got all the chickens there, so actually not too bad. Got some farm, got some credits for her team. They don't lose in the cube, but no big deal. But oh no, Sword is gonna get caught by team. Yeah, Sword gonna get caught by Team Bracket Busters here. Just gonna have to jump on out of there. I think Lowen just gonna get away. And Team OUOB gonna look for a fight between Team Rump Rebels here. A lot of poke damage. Gonna go to the side of actually both teams here. Oh, Nemery actually gonna greed the rest, but actually Walker's gonna be the one that is gonna take the full brunt of the damage there. There's the
This is not good.
Coffin gonna block a lot of damage. You don't have any CC to kill the Bianca, and Bear's just gonna go straight onto the heart, and I think that's gonna be it. Team OUOB is gonna go down in 8th place.
Why? You're splitting, trying to kill the Bianca who's in Coffin when there's a sewer right in front of you. That is not the right call, OUOB. They have no escape. That's not a team you can run away from.
Yeah, they just got baited in. They just saw the Bloodlust. They just had Bloodlust to kill that Bianca. This tunnel vision a little too hard for them. Bianca, all the Bianca needs to do is press stats, Coffin button, and your Eva and your Hearts. They don't have any CC to break the Bianca out of the Coffin, so there's no more damage going to be able to secure them down there. And oh my god, the AoE damage from Bear and from Sebi is just way too much, and Rump Rebel is going to be able to just completely obliterate team every time there.
Where the hell did the offense go, man? I think you were supposed to be tanky, especially post totem, but it's just not meant to be. And once again, I want to touch back on OUOB because I talked about this before we started this game. Game 3 had to be the one where they got good results, but with this 2 kills, 8th place.
Yeah.
They are sitting on what? Is that 25? That is nowhere close what they're going to need to have after game number 3, because you know so well that the rest of the top 5 is going to start getting points. They're going to start ramping up in any moment now. OUOB, they have lost their hearts for game number 4. Now it all just comes down to what the substitution is, and do they even have that practice? Right? It's not a bad you see too often.
I think they do. I think Heart's pretty strong right now, so they probably should have practice at least. Like Heart probably, or they definitely should expect a Heart ban for this patch. But we'll have to see going into game number 4 what they are gonna be cooking up. I don't know if they're gonna like still continue on the triple backline because the Heart's gonna be gone.
No,
Heart is pretty pivotal character for that team comp, but I mean, Priya still being there is also maybe good enough just to deny dies, but yeah, the Hearts, that Peacemaker is really, really big to keep your backliners alive.
Yeah, I think the only one that can do even remotely close to what Heart does is like Arda, because you can use the Dyson and Cube combo to at least zone people away, but it doesn't keep your teammates alive, and that's what the Peacemaker has been so good at doing, neutralizing the fight. Even if it was kind of going in a bad direction, Dyson Cube can't do that for you, right? It just keeps people locked down in place, and yeah, the Eva might be able to do damage, but we've seen you need more than that with this team composition. If people are already on top of you, you need to stay alive. You can't just keep them locked in place. You need to live, and you don't have that utility anymore. So we will see what happens to OUOB.
And I mean, Arda does have the Q, but yeah, I don't think Arda would really work either, just because they don't really have enough single target damage, or just all be just AoE damage. And you know, if they just run into a tank, they're just not gonna have enough damage to basically kill. So yeah, it might not be anyone that fits the role there. There's the engage coming in from the 11, but the turn there, yeah, the Emma just jumped on it and just completely got targeted down. So very nicely played from every time they're merely punishing the misposition from the Emma. And they're just going to be able to pick that one up. Going to be able to get the Alpha as well. So a great pickup for T every time. They're going to be able to get the Bears here. Maybe rotate into Temple 2 for that Mutant pack. So they're going to be sitting in a pretty comfortable spots for game number 3.
The first time Team Evertime is going to be extremely comfortable with their position going into day number 3. I think this might honestly be the first time I've ever seen this team being in this kind of situation. Even during knockout stage number 2 was a little bit awkward, as we will see a fight. Gwangju Slasher, only 2 standing online. Will get caught down. Arda, yeah, absolutely nowhere to be seen on the minimap around them. He is inside a factory,
there he is.
so somewhere else is the
there he is.
very
It looks
simplified answer.
Yeah, I guess Team Slasher just gonna be trying to split farm. Maybe they just thought Beach was free, and then I think Team Rump Rebels did end up just walking in, so catching both the melees off guard. And yeah, looks like Team Slasher are gonna lose 2 members, but not gonna be that big of a deal. Still night 2, so no minus 200s just yet for any of these teams. Looks like they're gonna be dropping down, maybe respawning on top of the Arda here to contest for this box and this tree coming up in Pond and in Hotel.
This is a little bit awkward though. I know, of course, for Team Gwangju Slasher, they're not going to have a single clue because they don't have as much information as we do as spectators.
No. They should have the respawn.
Oh, no. There's something else that I was more insinuating, is that usually during night 2, especially when you have about 50 seconds left, a lot of the animals are already picked up. But we saw a lot of teams actually picking up. Yeah, there was so many animals left, so that's a big thing Gwangju Slashers missed out on, which is... Obviously, again, they're probably not going to know because usually with this pacing, they're not going to have... What is this? What is it here? I mean, he's dead.
They're completely split away, yeah. And then they could just send the Arda's gate in, and they're just going to completely just kill the... So here, that's going to be a minus 200 for Nameless. Yeah, that is...
I mean, Emma's the one with change, man. You gotta follow the Zahir, not the Emma.
I mean, I don't think the 11 didn't just jump in. Shouldn't have jumped in either. I think just... all 3 of them together they just weren't on the same page there.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they pay the price for it. Blink away from the Emma. I think the Emma should be able to get away. Going to be able to use that change to get out of there. But yeah, big misplay for a Team Nameless. Just completely split up, and Zahir is completely isolated, and that's going to be it. Slasher is the perfect team, or the team comp, to immediately punish you for those mistakes. So
Indeed.
you cannot be making those mistakes into a team like Team Slasher.
Yep, the easiest kill I think Apilo could pick up is Zahir, because his W picks up so many of those AoE skills that Zahir tries to rely upon. It's just not even a fair contest after a certain point.
And it's just the gate in as well. Like the gate in is just way too much mobility, and there is the pre-ult. They're gonna get a lot of damage. They're gonna focus it's not gonna be enough. They tried focusing down the Mai, and they're just gonna fall. And looks like the human's gonna get away, because I think they did see some pings, and they know there's a third-party angle here, and gonna use the VLS system to get out.
Good stuff. Third party is gonna lock down a member of Team Cartel. There goes staying it down on the ground. I think the Mai was also secured. The third party timing was just really bad for NCMB. Now he's left alive by his lonesome. Luckily for Team Nameless, same thing. It's just the 11. He is not interested in taking a fight. A lot of rats remaining all of a sudden out of nowhere at the start of day 3.
Yeah. Great recognition for Team Cartel to know there's another team and to walk away from third party, but unfortunately just not early enough. So it will be the one to fall there. So many people just clumped up here in Hotel and Factory. What's going on? Oh, there's the Omega spawn here.
I mean, most of these teams are going to be...
Oh wait, we have a self-res going here as well. The Emma is just self-resing in the corner. Every time, gonna get some poke down. Looks like offense gonna be chunked down. Gonna get hit by that bookmark. Good dodges out from every time. Gonna make sure they don't get hit by that bookmark.
The minimap though.
Or that Odyssey. Yeah, I think Team Slasher, they're gonna come down for third party here. Does every time start this? Oh my god, I don't think they do. It's gonna be Team Rump Rebels gonna force them out. It looks like Team Rebels, they know there's another team. They have a ward down there. They're gonna make sure they jump on out. They don't want anything to do with this third party. So they're just gonna sit in that corner there. And they're gonna wait their time. They wanna be the ones to be third partying, right? So gotta make sure you're not in the middle. You gotta make sure you're just biding your time. Maybe gonna bait it out to let these teams team fight. And Team Every Time, they recognize that both these teams, they don't want to get 3-peat, and they know they're both backing away, so they're just going to claim the Omega straight for themselves.
This is such good patience from Team Every Time, and you know what's even more crazy? I was going to say that they had vision control. They didn't even have CCTV in there. Did you see the Piolo picking it up as soon as the... not the Piolo, sorry, the Leon picking it up as soon as they killed the Omega? They did that with no info. Absolutely mind-boggling. I really like the risks they are taking, because if you take a look at where they are on the score sheet, they need to be taking these risks, especially with the condition that they were in a comfortable spot going into day 3 was. They need to push this lead, absolutely, and I love what they are doing right now. It's just, I'd rather them do it with more info, but it's at least paying off.
Yeah, I think Team Every Time did just see both teams backing away, so they do have like an idea. And here's the full combo. I'm gonna hit on the free. That goes the third. Doesn't come down in time for the damage reduction, and a great tornado to completely deny the sewer from going in. Very nicely played by Zahir. And I think that's gonna be it. I don't think this human can get this 1v3 off. He does have the Vampiric fully stacked, but it's not gonna be enough. And it will be Team Bracket Busters going down in 7th place. Unfortunately, not a good game for them. 6 points, but it's not going to be enough. They're down in 8th place with only 8 points there. So it's going to get them a couple more placement points, but they need something more than that. Very nicely played by Team Lameless. Is here just able to completely shut down any engages and any engage attempts, and great follow-up from the Zahir on that 11 taunt.
This is a much more standard composition variant of what I think Gyeongnam Sparkles does, because you actually have a bona fide frontline. All she has to do is just jump in and get the instant tap on the food for thought, right? Let's take a look at what ends up happening. As offense is gonna pop the play pretty early, but he gets access onto the back. Dangkong's gonna get ripped to shreds.
Wait, the air? Oh my god.
As the here, yeah, is just constantly pumping damage, but it's already too late, right? The Peacemaker's gonna be popped. That's enough time already stalled. No timer left on Team Nameless either. They had to walk through the entirety of
they didn't even make
Research
it through.
Center.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
Makotia, even if you walk up, there's a Leon waiting for you. Or is there?
Oh,
There's
no,
another
no,
team.
no.
It's tragedy. Absolutely ripped into oblivion. Team Lameless is just not even going to stand a chance. They're going to get 5 kills, go out in 6th place. What a tragedy.
That's so unfortunate. Team Slasher just chilling in there. They're just waiting, letting their food walk into them, and the double dice comes down. Yeah, Nameless, unfortunately, not going to be able to get anything done there. But yeah, the 11, I think, jumped in, just wasn't able to connect any taunts, and a great turn there for Team Every Time, able to get that Emma. Don't know if the Emma had their Blink or had to change up, because it looks like they kind of just took all of the CC and were just not able to really do anything in that team fight. So a little unfortunate for Team Nameless. Falling down in, looks like 6th place. They needed some points as well. They're sitting on the bottom 4 side of the leaderboard, sitting only on 13 points. So does open the door for Team OUOB though, because all these other teams that are on the bottom side, they're staying basically at the bottom down there.
Indeed. With the Wicked line picked up thanks to Team Every Time killing the members of Team Nameless inside of Cemetery, they are going to pick themselves up a Nosferatu with a Dawn upgrade onto offense. This Kiara is activated, my friends. Tactical nuke incoming for the remainder of this game. No matter who you are, even if you're a Tang, you are going to get ripped to pieces. So do be careful. Would not be a surprise once again if you see the Inquisitor, right? It's been such a staple on every AMP character nowadays that I think even tanks are just going to get ripped to pieces thanks to the work of most likely the dragon scales that are there. No, it's actually going to be the Tindalos Monarch, but they do have the armor penetration from Nosferatu now. It's pretty good.
Yeah, oh my god, did you see Lumina's items?
Yep. I saw the
He's got the Necronomicon and Blood Weapon, and he's got, oh my god, this Shoichi is going to be doing so much damage. I think in total that's about 20 to 30 pen? No, Necronomicon's only 10% pen. I don't even think it's better than
Scarlet Dagger though. He doesn't upgrade it.
I don't even think it's better than Dragon Scale. I think Dragon Scale does more damage than Necro, and it looks like
you get the healing reduction out of it, I guess.
It is, yeah, but you already I mean, you don't really need the turbo hill cut, I don't think.
Well,
Because I mean, you're one-shotting them anyways, right? Like Shoichi is just completely wiping them off the floor. Like the heal reduction is just cosmetic, I think.
Yeah, we'll see how this fight goes. I like the decision from Always Ancient to back away. They don't win the neutral here, right? The Wick Line buff is just gonna allow team every time to slowly chunk them out. So they are just gonna back away, keep themselves inside a cemetery.
The prominence instead.
Oh, okay.
I actually like that. It makes the Shoichi a little more tanky, and it gives him more cooldown for his rotation. So honestly, I actually do like that, just because Always Ancient is playing that Lenny and that Mai. So it's not as much tankiness as the Estelle, right? The Estelle has the Estelle ult to keep Illumina alive. So just having that extra HP, and then, you know, making sure the Shuichi is able to, you know, get their combos off is really nice. So do think the Prominence, I actually do like the Prominence a little better over the Necronomicon. It's going to be slightly less damage, but Shoichi is already dealing so much damage, sitting on that Scarlet Dagger. Double 4 score, has the Lenny heal factor, Elf Dress as well, so it's just a lot of amp already. I think the Necronomicon is you know, a little overkill.
I am a little bit worried about the DPS upkeep though for the Shoichi with Prominence. Usually Shoichis don't even bother going for 35% CDR. So is that extra 5% gonna kind of keep your DPS timer low, right? Like, you have all the cooldown in the world, but because now you need to do your combos faster in order to actually make use of the additional CDR, is it gonna be something Luminal has practice on, right? That's the biggest problem.
I mean, he's the best Shoichi in the world, so
it'll
be fine. It'll be fine.
We'll see.
It is pretty uncommon, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have those games where you just pick up the Prominence, and I think just the extra tankiness to make sure he doesn't die, right? Because if Luminal goes down, you basically lose. And oh my god,
what the hell is the return damage though?
A lot of damage. Yeah, you're right. Actually, wait a second. Here's the ultimates coming through, and there's the Peacemaker in return. I think it'll kill him, and yes, wait, it's gonna be every time. Gonna be the one to come on top. A great return damage. Gonna be forcing all the HP bars of Team Cartel to drop in that Peacemaker. Beautiful Peacemaker from every time. It's able to keep all of the team members alive through all the AoE damage. And it's gonna be every time gonna be the ones that come on top. Oh, it's a double great knockup, and oh my god!
The AoE damage is insane, and the follow-up from Bear is there too. Ray the Vampire Queen was already invested. Bear needs to leave, but there is nowhere to go. The Nimrod's gates are there. They're just barely gonna be able to get themselves on out. Lucky on the other side, but that's about it. Thin corridors, I love the way that Kwangju Slasher is playing right now. They don't need to risk it. This zone's about to close in a few seconds too. You might as well just keep yourself safe. You don't have that much timer to begin with. Nizika needs to get himself on out, but this does cause a really weird situation around the map. Kwangju Slasher and Rump Rebels both going to be inside of police station, where there already is another team hanging around. They're starting to see pings coming in.
Yeah, I really like that respect. You know, gotta make sure you don't just full send, especially when the Sua is right there in your face. The Sua, you know, kind of shuts down Team Slasher's comp if they are going to be able to get, you know, all their combos off. And Slash just invested so much already, you know, already invested the ult, already invested the PLO engage, so they wouldn't be able to really deal with the Sua that was in their face there. So, great patience there for Slasher to not full send, because I know they got Sebi and well, all the way down to 1 HP, but yeah, they just got zoned off by the Bianca ultimate, by the Vampire Queen, and then the Sua engage as well.
When is this neutral going to be broken? Overall, Rump Rebels should not win out on the neutral thanks to Kwangju Slasher. That dice is going to split the team members apart. X-Boy slightly dashing in, trying to find themselves an angle. The longer they stay in this fight, the worse it gets for either one of these teams. Dice and Cabo lost
damage, they find it! Yes, they kill him!
Dead! Anonymous! How do you find it every time? Sevi gets ripped to shreds. Bear should get taken down in just a moment, but look at this. Wako's already down on the ground, and the third party comes in too. Rump Rebel, Bear is still alive. How is he alive? He's still alive! What the hell?
He's just healing. He's just healing. He is on the Sua. He got the Cypher Maelstrom as well, but yeah, he just falls. I don't think they have heal. The Mai doesn't have any heal cut, so or the Letty, so he just completely drain tanking them. Keeps himself alive for the third place, so very nice for Bear. Just not going to be enough though, as yeah, the third party, not really much he could do. Always in Shun, they just knew there was two other teams there. They just were patient enough to just wait out the team fighting, and they're just there for the repeat. And oh my god, you're right. Luminal's hitting on 3 bloods.
How do you get any stronger than this as a Shuichi? I don't think you ever transition Code TA and or couturier. I don't. Somebody said this in chat last week, but you don't even swap off a persona. I think this is probably by far the strongest Shoichi you could ever have if he doesn't have those bonus like health, adaptive force, the defense. This is the strongest Shoichi you will ever see in your life.
Triple Blood Shoichi. Will we see it again? Will we see the pawn, the run back?
Shoot.
It is every time versus Team Always in Chun. Can they find an angle onto Luminal here? There's Engage, gonna get some damage, but Sword actually gonna jump on straight out of there. Offense gonna be forced to pop his ultimate. Gonna use the Dono in a pretty good time. And actually gonna lock down the Shoichi, but the Peacemaker is actually gonna be able to keep the Shoichi alive. Are they able to kill him? There's a lot of damage coming down. The ultimate is going to secure Luminal, and that's gonna be it. It's gonna be Team Every Time gonna be the one to come out on top this time. Very nicely played. That's what you gotta do. It was the Leon who found the angle to lock down the Shoichi using the Surf's Up, just putting so much damage on Luminal already. Peacemaker did end up coming down to keep him alive a little bit longer, but that ultimate for that Kiara that executes is perfect with that hard ultimate. Once they get out of the Peacemaker, it's lights out. The Kiara can just use her ultimate to secure those kills.
Indeed, the judgment has been delivered, my friends. Kiara with the Plague, triple last judgment to finish out the game too. 9 kills for Team Every Time and first place. They needed this. Absolutely needed this, and you know what, quite frankly, at a perfect time too. They were able to finally get revenge for what happened last week at knockout stage number 2 and what happened at the earlier portions of this game as well inside a cemetery. Finally keeping themselves alive throughout the entire Ruthless combo, and are able to actually have enough damage this time around with Nosferatu on offense, right? This is the one time we've seen this team actually keeping pace with everybody else and getting ahead. They have the damage to actually kill the Mai first. It's a miracle. They kill the tank first. There is no support. Then they kill Shoichi because he's not going to be able to chunk down the Kiara after Ruthless is gone. And then killing the Lenny after that is just a piece of the cake. Like, it's just so. This is what the team comp is able to do if they are able to stay kept up. But they've been having so much trouble with that first part. But look how good they are when they get it.
Yeah. It's just really well played from Team Every Time there. I really liked the team fight we had on the top side there. They're just able to live for so long because it was basically a Mai trying to finish off the Suo with no heal cut, so the Suo just healed for like 1,000 HP there, just able to just make sure they didn't die and secured themselves for third place. So that was really nice from them. Just unfortunate third party. Right? You can't really do much when Always in Chun is just hovering around there, just making sure those two teams fight it out first. Just gonna come out to reap all the rewards. Very nice macro play from Team Always in Chun, but unfortunately, just not able to secure the win as the other Team Every Time just was able to get the one up on them in the final zone this time. Yeah, I think they also had full information of what was happening on the eastern side of police station because they had a camera placed down a couple meters to the left of where the dog spawn in that little area. I saw somebody using an EMP drone to kill it, well, at least to kill the functionality of it for a few seconds, but the two teams were so hell-bent on killing each other that the camera itself was never killed. Right, so if you're always into it and you're looking at that camera saying, oh, okay, well, there's nobody left on the bottom side and we didn't see anyone coming closer to us, well, the only option is that they're fighting in the corner. So macro play wise, it was probably one of the more easier decisions that Always Into was able to make. But it was just a really funny part about how that is probably like the easiest Suo gameplay you're ever gonna do, right? Just sit in the corner, you're not gonna be able to sit in the corner, just heal off, you just heal off the Mai. The Mai, no heal cut, can't really kill the Suo there. Just gonna secure yourself, an extra placement point because why not, right? So.
Just a little bit of a BM moment up against Quadra Slash. You'd be like, hey, you guys fought really well, but we'll just take that third place spot. Like.
It's just like drink tank things, like you can't really kill a Suo there, so
what a game. But now with team what is it, Every Time winning, I don't know what the score sheet's gonna look like. I talked about how this game is gonna determine what game 4 is gonna look like. I don't think it will. I think it's still super close.
Game 4? Yeah, I mean, our bottom side of the bracket is still the same, and then I think our top 5 will still be really close. Yeah, maybe even top 6, honestly. We'll see.
Every time got a good game exactly when they needed it, but I don't know if they're going to be able to replicate it. That's what I'm scared about. One of the things about Team Every Time we've seen, especially during knockout stage number 2, is that when they have games like this, then yes, it is obvious you're going to be able to see good results from them, because Kiara in and of itself is just a character that can just run people over if she's either caught up, kept up, or is ahead. But if you're behind, we've seen the issues of what this team composition can't do, which is kill anyone.
Yeah, because you could kind of just walk away from a Kiara. Leon has to engage, but it is, they basically are forced to let other teams play into them because they are playing that Kiara, Leon, and Heart. Right? They don't really have that chase that other teams do. So.
Yeah, it's very limited in the range in which you could actually initiate, because you're either stuck down on quick cut from the Kiara and then immediately totem because she's going to die if she doesn't, or the Leon somehow gets a good duck dive, which shouldn't be happening in this high level of play. It's too obvious when he throws the Q in.
Yeah, but I think we do have the leaderboards for you guys here. Yeah, like I said, it is going to be really close between our top. It looks like there's going to be top 6 teams. We do have Always Incheon with 43. I think the top 2 spots are probably going to be locked in before Always Incheon and Rump Rebels. They have a pretty good lead from our 5th place team. 43, 41, 36 from Slasher, 30 from Cartel. Cartel is really on the cusp here. Every time in OUOB on 28 and 25. I mean, even Nameless can still make it in here with 19. They are only 11 points behind. Bracket Busters, I mean, they've been the closest, I think, out of all the 8th place teams going into game number 4 for 4th place. So, I mean, they just have to have a really good pop-off game here.
Yep.
16 points away is still doable, but it's going to be really rough for them.
It's about time, right? First game, 8th place, nothing, and then in the next 2 games, they've gotten one placement point out of anything else. So it's about time for Team Bracket Busters to really bust this bracket apart. There you go. As their name states, 16 points is what they need to at least tie Team Cartel, and then they're going to need even more, because Team Cartel is not going to let this game go away and run away by themselves without trying to hold their own inside of this. 2 points is their lead up against the 5th place spot. That's nothing. That is just a drop in the water. It's not going to happen at all.
Yeah. They need to have a good, solid game number 4, but we do have that Heart band coming through.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a little rough coming for Team OUOB.
Oh, boy.
I wonder what they're going to pick here. Nemery, we're going to see very shortly here. Looks like we are going to jump in. I think he's probably going to be playing that Crossbow Dean just because he did end up playing that, I think, the last time Heart was banned.
Okay.
But we're going to have to see here what he picks.
Yeah, what are your options? He is hovering it right now. We've seen how aggressive Nemery has been playing, so I like the fact that they're kind of locking down on it. They're kind of locked into this whole aggressive Nemery kind of thing. Yeah. With him going the crossbow, it's not for the safety net of Peacemaker. I think that's just the added bonus at this point with how Nemery's been playing in this specific phase. They just need the damage. They absolutely just need the damage, which means now Myungjo is going to completely flip around, and we're going to have ourselves a pretty standard front-to-back comp for OUOB. They ran this before too. Remember, it was with the Eva, Heart, and the Mai, but without the Heart, that Garnet's going to be in the middle of nowhere. Like, they're going to be in Narnia while the entire fight's happening. It all depends on Nemery to get the damage in.
It's going to depend on Nemery to make sure he doesn't get poked down too much, because it's a lot harder to play with a Garnet as a backliner, just because Garnet has to be so far up, and Garnet doesn't have as much peel as these other backliner as these other tanks do, like Mai, or that's I guess that 11 or that Lennox, right? That's
if you're playing peel, then you're playing Garnet wrong.
Get you one outs. Yeah, so I would say it's going to be more up to Umu to maybe follow up on the Garnet's engage, and to make sure they don't really get engaged on, and to basically self-peel themselves, because Garnet isn't like a tank that's known for their the peel, so gotta make sure they are going to be able to not get completely engaged on, because we do have a lot of dive teams here. We do have the Slasher team, we got Team Cartel. They're also going to be playing that Arda, looks like, with the Nikki and the Laura. They got, there's Always Incheon also playing that dive. You got Rebels on that dive team. So you have maybe about like half of these teams here on like a dive S team comp for that Eva and that Nadine. So it's going to be up to those two to play around those.
Yeah, everyone is doubling down. They know they need the points. I'm even seeing a Darko, which is one that we haven't seen in quite a while in ERM, funny enough. Everyone is doubling down on the fact that they need kills, and to do that, they're going to have these dive comps. Quite an interesting perspective, right? From us looking at it as the commentators, as someone who's been just watching this entire knockout stage in and of itself. It's not usual, especially with these teams. Not every single one of them are used to these dive-esque compositions, but they're doubling down on it. They know they need the points. They know it's such a close bracket. The extra one additional kill by having a diver composition, maybe you're able to get some picks here and there, it's gonna matter a lot. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it looks like Peng is actually gonna try killing Sword here, gonna get chunked down a lot, and looks like Team Cartel is gonna be grouping up in Factory here. They will be able to get that kill. On the other side here, OUOB, they're gonna be grouping up in Cemetery this time. I know there's a lot of other teams that Cemetery here. Memory gonna be able to find that Mai from Team Always Incha. Luminal gonna get a lot of damage onto him there. Xenophine also in the zone. They're gonna try looking for that Lenny, but Lenny just gonna jump on out.
You can see how desperate OUOB is playing. This is not usually a composition you go early game on. Memory's just gonna get ripped to shreds thanks to that. Luminal picks that one up, saying thank you very much. Squishy character walking up against the Shuichi. You got a death sentence, my guy.
Yeah, it will be Luminal gonna be able to pick that one up. Looks like the Mid-Rabakoid is gonna come out. Are they gonna be able to get that kill? They will be able to get the Arda there, but I don't know if Bear wants to go in here. Actually is gonna engage because Or is on a low respawn timer, so gonna respawn right now, and I think they could catch Ping here. Looks like there's a speed gate, so I don't think there's gonna be any more chase. Ooh, actually the Odyssey does connect right to the middle there. A lot of damage gonna be going to the side of the Lennox, but the Suwa is just gonna walk straight into the dice there, and Suwa's gonna go down, and don't think Sebi's gonna be able to get on out of here either. There is Zhangyi gonna try slowing down Sebi here. Are they gonna be able to get the kill? I think Cartel was the one who got. Actually, no, I think it was Always Incheon.
Yeah, I think it was
able to
always
secure
Incheon.
that. And a lot of early game team fighting. Look at how many kills are already on the board for these teams in night one. These teams, they want to qualify here. They are looking for anything they can get.
Oh yeah, it's at least 15 from day one alone. We've seen these teams constantly looking for picks, but this time around it is full-blown fights. Everyone is looking for advantages. Wako completely split away from his team. He's not even going to take the chance, just completely leaving there. The entire bottom right side is just so free to farm for OUOB at the moment. This Nadine and Eva is going to get accelerated real fast. It all comes down to how well Myungjo can actually operate this Garnet. We talked about all the prospects of it earlier, but it's going to come down even closer. Every team is accelerated. Garnet needs to keep herself alive, man, and usually she doesn't get any items until like day 3.
Yeah, she does have the damage reduction. She has that Cobalt Protocol that's really strong right now. There is team every time. Are they able to kill? They do get Asuna on the Cecilia from Team Bracket Busters here. Actually, Team Bracket Busters is playing a completely different team comp there. On the Darko Kadia plus Cecilia.
This is so pick, right? If it's even Pen Kadia, like that's pick. This is not a deep fight comp if you're running Pen Kadia too, which is something that I've been seeing a lot recently on Kadia players. If it's crit, then it's much more standard, right? You have your Cecilia as the midline mage, you have your backline damage dealer, and Darko as your tank question mark.
No, I don't know. I don't know if they're even playing Pen Kadia in Korea. I think that might just be American special.
I've seen it. I think there were a couple actually ERM games that I saw the Pen
Kadia. Are you sure?
I think so. A couple of times, or at least they divert into it a little bit more so than
I mean maybe just like 1 or 2 pen items like the Twilight, but that's kind of standard I think on the ADCs. If you just get a mithril and then you just can't use it.
Yeah,
like some ADCs will just use Twilight, but yeah, I don't think I think Pen's not. I wouldn't say like you pick Pen over auto attack on Kadia.
Right. Yeah. We'll
like
see.
you'd probably just pick like a mage or something else, because they basically would perform like the same role there. Oh, Sebi.
Oh, that's good.
Gonna try going on in, but immediately gets caught out there. As it looks like the side of Team Rebels. Will be Numbery that does end up getting caught from Team OUOB, fighting off a little more than Well, one he could chew there. Great Dark Wall going to be able to pull him back. And yeah, great pick from Team Bracket Busters. He's getting a lot of kills, which is really, really good. They need to get they need to get as much as possible here because obviously they are down in 8th place. Maybe a 16-point or a 16-kill game could secure them into that top 4, but yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good for them right now. They do have a lot of credits as well. The Kadia is already sitting on, 350 plus. They could get those 4-score buy-ins. It looks like they might take another fight here between Rump Rebels. Maybe they get some more damage here. They are going to get the pull onto the Bianca.
Corner checked.
Use the blink.
Bear gets corner
damage.
checks. They're pumping it. I saw the crit, so Min is sitting on the crit. There's a lot of damage onto the Bianca, but the Raid of the Vampire Queen goes through. They're trying to kill Wako. They get the auto attack in. The Laura is stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my god!
And the slice that fails as well.
Wait.
Bear in a whole heap of trouble. He needs to get him out. He needs to get out. He needs to get out.
He's out.
Yeah, Asuna should not be able to chase this. It's Asua. You look at him. He's trying so hard right now. He's trying so hard.
Asuna is gonna get their Don Quixote. Nah, yeah, he's gonna be able to get away.
Actually, if anything, I think, yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, great pull though. Gonna be able to pull him back out.
Oh, look at them. They hyperlooped in at the factory, but they got a bad spawn.
Yeah, they just want kills here. They just want kills. Oh, great pull there. Sua's actually gonna be able to kill the Cicella. You can't overchase a Sua as a mage there, and immediately punishes him for a great spell shield, but Sua's gonna go down. So. I mean, they just trade 1 kill each, and then here's the ultimate coming from Darko. Great knockup and a bat skill into the wall. Oh my god. Bracket Busters, they are playing so well. There's the ultimate. Oh!
Wait.
But the shield coming out from the Twilight is going to keep them alive.
Hey, no way. What is going on? Team Every Time is also picking up kills. They have a Lennox, man. They just said, screw the Leon. Let's go play Lennox instead. Still have the Nadine on the backside. Kiara is still doing damage. What on earth is happening in this game? We have not had ourselves a break at all. There's another death as the Cecilia is going to get taken down. The Susan is caught out in the middle of nowhere by Team Nameless. Every team has blood in their eyes, man. These guys are looking.
Yeah, I mean, Bracket Busters, they basically completely gave up an objective in Hotel just to get that extra 2 kills because, I mean, they need it, right? Like, they need these kills, so, I mean, I don't really blame them for making that play. They just had blood in their eyes there. Sua ended up taking 1 down with them, though. Ended up turning onto the Cicella. Cicella, you can't really overchase into that Sua. Sua's great, like, one of the best characters for punishing an overchase because, yeah. When Sua's HP gets low, she gets so much HP back. You just throw skills behind, just take the engage back in. And a character like Cicella as well, right? Any mage is just really, really rough in the 1v1 into her. So, yeah, very nicely played from Bear. Gonna be able to get 1 kill back. And I mean, Bracket Busters, they get 1 kill for themselves. They do end up picking up that Sua. Unfortunately, just barely not getting that lower. End up using their ultimate for that extra shield to keep them alive, just barely. So. Will just be a 1-for-1 trade for those 2 teams.
If anything, I think I was more scared when the Kadia used her E in, because I have seen so many ADC players do that, right? Like you're trying to use your mobility skill to close the gap against the Sua, and you just get clapped back instantly because you're getting punished for using it. Luckily, it didn't happen.
especially the original fight as well, where they eat into the Bianca. I thought they would just turn onto the Kadia, but I don't think they had any cooldown. So it was a great recognition from the Kadia player. And there's the full turn. So nicely played by the side. Oh, wait a second. Bear finds an angle in. Does end up killing the Zahir. And can Bear get the lifesteal up? Does end up missing the Don Quixote. Bear is already down to half HP here. I don't think they can take the team fight. It is a Sua into a Emma and an 11. If the Don Quixote do end up connecting, she's going to be able to heal for so much damage. And they are just going to put the Zahir body down back. And the Sua's going to go in and going to be able to kill Bear. And that's it. Rump Rebels is going to fall here. Wako going to get away. There's the cleanse for extra movement speed. It's going to be enough. Can they hit that White Lily? No. The 11 uses their burger and is going to be able to just whack down the Bianca. And that's going to be it. Team Rump Rebels are out. They're out in 7th place with only 4 kills. Are they secured? Oh wait, Cartel died as well.
Yeah, it's close. Cartel 37 points for themselves. Rump Rebels 45. They are actually in a pretty okay spot. I think Rump Rebels should be okay, but Team Cartel has got to be shaking in their boots right now. 37
Yeah,
points
27.
there, just one above Team Gwangju Slasher when it came to the beginning of the score sheet. Now they're below again. 37 is the
Every
cutoff line now.
time, yeah, and every time in Team OUOB, they're still alive. They're sitting on 3 and 2 kills. They just need to get a couple more kills here, get a couple more placements, and Cartel, our ERM winners are gonna be out.
This is scary. This is scary. Team Cartel has to be
I'm surprised
crunching
they're
numbers.
not. Surprised they're not playing Bongwa, their Dino player, but maybe he's just not available for this weekend or for this phase.
Adina would have done so well in this game. Look at how many dive comps there are. Do you know how well Adina deals with it, especially?
And Bongwa, Bongwa was, I think, the like center stone of their
Yeah.
team. The Adina was just so good, right? So
Yeah,
I mean,
so critical.
maybe they were playing in scrims. Maybe they just didn't feel that Dino was that good for this patch, so they decided to start some other teammates. Maybe Bungo's just not available for today, but Cartel, they're on the chopping block right now. They got a Hope Team every time, or Team OUOB go out early, or that's gonna be it. That's gonna be their spot for ERM phase 2. And oh no, Luminal caught out. You cannot do that. You cannot go by yourself as the main damage dealer of your team. Because once you go down, there's not much. You don't really have any vision checks as well. No recon drones used there to check these corners, these pivotal corners, and immediately he gets punished for it from Team Nameless.
Team Nameless is starting to step up now, but it might be too late. They already have 8 kills. Are actually not the kill leaders, because Bracket Busters is still going absolutely ham. It's the same thing for Bracket Busters, man. They're doing incredible, but it might be a little bit too late. The fight is going to begin on the north side of the map again, and it's just a lockdown. Luminal will probably fall with the clean feed. Let us see
He's
it.
dead. Oh, what the hell? He's
We missed
he killed 2 people as well. Oh my god.
We missed the
What?
fight! Wendy,
Oh
stop
my god.
eating the cables, you
What happened? What happened? Go back. I want to see it.
Oh my
What
God.
happened?
I want to see the replay
Oh, but
plays
he's
later.
dead.
We will see it. Yeah, there goes. What?
What happened? It just looked like he was 10% HP, and then they just caught, and he's alive, and he killed 2 members. Oh my god!
He literally just stopped time, man. That's what. What? How is that even possible? I thought it was over because he was already about to get locked down.
We gotta go back into replay and show you guys maybe tomorrow or something, because
No.
I
think I'm gonna look. I think I'm gonna watch it while we're going to break, right? Because they're gonna show us this game again.
Okay.
Maybe
Oh,
we'll
you're right.
Yeah, maybe we'll have ourselves
on
a
the feed, they'll
break.
probably be not like lagged out. So wow, I want to see what happened to like I don't know what went on over there, but wow. It just
It looks so doomed.
it looks so funny because there was a snapshot of just someone, one of them died, and Luminal was 10% HP, and then out of nowhere it just resumed, and then Luminal's alive, and two of the team members of the other team is dead.
Yeah,
What
Luminal
happened?
walked away with more HP than the fight started with. I don't know what happened, but here we go, another fight. As Zahir is gonna get jumped on immediately. There's the burst coming in from the PL. 11 cannot stand up against that either.
It's just Slasher using the same comp so well. They've just mastered, the dive, especially with the Arda, right? So Arda, just a snap engage with that Nimrod's gate in, and then there's really not much Team Nims can do. Getting that Zahir. Once the Zahir goes down,
Oh no, it's offense.
it's going to be it. Oh, look at the timer though. Wait, they're trying to get the. Oh no, not a res. They're just trying to get.
Bye, Makotia.
Yeah. They were trying to get They weren't trying to get the res, but they just used Lumi to make sure Lumi is out of there, so team members can't get the res. But looks like Emma is gonna get in.
Oh, but where can they go? Where can they go? Look at the minimap. It's Wickeline inside a school. There's a team in the hotel. They're gonna start walking up soon.
Yeah. You are right. It is kind of funny because Luminal started 10% HP that fight, and then he just was 50 because of false out and Vap.
What a weird aspect. We'll take a look at it. We'll have ourselves a little
we'll
bit
see
of a
it
late
during the break.
but
Yeah.
gosh, Okay, we'll keep that on the back of our minds. Do remind me, Super, if I do forget saying all of my three things that people should do. But yeah, for now, Dangkong is in trouble. The teams inside of Hotel doesn't seem like they even have any thoughts about moving. They don't even have enough credits, Team Nameless, to get the reses back. They're in quite a pickle. Low one, still looking for it. Offense is hovering around the White Lily. Good decision from Kwangju Slashers to back away, because if that Kiara closes the gap with the White Lily and then immediately sends Plague, that Arda is dead.
I really like how they play this too. They only when they use the Nemron's Gate, they only send Nizuka in first if Nizuka can find the knockups or any damage for Exploit to follow up on. So they don't fully commit too much because Nizuka as well playing that Piolo. Yeah. Nizuka as well playing the Piolo has a lot of mobility to just get on out if the engage and the angle isn't good enough. It looks like Emma is just going to jump over the wall. What did the change there? Emma is the last one alive. Going to run straight into the hands of Team OUOB. And wait a second, can he get out? No. Which is going to be way too much. And OUOB going to be able to pick up that nice kill for himself.
Indeed. For those of you guys in the chat, the stream stuttering is not us, I promise you. It's just the aftermath of, I guess, Windy chewing on the cables one more time or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, we're doing our best here too, alright? So let's try to hang on in there. I'll let him know during the break that it's cutting off again. Same thing as I think what happened last week, right? On Friday.
Yeah, last week on like the first day or something. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, we'll get it sorted out.
It's really not much we could do, but yeah, I think we can get something sorted for you guys. Probably gonna go change the feed to different source, and we'll make sure it's not gonna be lagging for I guess knockout stage 4.
Yep. Okay. We still have
like
5 teams left. It's gonna be.
Oh, actually, yeah, I don't think the recon drone saw Slasher there because I think they could have maybe walked down to maybe pick one of them off, but yeah, looks like Slasher just gonna go use the lab to go straight in. By it's gonna be a little risky now because on their teleport out, it's gonna be completely random. So they have to make sure they don't teleport into or right on top of a team, because if they do, it's going to be a little rough for them. They do have that Arda though, so the Arda can maybe use Endermar's Gate to get them out to safety. But they will have to survive the initial burst if they do land right on top. I think most likely Slasher might teleport into archery or maybe one of these yellow zones is probably what I would do. But so we're gonna have to see where they do end up landing here. Ooh, there is a gadget. It's actually gonna be a Tree of Life, not a gadget. It's gonna be a objective. Oh, another one. Oh my god, it's gonna be a 4 score. Gonna be going over to the side of OUOB. I think they're just gonna make that Hermes or that helmet. I think it will be that bunny hat. Yeah, gonna go to the side of the Garnet, so gonna make them a little more tanky. And wow, yeah, so a nice pickup for Team OUOB there. Team Bracket Buster sitting on 11 field kills. They're still in the running here, Shubi, to make it into the top 4, because we did have Team Cartel going out so early with only 7. So 37 is the score to beat. They just need to score about 23 points this game to tie, and they're already getting pretty close with 11 kills for themselves here. We do have team fight going in, and the Lennox is just gonna instantly fall. They're gonna try to change their targets to Asuna. Asuna needs 1 HP. Are they going to be in range of the ultimate? Oh no, they used ultimate. They used the bubble a little too early, not on the execute from the Kiara. And there's the third party. Team OUOB gonna run straight into the hands of Team Bracket Busters and Team Every Time here. And wait a second, can they get the res? No, Asuna's gonna still blow up the body. This is Sella. They just overextended and then they used the bubble a little too early. The Kiara ultimate didn't even come down yet, so a big misplay for Asuna there for Team Bracket Busters, and they're gonna lose an Ember. I think that might cost their chances to qualify.
I think the Cecilia forgot that she can still cast Judgment on you even if you don't have stacks, right? Like, it just does less damage, sure, but if you're that low up against the Kiara late game, you're still gonna die.
Yeah, definitely should not have walked in range there. I think she wanted to walk in range to do more damage, but like definitely cannot do that when the Kiara just has or when you are just in execute range to just get one shot by the ultimate. So
and Lumi routing
big
is
misplay.
not good.
Yeah, and I'm probably not gonna be able to get Lumi's coming into Temple, but probably not gonna be able to get that res up in time. Nemery gonna fall there. Great dive in coming out for Nizuka. I think Nizuka probably completely soloed Nemery there with the damage from X-Boy. And wait a second, Min, maybe gonna get some damage. Maybe gonna be able to get this Eva here. A lot of damage gonna be traded. Looks like Team Slasher, you recognize they're just gonna jump straight back in. OUOB gonna lose another member, and I think OUOB is another team that's down in the bottom 4. They're not gonna be able to get that much kills this game. I think that's gonna be it. Every time, also losing 2 members earlier. I think our top 4, it looks like it's already secured.
Yeah, it's seeming like it. OUOB, they're not really gonna have it right. Only 4 points, as I said earlier. 37 is what you're trying to break in order to get there.
If every time gets a couple more placements, they might get in here. But they would have to at least top 3. They would have 9.
That's so close.
9 would be 37, which would tie with Cartel. So they would, like, every time needs to get 3rd place somehow. But there are a lot of rats though. Looks like Bracket Busters is gonna get sent on by Team Always Incheon. Always Incheon knows there's way too many rats in the zone.
Run.
They are gonna be able to pick off the Kadia first. So we'll be Bracket Busters going down in 5th place. They're definitely gonna be out for the count. A little unfortunate.
That's the end of their run. OUOB, I mean, these two teams
go
are...
into Omu here. Can they get any damage going?
The timer.
Omu's gonna get so much damage on Darko, but you're right. Umu's timer is gonna be down to 1 HP every time. Looks like they're gonna fall as well.
Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Every time they end up falling. I think in 4th place. So unfortunately, they're not gonna make it in either. OUOB gonna go down here. It looks like in 3rd place. Don't think they have enough points for them as well, and it's going to come down to Team Always Incheon and Team Slasher. Going to be our 2 sponsor teams coming in for the final fight in round 4.
Yeah, and with that, I think it's another knockout stage where Team Always Incheon's going to be able to finish 1st place. Super, the dream is real. That straight beeline across with the lit up name for Team Always Incheon is still a possibility. This final fight is just a formality. Gwangju Slasher and Always Incheon are 2 sponsored teams looking for a fight. It's going to be the police station final zone. Let's see what Luminal can do. You can see the positioning from Gwangju Slasher. Nobody is grouping up. They know exactly how to deal with this composition. The only problem comes when the fight itself begins. It's going to get real chaotic with these 2 melee characters trying to get the damage in onto some of these priority targets. Fiora is going to start jumping in. Same thing for Chenya. Dyson Cube combo gets completely nullified. That's long cooldown for Unleashed Power. Arda's going to get jumped on, and there it is. Choichi Luminal just locks in and splits the Arda apart. He's going to get taken down, and there is just no chance to come back from this. Gwangju Slasher.
This is a really rough matchup for Slasher, I think, because Slasher, they need to have, they need to find an angle onto Luminal. Luminal just has so much mobility on this character, and even if they do catch him, they still have the exclusive to pull them out. So it is a little unfortunate because all their damage is all front loaded, and yeah, the mod being there for that exclusive can just completely negate it. Luminal just completely baiting out the Fiora parry, just waited for the parry to go down, does their combo, and then finds the angle onto Anonymous there. So very nicely played from Team Always Incheon. Gonna be able to win that one out for the team. And yeah, I think Always Incheon gonna place 1st in Knockout Stage 4. So you are correct. We are gonna have that light going into game or going into Knockout Stage 5. Another one for Always Incheon. Another one in the box gonna be at the bottom there. Straight down. Four 1st places in a row.
Yeah, what? Oh my god, it is so amazing how Always Incheon is just being able to turn things around like this. They are sitting in such a comfortable spot. They've shown us some incredible gameplay too. Luminal has it, man. He is back in form. It's like we're seeing Season 1, Season 2, Taekyung Luminal combination with Senafine along for the ride. Like, these guys are playing so well with each other. We doubted it. We doubted it at the beginning of the season whether or not the Shoichi solo DPS is going to be good, but Luminal is really, really holding the reins, man. He's able to isolate the prio targets, like the Arda just now in the final fight, gets the damage done, and then doesn't push it. That was the difference between Luminal back then and now. He doesn't push issues that doesn't need to be pushed. He's so patient with the rest of his team. As soon as they get a pick, he doesn't chase. It's such a great prospect that I'm seeing from Luminal. It's such a big change that I'm seeing from him that helps when it comes to the team composition of the current Always Incheon. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I think Shoichi, a great character right now. I think he's definitely gotten a lot of season, and he's definitely showing the spotlight again. I don't know if you know, but I think it is Luminal that's also rank 1 right in Korea right now on the leaderboard. So Shoichi, really a pretty strong character for this season. And once Shoichi is in a good spot, Luminal, the best pilot on the character, is just gonna show up. He's just gonna gonna use this character to its full potential.
Yeah, it's goodness gracious. All right, well there it is, the end of yet another knockout stage. Now we don't know which teams all made it in just yet. I think we have an inkling of it, but I'm just gonna make sure I wait to see the score sheet in order to know. And then we should also have the overall compiled list of the teams that are going to be moving forward afterwards, right? So oh man, this is starting to get a little bit chaotic. Wow, this is not how I expected knockout stage number 3 to go. OUOB being taken down. The Cartel is probably in. I don't know at this point. And then unfortunately, Bracket Busters just really, they tried. They tried so hard at the end, but it was too late, right? I said it was.
I think both.
Eventually,
Yeah,
it
I
was
think
time,
both Bracket
but
Busters and Every Time. Was it Every Time? No. It was
Nameless.
Nameless.
Yeah.
I think both our bottom two teams, they had a really good attempt for game number 4, but unfortunately, just a little too late, and it just wasn't enough for them to qualify in here. So, yeah, unfortunately, both those teams, we won't be seeing them anymore. They will go, or they will be eliminated going to knockout stage 4. I don't actually know which teams we have either, but we're gonna be able to see very shortly here. I think it's like, Slasher and Always Incheon for sure. Cartel maybe just barely made it in, and then I think Rump Rebels was also at the top because they did have a very nice game number 1. So I think they're also fine, but we're gonna have to see here. Actually, don't know.
So many things up in the air, man. So many things up in the air. I don't know. I really don't. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we should have the scores up very, very soon, super. But aside from that, let's start talking about what is going to happen in the next phase, in the next stage, right? We can talk about at least the teams that are going to be guaranteed to be in there. So let's take a look at that real quick while we are waiting for all of the scores to get figured out. Knockout stage number 4, we see all the teams on the screen right now. It's going to be Red, Green, Yellow, Seongnam Rocks, Insider, and DHCNJ. It does not get any easier.
Wow, so yeah, 2 more sponsor teams going to be joining us in the fray here. Seongnam Rocks, DHNJ. And Red, Green, Yellow, we saw, that Tia pick for them being really strong and really prevalent. And Team Insider, another, pretty strong team. We saw how good they performed in their group stage. I think they're definitely like a newer team. We haven't really much, but they looked pretty solid and very excited for knockout stage 4 because, the teams are just going to get better and better.
Yep. Okay. Well, they are still waiting on the scores. I guess they're trying to get all the graphics set up and things like that. Because remember how last week they actually, as soon as we finished knockout stage number 1, they had the graphic already set up for knockout stage 2, and then what we could potentially see in knockout stage 5. I think they're just making that. So yeah. We'll. By the way, I still haven't forgotten, so you don't have to remind me. At least as of right now, I will try to remember to watch the replay for the Shoichi play. Okay, I want to watch that too, guys. Don't you worry. It was up in I think it was police station, right? Yes, it was.
Yeah,
it was right near the police station, the fire station intersection. So you guys are going to be hearing our voices for a little bit longer than usual.
Let's just hope it doesn't freeze again while we're watching it, because it could. But if anything, we'll probably show you guys. Or maybe we could, one of us can the replay, and then we'll be able to show you guys tomorrow if we're not going to be able to get it for you guys today. But I think with that, Shuvi, all these teams, they're in the top 16 now. So got to pat yourself on the back there because they do earn themselves a nice prize, a nice cash prize, and a nice, or some nice circuit points going into the ERM finals.
Yep, it's all about the circuit points now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. 16 teams, circuit points guaranteed. Wait, is it 16 or 24? I always forget.
It's top 16.
Top 16, okay.
They are in the top 16 now, now that we're in knockout stage 4. Because knockout stage 4 has 3 extra teams. Knockout stage 5 has 3 extra. Oh, wait. Knockout stage 3? So 4, 5...
Are we doing the quick maths again?
Oh no, they have to win knockout stage 4. They have to top 4.
Okay. Well,
4, 5, 6, and then finals. So 14. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah. Okay. So they would have to That's still top 4 for Knockout Stage 4.
All right, sounds good. Well, let's take a look at what the results are looking like, and it is tragedy once again for some of our teams. Always Incheon, Gwangju Slasher, and Rump Rebels will walk away with a very, very solid lead over everybody else in Knockout Stage number 3. Congratulations on securing your 3 spots into that phase, but the next 3... Actually, the next 5.
It was actually really close this time. Like even Bracket Busters and Nameless, they had a really good fight. It had a really good game number 4, but unfortunately, only 8 points away for 4th place. Like really, really close. OUOB and Team Every Time only about 3 and 2 points. So just a really close lobby for group not for Knockout Stage 4.
Indeed, it was a really, really close matchup. You guys saw how we were just on the edge of our seats as well. It was incredible. Such close fights everywhere, such perseverance from all of our teams too. That final game, we saw hope at the end of the cave. It was so close for some of these teams, but they just couldn't cross the finish line, which allows Cartel, Rump Rebels, Gwangju Slasher, and Always Incheon to hold onto their spots, which means we have an even 2-2 split between the Knockout Stage 4 teams and all the teams that came up from Knockout Stage 3. Pretty good, I will say. Very, very good attempt from everybody else, but unfortunately, it is just not meant to be for a chunk of them.
Was there anyone else from? I think it's only Always Incheon coming out from
Rump Rebels.
Stage 1 and 2, right?
Rump Rebels
came from. Did Rump Rebels came from 2 or 3?
Oh, you're talking
about...
No.
I see. Sorry, 1 or 2. No, Rump Rebels came from 2.
I think they were 2, yeah. So the only Miracle Run team so far is Always Incheon.
I see it. They're gonna go all the with how Lumino's playing and Shoshi being pretty solid on this match, they're
going all the way.
They look pretty strong. I think we'll definitely see them in the finals. I think they just had an unfortunate for the group stages.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like the group looked really, really strong there. Unfortunately, they went down into place. They probably had a bad day as well, but they are kind of running these teams over. They're always making sure they're in first place, getting so many kills and so much placement points on the team to close out so many. So I could definitely see them going all the way to.
Mm-hmm. The only problem is that the further and further these guys go, the more and more teams are accustomed to how they play, right? It's just how it is, because a lot of other teams have already played up against Always Incheon over and over and over.
Yep.
They've also dealt with the Shoichi when, in my personal opinion, was a lot stronger than he is currently. It was just the fact that it was kind of disorganized back then, because they didn't have that specific transition routing and the plan/scheduling they have from the looks of it right now they have. Because we see Luminal having item transitions in a very, very consistent pace throughout phase number 2. Well, we didn't really have that back in seasons 1 or 2 when he used to play with Taekyon back then. It's a little bit different now, but I do think the Shoichi was a little bit stronger back then. But this time around, they have a lot more coordination. I think that's the thing that we're going to have to see whether or not it makes a big difference. Back then, it was a Taekyon and a Lumino show. Let's take a look at the replays, though. Maybe we can see the Shoichi thing before we go on our break ourselves, too.
Let's hope it doesn't freeze here, but I think we will see it very shortly. It was in game number 3, right? Oh, actually, was it game number 3 or 4?
I think it was game 4. It was towards the middle of it, so we have ourselves at least the...
We gotta watch all of the games, or all of the fights for game number 3 first. This one was a pretty good one. Great engage, great follow-up from this here. This one, unfortunately, just walked in.
Oh no.
Just walked in straight into the hands of Slasher. This one, I'm surprised they turned this fight. So great ultimate, great Peacemaker.
I think the Cataclysm value was really big in this one.
Yeah, the Peacemaker just is able to keep them all alive, and then just able to the Kiara Judgments. This one every time. Yeah. This was the Leon fun here. He's able to CC them with the ultimate. I think the surf's up. Yeah, just actually knocked him up too, and then basically forced him down to 1 HP. And then the Kiara just all the Kiara has to do is just use her ultimates a couple times.
Please let us just watch the Shoichi. Okay. Please, okay. It's not this one, because this one was easy, but I think it was the one right after this.
Yeah.
Do we get to watch it? Oh my god, I think they skipped it. Did they skip it? Ain't no way, right? There's no way they skipped that. Look at the minimap though. Oh, did I have skipped it? Please. Please
Maybe the
no.
clean feed wasn't working on their end too, so they don't have it. And I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure they. Yeah, I don't think we have
They
it.
skipped it. Okay, we'll figure it out later. Maybe there's like a replay that I'll be able to figure out or something. Okay, well either way, we're gonna go on the break ourselves now, guys. So yeah, make sure you guys go get some water, go grab some snack, and then go take a stride. We'll see you guys later for games for knockout stage number 4.
Yep. Take care. Take care.
어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠? 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠? 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠? 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 어? 걱정하지 마, 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스트! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 맛있겠지? 한 입 줄까? 무슨 꿈꾸느냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 대신 가요. 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슈! 오! 내 이름으로 달아둬. 슝! 숙녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 진짜! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자. 안녕!
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임캐스터 천시아입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 맥과사전이 유스티나로 돌아왔습니다. 석궁을 사용하는 실험체 유스티나는 이동하면서 스킬을 사용할 수 있기 때문에 기동성이 상당히 뛰어난 실험체입니다. 유스티나는 꾸준한 거리 조절과 게이지 컨트롤을 통한 스킬 활용이 굉장히 중요한 실험체입니다. 먼저 유스티나의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유스티나의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 연속 포격 그리고 선멸 포격, W 스킬 집중 포격, E 스킬 부스트 대쉬, 궁극기 아스트라 버스트, 그리고 패시브 스킬인 아스트라 에너지로 구성되어 있습니다. 패시브 스킬 아스트라 에너지입니다. 유스티나는 특수한 에너지를 보유하고 있습니다. 이 에너지를 Q 스킬의 연속 포격 및 선별 포격, 그리고 E 스킬 부스트 대쉬 사용 시에 소모합니다. 유스티나는 일정 시간마다 특수한 에너지를 회복하는데, 이 에너지가 특정 수치 미만으로 내려가면 재충전 상태에 돌입합니다. 재충전 상태에 돌입한 유스티나는 기본 스킬을 사용할 수 없으며 일정 시간에 걸쳐 에너지를 회복하며 이동 속도가 증가합니다. 아스트라 에너지의 두 번째 효과는 악당 처단입니다. 유스티나는 W 스킬 집중 포격으로 표식이 부여된 대상에게 스킬 피해를 입히면 이 표식을 소모하여 추가 스킬 피해를 입히고 주변 적들에게 피해를 전이시킵니다. 전이된 피해는 표식이 있는 대상에게는 추가 스킬 피해의 100%를 주고 표식이 없는 대상에게는 50%의 피해를 입힙니다. 악당 처단으로 표식이 제거될 때 유스티나는 에너지를 회복하지만 야생동물 상대로는 회복 효과가 감소합니다. 유스티나의 패시브 스킬 아스트라 에너지입니다. 유스티나는 특별한 에너지를 관리하며 스킬 사용을 하는 실험체입니다. 짧은 쿨다운의 스킬들로 구성되어 있기에 지속적인 교전 시 강력한 모습을 발휘하는 실험체지만 에너지 관리에 실패하여 재충전 상태가 되었을 때 취약해지기 때문에 악당 전환을 활용하여 효율적인 에너지 운용을 하는 것이 매우 중요합니다. 다음은 유스티나의 Q 스킬 연속 포격 그리고 선멸 포격입니다. 유스티나가 지정한 방향으로 에너지를 2번 발사하여 스킬 피해를 입힙니다. 연속 포격 사용 후 일정 시간 안에 선멸 포격으로 재사용할 수 있습니다. 재사용 시 지정한 방향으로 강력한 에너지를 발사하여 스킬 피해를 입히고 일정 시간 동안 이동 속도를 감소시킵니다. 이 스킬이 적에게 적중하면 집중 포격의 쿨다운이 감소합니다. 유스티나의 Q 스킬 연속 포격 그리고 선멸 포격입니다. 짧은 쿨타임을 가진 주력 딜링 기술로 1회 사용 시 연속 포격, 재사용 시 선멸 포격으로 변경되는 구조입니다. 선멸 포격의 경우 연속 포격에 비해 긴 사거리와 추가적인 둔화 효과를 입히는 스킬로 교전 시에 선멸 포격을 적중시켜주는 것이 굉장히 중요합니다. 다음은 유스티나의 W 스킬 집중 포격입니다. 유스티나가 지정한 위치에 2차례 에너지 포격을 가하여 스킬 피해를 입히며 이동 속도를 감소시킵니다. 또한 적중한 대상에게 악당 처단 표식을 부여합니다. 유스티나의 W 스킬 집중 포격입니다. 에너지 소모 없이 유스티나가 악당 처단 표식을 부여할 수 있는 유일한 스킬로 게이지 활용에 따라 스킬 사용 가능 횟수가 달라지는 유스티나에게 있어서 반드시 적중이 필요한 스킬입니다. 집중 포격의 경우 적을 2번 공격하는데 2번의 타격 모두 악당 처단 표식을 생성할 수 있기 때문에 연속 포격과 함께 이 콤보를 잘 활용하실 수 있다면 유스티나를 더욱 강력하게 활용하실 수 있을 겁니다. 유스티나의 E 스킬 부스트 대쉬입니다. 유스티나가 지정한 방향으로 빠르게 이동하며 일정 시간 동안 다음 기본 공격이 강화됩니다. 강화된 기본 공격 피해는 추가 스킬 피해를 입히고 4초 이내에 부스트 대쉬를 재사용할 때마다 에너지 소모량이 증가합니다. 이때 추가 소모량은 최대 50까지 증가합니다. 재충전 상태가 되면 에너지 소모량이 초기화됩니다. 이 스킬은 연속 포격, 선멸 포격, 그리고 집중 포격 시전 중에도 사용할 수 있습니다. 유스티나의 E 스킬 부스트 대쉬입니다. 스킬 사용 중 활용이 가능한 이동 스킬로 추격 및 도주 상황에도 사용이 가능하며 스킬 적중을 위한 거리를 조정할 때에도 활용 가능한 스킬입니다. 부스트 대쉬로 강화되는 기본 공격은 스킬 피해로 적용되기에 악당 처단 표식을 활용하는 데 사용할 수 있습니다. 이어서 유스티나의 R 스킬 아스트라 버스트입니다. 유스티나가 대상 지정 불가 상태로 공중에 뛰어올라 최대 화력으로 지정한 범위 내 적들에게 스킬 피해를 입힙니다. 시전 중 유스티나는 이동 속도가 크게 감소된 상태로 이동할 수 있으며 대상 지정 불가 상태는 착지 시까지 유지됩니다. 유스티나의 R 스킬 아스트라 버스트입니다. 일정 범위 적들에게 큰 피해를 입히는 스킬로 아군의 방해 효과와 연계하여 사용할 때 강력한 힘을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 아스트라 버스트는 유스티나가 재충전 상태에 돌입하였을 때도 사용이 가능합니다. 이 스킬을 사용하면 긴 시간 동안 유스티나가 대상 지정 불가 상태로 유지되는데요. 이 덕분에 재충전 상태에서의 약점을 보완하는 용도로 활용할 수 있는 중요한 스킬입니다. 루미아 섬에 찾아온 히어로가 되고 싶은 소녀 유스티나. 유스티나를 플레이하며 체크메이트를 만들어보는 건 어떨까요? 이상 실험체 백과사전 79번째 실험체 유스티나 팬이었습니다. 다음에 또 만나요.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Tour Masters Season 6 Phase number 2. We are just coming out of the break after the entirety of Knockout Stage number 3 is over, so we are starting to go into Knockout Stage number 4. For those of you guys who are joining us now, and if you missed the first sets of games that we watched, well, come earlier. That's all I have to say for you. Otherwise, go watch the VOD if you guys are interested in watching it. Very close series. It was probably one of the closest knockout stage series we have ever had in ERM with the new format. So if you do want to watch it, I highly recommend you guys go back and watch that instead.
Yeah, and
Well,
the
actually, no,
games
not
are just gonna
instead.
get. Well, just go watch it. But yeah, the games are just gonna get better and better. We are going to go up to our knockout stage 4 now. So all the teams that end up getting, I think it would be 5th place. It looks like he would be 5th. So, or is it 4th? 5th or 4th place? But
Nah, I don't know.
yeah, we are getting to that point where I think it's 4th. Yeah, because 4th,
There we go.
5 and 6 would be 3rd and 2nd. So yeah, we are getting into that top 4 spot now. So a lot of good teams, you know. You could see even in knockout stage 5, we are gonna have like Sparkle's Ultimate, like a lot of really good teams for 5. And then if you look at 4 on the very left side, gonna have Always in Chun, Slasher, Rump Rebels, Cartel coming in from knockout stage 3. And we're gonna have Red, Green, Yellow, Signum Rocks, Insider, and DHCJ. So we're gonna have 2 more sponsor teams gonna be joining us for knockout stage 4. Wonder which sponsor teams are gonna be the ones to make it out going into knockout stage 5.
Indeed, it does not get easier for the knockout stage teams that are slowly moving themselves way up. But for Team Always Incheon, they're still keeping the streak going, my friend. First place for every knockout stage so far. It almost makes you wonder how they ended up in knockout stage 1 to begin with, but they are doing it. The miracle run is still well on its way. And in comparison to Rump Rebels in phase number 1, this is a lot more of a stable team. Right, Rump Rebels is always going to be a toss up in how well they're going to do, just because of the innate properties of how their team composition works and how they execute it. But for Always Incheon, very consistent. This is a team that we've seen time and time again play compositions like this before. Luminol is playing at its all-time best right now. He is definitely back in form. It just all comes down to how he executes. That's going to be the one thing I'm going to be looking at specifically in the next few minutes here. And of course, the next few hours. So we're going to be able to watch knockout stage number 4. It's going to be a great one, Super.
Yeah, and they are just going through the gauntlet. I think they've played over 20 plus games already. They got maybe about 10 plus more games to go.
Indeed. All right, real quick as well for those of you guys in the chat, we do sincerely apologize for all the lag that was happening in the last game. I'm trying to fix it, but there's a lot of stuff that is really annoying that I have to kind of walk through hoops for. So we're gonna watch the same thing as before. If it lags, I do have an alternative option. It's just there's gonna be some stuff that some complications that come after it. We'll try our best, but I do have an alternative way that doesn't seem to lag. So we'll divert to that if it comes to be, right? Like we'll skip maybe 20-30 seconds of the footage, but whatever. I'm hoping it doesn't really matter. So let's take a look at what the lobby is looking like. I got all the logistics out of the way. Let's just focus back into knockout stage number 4. We are finally starting to see Alonso starting to come into the play.
Remember when we were talking about Estelle and Mai being our 2 premier tanks? We're actually not going to see those 2 for this game. Actually, we won't see 2 Mai's. We'll see Peng and Chae-young from Always in Chun and Cartel. Still going to be on the Mai's, but yeah, like you said, we're going to see 2 Alonso's going to be coming in this time from Rocks and Red, Green, Yellow. We've seen Signum Rocks play this team comp. They always play this Alonso, Theodore, Bernice. They were the first team to basically master this team comp, and they were the pioneers of the Theodore, Bernice, and the Alonso. So no surprise that we're going to be seeing them onto it. They're playing their comforts. But the other side, we have Red, Green, Yellow playing a Tia and a ISOL, you know, sort of similar to Rocks' team comp with that backline mage, except he is more of a mid-range mage, and we have that back. See. So it's actually kind of the opposite of Rox.
Yeah,
Rox has the
gosh.
Rox has like the mid-range melee ADC and the backline mage with Theodore, but red, green, yellow have the opposite of the mid-range mage and the backline ADC.
Indeed. I think Team Red, Green, Yellow's composition is all about keeping the ISO alive. Songnam Rox's is all about just bashing their heads in, right? Just kind of letting this Bernice do whatever he pleases. Of course, the Theo just being able to do whatever he wants in the backside too. All one side is just, let's keep one of our damage players alive. That Tia is going to be able to do some really good job controlling the mid-range to make sure the ISO is never in any danger. Whereas on the flip side for Songnam Rox, all of their characters are going to both at the same time work well with each other, with the sync with each other being in sync with one another, or maybe even on the flip side, whereas a couple of other teams might sync well with each other, there's also some character diversity that allows them to operate independently very well too. So Songnam Rox has a couple of ways they can play this composition. Red, green, and yellow, very straightforward. We've seen some great Tia plays from Oman during the group stages. I do not expect anything less from that player going into this series as well.
Yeah, very excited to see. I think one reason why we don't see too many Alonsos, just because currently, they're just, tanks that are better. Like we said, the Estelle and the Mai, we did see them quite a bit in group stages. I think Alonso, just as a character in general, is, as a tank, he's really easy to play around, or all of his, damage or appeal potential is really, what's the word I'm looking for? Really, straightforward. You just know, like, when it's going to happen. Yeah.
I think I know which word you're trying to think of. I'm blanking right now too. It's very like you can see it coming, right? Like that's the I just don't know what the word is. Goodness gracious, I'm blanking too.
Well, yeah. So that's probably the reason why. Because I think a lot of teams telegraph. I guess that would be it. Yeah. I guess a lot of teams, sort of know how to play around it. So that's why we don't really see it as often. Like, you always see the teams pivoting over to the Mai, see them on the Estelle, because they have that, engage. That's not like a point and click. The Mai can always just take the engage, take the Eon forward, use a camera. They have different angles to go. Alonso just, you get into a range, they just point at you, and if it connects, they're just going to follow up with their stun as well. So there it is, see? Right there. But a great response there coming out from the Tia, able to just buffer the points and stun with their dash, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. They are going to be able to use that quite literally, but great pull there coming in from the Alonso.
Yeah. Another thing about the Alonso is we actually saw it quite a lot during the group stages. If an Alonso is behind, he is dead, right? If he's the last one alive too, which typically tends to happen, if your team is behind and you're fighting with an Alonso, you're never getting out. It's just the cruel nature of Alonso players. If you lose a fight and you're the last one alive, do expect yourself to wipe out, because Alonso is not leaving, right? It's just a little bit unfortunate, but that's the always inherent risk that you're going to be carrying, which is why a team like Songnam Rox is always playing this kind of gameplay where they just slowly scale towards the later stages of the game, and once everyone else is starting to fall behind because they were fighting so much, maybe they had to use some credits to res, whereas Songnam Rox, they don't do it at all because they're playing so passively during the mid game. They just do what they want. They just play their own game. They get their scaling done with the credits they farm on their own, which is really good routing as well, might I add. They just run teams over because the Alonso is so strong. There's no other teams that can actually kill him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The one downside, obviously, to the Alonso as well is potential, but Songnam Rox, they have that Theodore to just pull the trigger to use all, and they don't really care. They're just gonna slowly start scaling up, play for that late game. Great spell shield there coming up from Magnani, but no ultimate actually gonna come down from the Heart, and the Heart is just gonna get completely wiped off the map there, and so LB Team Inside are gonna lose one member there. Some poke back from the Emerald, gonna get some damage off, and looks like Team Songnam Rox, they're just gonna get the console here in archery. They're gonna play for these archery wolves.
Indeed. Team Insider losing the Heart should not be that big of an issue. It is still short death timers, only level 9, not that big of a problem, but the bigger issue is they're not going to be able to contest objectives, right? The timer on the Heart resing is not exactly...
It looks like they got the meteorite for free, and it looks like it was going to win their gas station.
It's lucky.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to pick up by the Heart, so actually not too bad of a loss for them. A lot of damage going into the side of Team Cartel there, but the Alonso is isolated completely by themselves. Gonna get locked up there by TBHCNJ. TBHCNJ, they're gonna walk up, they're gonna be able to claim this himself. And one thing I didn't notice yet, and I didn't comment on, is we have 3 Theodores this game. So Theodore is gonna get banned. After I saw 2 Theodores there, and I you know, saw Segnum Rocks just recently with the Theodore as well. It just clicked into my mind. Theodore is going to be banned for game number 2 here.
And this puts a little bit of an issue. Oman is going to be able to get out, but I think the team that actually this affects the most is going to be DHCNJ. Remember how we were talking during the group stages about how DHCNJ, with this new Theo composition that Minchik Park is playing, they actually seem like a whole new team that's massively improved from the DHCNJ that you and I are much more familiar with. Now they don't have access to that for game number 2, and it should probably be the same case for game number 4. There is no easy alternatives for the Theo. He just provides so much utility and damage that it's probably going to be banned again for game number 4. We'll take a look at it. We'll analyze it a little bit further as this fight's going to go on. The ISO, he is just way too low. The Theo's just going to pump him down with auto attacks. Down he goes. And again, as I said, if the Tia is not there to support the ISO, he is just going to die. The taunt comes in onto the Theo, onto the Tia. Why do I keep saying Theo? There's Jangy still trying to get himself out, but with the Alonso right on his tail, I don't think this Theodore, actually for the first time that I meant to say it, is going to have that much longer to live. Down he goes, slammed by the blue paint.
NCMP, basically, I think overextending a little too much there. It just took way too much damage from the Tia, and then the Tia was just able to finish them off. And I think the Tia Alonso definitely beats out the Theodore and Mai, just because the Tia is just so much more self-sustainable with all their damage and their healing and their silences as well. It's just a really good character to play in the 2v2s. And looks like look at where the Alonso is. Alonso is way too far forward.
Yep.
Segnum Rocks is just gonna have to completely abandon their Alonso there. That is what we were talking about, where if the Alonso sends it in and you kind of just play around that, you just peel back. Alonso's gonna be a little too far forward. They're gonna be completely isolated. There's really not much the Alonso can do once they are in that situation or in that spot, I would say. Looks like NCP actually gonna jump onto the back line here, gonna take the 1v ISO, but get out traded as the ISO did have some stacks already from for the overheat. They're gonna get a lot of damage on their D skill and the weapon skill. I think the Mai is just gonna jump on board to sacrifice himself, try to get the kill onto the ISO. It's not gonna be enough, and wow, a great bat skill coming out from Magnani. Gonna be able to kill Senafine there. Shoichi gonna do there. Is Numino gonna be able to get a lot of damage on? Oh, still alive with full HP, and oh my god, he completely rips Team Insider to shreds. The Emma's gonna try getting some damage off too. It's not gonna be enough, and it will be Team Always Inchun gonna be the one to top.
Yeah, I think Shiko was cooking a little bit. Maybe they were trying to look for a 1-for-1 trade up against Tianyang, but Mai is quite tanky early on, and you don't really have that many transitions yet as the Emma. It's probably a change level 2 as well, right? Yeah, that's about it. You don't have full cooldown on that. Level 3 gives you a massive boost to the cooldown on your ultimate too. It's one of the more critical parts about making sure you get to that point before you're looking for some of these big turnaround potentials, because without the cooldown you don't have that much utility, you don't have that much playmaking potential. Level 2 is fine, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and it looks like it's gonna be a Team Insider gonna TP on down to stream. I actually really like this macro play from this team. They're just gonna sit for that tree in stream, and then because hotel's opening, they could just go into hotel, get the farm up there as well. So great rotation from them. We do have NCMP a little isolated from their team. Maybe gonna look for some animals here. Wolves aren't gonna be up just yet. Don't know if they're gonna get picked off by DHC and J, as they are in the zone as well. Maybe they're gonna take a team fight. Both of them playing 2 very similar team comps with the tank Theodore and a backline, but DHC and J have that more all-in potential with that Emma as their backliner. So Team Red, Green, Yellow, they're gonna be the ones gonna be able to get that tree down in forest here. They're going to be spawning very shortly. I think Team Cartel do end up wanting to take this fight though.
Oh man, is playing it a little bit dangerous. Still sticking the Tree of Life. Yep, he's going to continue doing it. It's probably halfway picked up by now. Yep, there it is. There's the secure for Oman. But here is the Energy Blast Field coming in. Pang taking a whole lot of punishment for himself. About to get taken down. Will keep himself alive though. Dang9 doing the same thing, but he has the healing drone. It will sustain himself. Everybody on the side of Team Cartel looking for the chase. Sparknade is going to miss. Oman still running away to the best of their capabilities. The double yellow-blue is going to land on so many members. NCMB has to walk back in. Peacemaker's going to be forced out, but Pang's already taken down. What a huge play from Oman. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Red, Green, and Yellow, all off the backs of Tia.
Yeah, great play, great peel back from BattleRoyale. You can't chase you into a Tia, especially when you have some paint already on top of you, or you can't get into that blue-yellow range. Because again, immediately punished. A great blue-yellow coming out from Oman, like you said, and the ultimate as well, going to be able to lock up that Mai. And then the heart is just a little too far forward because gotta dash away, gotta dodge out on that full rainbow. Gonna have to dash on forward, and then you're just way too far away for your Theodore to be anywhere near into the team fight to do any damage.
Yeah, quite brutal, quite brutal. It's still what you're going to have to deal with. Day 3 as well, so minus 400 going to the hands of Team Cartel. They do have the credits for it, just barely from the looks of it, but it will still be a tough one. Take a look at how the rest of this is going. Gwangju Slashers potentially looking for an angle up against Bob Malsa. The shield is actually going to get popped, but Nizuka not taking the Nimrods to get a jump onto the Alonzo just yet. Seiko by themselves, as the rest of their team is inside a temple, trying to get positioning and maybe a little bit of pressure around this area, as Omega will be spawning in police station as well.
And Alonzo was able to use that way to get away, so gonna make sure they're all gonna be safe here. We do have that Omega coming very shortly, so we're gonna have a lot of teams maybe start corralling this top side of the map here. Team Cartel, they still don't have the res back. They actually didn't really have that many crits to go around, so unfortunately the heart is still down. It's gonna be a lot of mastery gonna be wasted onto that heart, and no natural credit region as well. So a little unfortunate for Team Cartel. A little unfortunate for Team Cartel. It's gonna be in a tough spot there. I don't know what exactly they called, but yeah, maybe this and I'm guessing this recently called in before down. They just don't have enough credits, so gonna have to look for a kiosk now because they have enough. Probably gonna get it here in fire. Do have 3 teams though, gonna be contesting for this Omega. It's actually just gonna go for the side of Team Insider because they're just gonna rush it down as all the other teams are gonna be looking to hover, try to get more vision. It looks like Team Signum Rockstar was grabbing the console before coming over, but Insider just gonna recognize that. You're gonna be able to take that Omega away.
Yeah, for Cartel, I could have sworn they had enough credits to res. If they res the heart first, then the heart should have had enough credits after that with pain to get the res, but they res the Mai first. That's a little bit weird.
I see what you mean.
Yeah,
I see
I'll
what
take
you
a
mean.
look at it later, but here we go.
Luminal gonna find angle in with dagger skill in. There's the
Peacemaker, standard.
Peacemaker is gonna keep them all alive, but a third party is here. It's gonna be
there's
Sanctum Rocks. It's gonna be able to secure all the kills. Actually gonna be able to get out. Oh no, actually the ultimate is great from the Bernice, and the point is gonna connect, and that's going to be it. The mine's gonna fall in. It's gonna be Luminal gonna get killed by another team, another third party. Actually, not Luminal. It's gonna be Seraphine that's going to get.
There's another one.
Third party and another one. That is true. A little unfortunate for all these teams trying to get these extra kills. Is Slasher gonna be able to get away? Yes, ISO gets away as well, and it looks like red, green, and yellow. And Slasher, they don't get any kills off of each other. One of them, I think it was red, green, yellow, did end up getting Seraphine, so always in Gonna have to minus 400 up there in archery. Well, unfortunate. A lot of third parties there for that contest.
What an absolute mess. Lumina was sitting on 480 credits too. That's Scarlet Dagger God. He might actually have to default back on Eclipse for the remainder of this game unless they're looking for something else. Wick line's already taken, right? It's night number 5. Teams are looking for, night number 3. I apologize. They could look for a Wick line later if that's a chance.
Oh, good
There's the snake bite back onto the Laura. The fight is going to begin.
Wait, they're finding on the back line.
The Bears! The Bears are there to just stun him down into oblivion. They're still trying to chase, but the fight is already over. Minshik Parky was stuck between a rock and a hard place. One was an entire team, the other side was 2 Bears.
Ooh, they get the res though. Maybe they can look for a turn here as the Theodore is back up. Ooh, the smuggling goes a little wide, and then Lox is just gonna go down. I think that is going to be. Oh no, it's going to be DH Sinjay minus 600 because they did just end up getting a res off there as well. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, I think Babo sent it onto the Laura, but there was just no up because they had to appeal back from the engage from the Bianca and the Suwa, just gonna look for that Theodore, and unfortunately the Theodore goes down. Did end up hitting the Bears by accident, and yeah, it ended up sealing his fate.
Yeah, Wick line's gonna come up in about 50 seconds, but there are already teams trying to get positioning around it. Also, some teams that are quite behind. DHC and J, do they have credits to res? Let's see. So if you res the Theo first. He's gonna be sitting with around. Oh, they are not even close, man. They need about maybe 100. No, they need about like 50 more credits in order to get the res. It's not bad, but when there's still 8 teams alive and one gets the VLS, always Incheon, Luminol is dead. We will see another one fall, which means we are down to our lane. Another minus 400 for this team. That's minus 800. I don't think Eclipse is even happening either.
Look at Chapel as well. Like, that is the only spot to get the res off there. It's a full team just waiting to kill the Lenny coming in. Wickline is going to be spawning in Fire Station very shortly here. We do actually just have a Team Insider going to be the only ones going to be able to just immediately kill the Wickline for free. And all the other teams are all corralling on the bottom side of the view. You see so many teams in Force, in Chapel. Looks like one team is starting to zone off the other teams as well.
Okay. Now they're going to start moving themselves down, right? They know that pretty much the entire the backside of where they are is completely empty. No reason to really walk up there. I think they're going to grab vision control of Fire Station. We should see Insiders slowly making their way down. So teams down here need to figure out what they're going to do extremely quick. I love this VLS call from Team Samdang Rocks. They will have the timer. That's what I was talking about before with making sure one of your teammates starts getting that prepped and then everybody else just follows suit immediately after.
I didn't even know Alonso flails his arms when he's in there.
I didn't either.
Oh, great engage. There's a great raid of the Vampire Queen. The Sanguine Javelin does really connect onto Theodore, and they're just healing so much, but wait a second, it's just not enough. As the other side, they do have just so much damage, so much front-loaded damage on the Sua and the Lore, so you can just kill the tank, and it looks like the Emma as well. Well, just wasn't enough healing to go through the damage from the side of Team Rumbles there. Team Rumble is going to be able to get a nice clean 3-0 from Team Dash Sanjay. And oh no, Team Always in Chun. It looks like the side of Red, Green, Yellow, they were just sitting down there. They were in Chapel for so long.
Yeah, they've been just camping that console the whole time.
Yeah, and then it looks like the Lenny finally goes down. Always in Chun, unfortunately down in 7th place with only 6 kills.
At least it's minus 400. They never got to 800 because they couldn't do it. So when you're looking at statistics, they didn't really spend that many credits rising back people, but of course it's at the cost of their entire team's lives. 6 kills with 7th place. That's all the points they are going to get. 6 points straight from the kills. Not the greatest start again for Always Incheon, but this is a team that we were probably not going to have to worry about later down the road, so we'll just keep tabs on what happens for them. Jang-Hee does line the Spark Nade up again, staying 9. Nice dodge on the Energy Blast, so he will keep his shield intact, at least for the time being. Cartel holding that corner. Team Red, Green, Yellow does not want to fight it at the moment. Thin corridors up against a Theo, a death sentence to walk into.
Yeah, Red, Green, Yellow, though, I think they want to take this fight. They think they recognize they are a lot stronger than this team, but again, it is at Theodore. I think they have some knowledge that there's another team coming in. It's going to be Slasher going to be walking on in here. I really like this play from Red, Green, Yellow. Actually going to be sitting in this corner to not get seen by any of these consoles or any real vision from these other teams, and maybe they're going to look for a third party. That Slasher might take this fight from Cartel as they have no idea that there's another team in the zone. Pang already getting chunked down to half HP there. It looks like they are gonna slowly poke them down. The heal drone is gonna be proc there. Jang is gonna get some healing to get them back up there. And here's the engage from Mizuka, but here's the third party. Red, Green, Yellow. They are right here at the perfect time. I think they are just gonna turn their sights onto Cartel. There is the lockdown onto Pang. There's the ultimates.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, the full rainbow does end up not connecting onto Team Cartel, but Pang is just a little too far forward. It looks like NCMP is going to go down as well. The recons should be able to see Zhang-Yi there. I think that's going to be it for Team Cartel. It's so unfortunate, but so well played from Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Just being so patient and just buying their time, letting these two teams fight first and immediately get a perfect third party. Gonna be able to get. I think they got all 3 kills there.
But
there's engage.
The is coming in. D-Man already, O-Man already blinked in. That's a full rainbow. That's gonna not lock down the Piolo because he was using his figure 8. No CC lockdown. Day 9 will also fall down later. Eventually down he goes. We talked about this earlier. The fate of an Alonso when he is the last one alive is not good when it comes to the statistics, especially up against a team like Gwangju Slashers.
Like this.
I think the VLS should just get themselves on out of here. The Sua tries to blink on in, not even gonna find it. Gwangju Slashers, their macro play today is just incredible.
Yeah, I really like this from Slasher. I mean, they just know how to use this Arda gate so well. And I really like this play that they are just jumping on out of there because they don't really have any cooldowns just yet, right? They used up all their cooldowns fighting, fighting red, green, and yellow. And they're actually gonna go straight back into the other team. So they're just gonna jump back and forth there. They probably don't want to fight the Wick team, but they just use these VLSs to get the cooldowns back, right? The blinks were on cooldown after that fight. And now it's going to be back up for this fight. The Fiora should have Blink up very shortly here. All ultimates should be back up as well. So they should have a nice clean fight on our hand here. It's going to be Team Rump Rebels versus Team Slasher. Who's going to be able to get the nice engage first? I think the item advantage is definitely over the side of Team Rump Rebels. You can see Bear and Sebi both having a blood for themselves. You saw Nizuka only sitting on 3 gold items, but don't cut it out just yet. Team Slasher, they have the burst damage if they get a nice priority targets here, or if they have good priority targeting here and they're able to get a nice pick, they should be able to win this one.
Keep an eye on Wako. If this Bianca gets blown up immediately, then the fight will end very, very quickly. But at the same time, you also have to take a look at how much Nizuka and X-Boy is going to invest trying to kill this Bianca. They're going to send it in, but X-Boy's by himself.
He's dead.
Parry is just not going to do anything. Anonymous is going to get taken down too. I don't think Piolo's going to have it in him to knock all this down. A little bit too early from X-Boy, and it will cost Team Conjure Slashers their entire lives. Rump Rebels sitting on 16 will look for 19 as we go into our final zone.
We saw it the last knockout stage as well. Rump Rebels, they had an 18 kill win on their first game. They're about to do it again, but can they beat Insider here? It's going to come down to both of our sewer teams actually left here. Who's going to come out on top? We do have the Heart though. The Heart's being that ADC powerhouse, it's gonna be a little hard for a team comp like Rump Rebels. But if they can get onto that Heart and lock them down, they should be able to win this one out. But that Heart, ADCs are just really, really good into stats. Don't have enough tankiness to live through that auto attack damage.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is sometimes the Peacemaker is a bit of a bait when you're up against the Reign of the Vampire Queen, because you're still going to take the damage from it, and the Bianca is still going to heal if you sit inside of it. So I want to see these Peacemakers and Reign of the Vampire Queens kind of stagnated up against each other if Yuna has the opportunity to do so. If they pop it right on top of the Reign of the Vampire Queen, I think there is going to be a big chance that Rump Rebels will be able to win. Let's see who is going to start the initiation. Poke from the Emma so far pretty good. Bookmarks being dodged out. Odyssey's dodged out as well from the side of Rump Rebels. They're slowly making their way in. Yona playing it a little bit dangerous for themselves. Getting tagged by some of these bookmarks. Same thing for Bear. He did get stunned by one of them, which means memory from Magnani is gone. There's a bookmark tag with a center hit onto Wako. Damage exchange is actually going in favor of Team Insider at the moment, but there's a lockdown.
Oh, there's an engage.
Vampire Queen's going to come in and it will split the members of Team Insider apart. The slice step comes in and Seiko just gets obliterated. There's the Peacemaker coming down. It might be a little bit too late, my friends. Yona just running around. He's trying to out lifesteal. It's not going to happen. There it is. Rump Rebels 19 kills will one up their performance from game number 1 in knockout stage number 3. GG's 27 points. What a wild run.
Perfect timing there from the Laura, just able to get the knock up right as the Emma coming out of the totem, and gonna be it. Once the Emma goes down, it's just gonna be fighting into a 2v3. So yeah, very nicely played by the Laura there. Very nicely played by Sebi and Rump Rebels as well for that follow up. So a nice clean 3-0 and yeah, 19 kill game once again, coming out with a banger game number 1, and I think that just should secure them for knockout stage 5.
Right, same thing that we can say for knockout stage 3. We can do the exact same thing for knockout stage number 4. Rump Rebels are in their rhythm. I love seeing this. The only problem is, can they actually continue this, right? Because we saw in knockout stage number 3 where it started trailing.
Yeah. They did really good knockout stage 1, and then they just couldn't have a good game for game 2, 3, and 4. They just had a really good first game, and then they went out in like 8. They only had a couple kills game 3, and then same thing for game number 4. But just their first game performance just locked them in for that next stage, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen again.
Indeed. We should just play the comfort picks. It's not like anything that you play is getting banned this time around, right? Sebi, Laura is available. Theo, they're also not going to have to deal with in game number 2, which actually adds even more of a threat, I think, to the Sua and the Laura, since a lot of teams are going to have the bonus movement speed or the initiation possibility with the overcharge from the Theo. Rump Rebels is just going to get even more threatening in the next game. I just need to see what kind of picks other teams have available, especially DHC and J, to counteract the fact that Theo is going to get banned for game 2.
That is true. Theo being off the table is gonna change up a lot, because it does also mean Sanctum Rocks is gonna be off their comfort team comp with the Alonso, Theo, and Bernice. Gonna have to see what they do in swapping with. But Sanctum Rocks being a sponsored teams, they got a lot of team comps in their bag. They could probably swap to something else that they're familiar with, and they should be good to go. Some of these other teams off that Theodore, it's gonna be a little tough.
You know what I want to see? This is a bit of a pipe dream. Sogunam, if you guys have been watching ERM for a long time, way back in the days before he changed his, I should say, tournament name to Sogunam, was SGN. And if that name rings a bell in some of you guys way back in the days, was because he was probably by far one of the best Piolo players in the world during duos. Probably a pioneer on how to play Piolo in the front line by himself, tagging people left and right and turning fights that literally seemed impossible to turn. It's like watching Taekyung now on the Yan, but back then, SGN was the OG for just being able to isolate things like that with the Piolo.
For Piolo.
I kind of want to see it, but at the same time, I understand why they might not be able to bring it out, because you already have a dedicated frontliner. Tossing a Piolo with that just kind of feels a little awkward, and then you're putting Hyungi in a really awkward spot too, if you do that.
I mean, maybe we might see them swap over to the Arda dive team comp too with the Piolo. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I actually have not been, too caught up with teams like secondary team comps or like third team comps with the whole with the whole National League, where they have like a couple team comps, because the characters get banned with how the format works.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's just jump straight into the leaderboards here. Rump Rebels gonna be in first place with 27. They are so much ahead of the pack here. Look at the bottom. There's only gonna be 2 teams that have double-digit points here.
Okay. Well, for game number 1, Rump Rebels looking very confident, very solid in what their performance is looking like, and it's not even similar to knockout stage number 3, because overall field kills were actually pretty low from every other teams that were playing in the lobby. It's definitely not going to be a close one as long as Rump Rebels continue to play as they do. We'll see what the compositions are going to look like. I'm going to kind of backtrace one more time for Songnam Rocks 2. If they really want to, this is actually an option they went for back then. Hyungi can be the front line with an Estelle. We could see, I don't remember who the Alonso was. If it was Bob Malsa, Camilo could be an option that they could bring out with Hyungi sitting in the front line with something like Estelle.
Ooh,
that'd be fun.
That would be, yeah. I mean, we've seen it before. I think we have seen them play that team comp. We haven't seen a Camilo yet, I think, for phase 2. Have we seen it for phase 1? Like, was there a Camilo team in phase 1? I think there was
one, but it was one of those
with
like non-common teams. Yes.
I remember. Yeah, and they actually made it to the finals. They just weren't able to, they weren't able to really have a good performance.
No. You're thinking about somebody else. That was a Felix, not a Camilo. You're thinking about team...
No, because I think there was a Camilo, Sylvia... Because there was both Sylvias who made it to finals in phase 1. If I remember correctly.
I might be blanking.
Yeah, I don't know. But Camilo, definitely a pretty unique pick, I would say. Just because, I'd say Felix right now is a lot more versatile. Felix and Camilo sort of do the same thing. Camilo has more mobility around a team fight, but I think Felix has more survivability. So
yeah,
we'll have to see.
His initiations are almost guaranteed with Tempest Hydra, Blink Q. So
his initiations are definitely a lot better because of that knock up, right? And like 1 second knock up is really good if they do get to the, those stacks off. But yeah, we're gonna jump straight into game number 2 here. Let's see what's gonna be on the table and what these team comps are gonna be swapping to. It looks like Sanctum Rocks are actually gonna stick onto their normal team comp. He's gonna swap the Theodore out with a Celine. I actually kind of like this, but Sanctum Celine is one of those characters that has good follow-up, but also, you know, it's gonna be a little dicey for, you know, her peel, just because, you know,
You don't
Alonso's
have
more
any.
of that all-in. Yeah, Alonso's more of that all-in tank, and then if Celine follows up, you know, you're not gonna have peel for yourself.
Yeah, this puts a lot more of a strain onto the Bernice to get the DPS in, whereas when you have the Theo Bernice spread, you can actually kind of distribute the DPS between both of them. Hyungi's gonna have to play a lot better, and I know which composition you're looking at. Don't you
Cartel.
worry. Yep.
What? They're all just putting all their marbles onto NCOP.
That's a fun combo. We'll talk about it in just a second too. Wow, what?
Charlotte's,
That's a lot of
Felix,
left field.
and Arda. So all their damage is going to be onto the Felix. I mean, I know Arda does damage as well, but it's definitely not going to be enough, right? It's like it's just going to be like the Felix is just going to have to go in and
And this is not a Nimrod gate
get in
comp either.
there, do damage. I mean, they can Nimrod's gate Felix and Charlotte in, I guess, and Charlotte can their ultimate, but yeah,
It'd be
it's
so
a little.
telegraphed.
It's a weird one, but I do want to see how they end up utilizing this comp, because they do actually have a lot of sustain for the Felix. At least they probably are going to be able to keep the Felix alive really long, because they have the Charlotte, and then Arda heal is really underrated. It actually heals so much depending on like how many amp items you have, right? Sometimes the Ardas, I mean, Ardas usually never run you know, heal factor, but it is a lot of extra HP just because it has a pretty decent scaling. So I mean, the Felix can stay alive for really long, but I feel like it's like that Shoichi. If the Felix gets locked down, like they're just gonna die.
Thing is, we are actually having that Arda play a lot more offensive, because there are supportish builds. You said Ardas don't really run healing factor, which is absolutely right, but there are artists that run Sentinel. Right, that's another option that artists can run, but this is not the Arda build that we're looking at. It is going to be the red
Arda,
sprite, so...
Yeah, the Arda needs damage, I think, in this comp.
Yep.
I think they're not going to have enough damage otherwise, just because, you know, they do have that Charlotte. You know, having a support on your team, got to make sure you have that extra damage. Obviously, there are some exceptions, like Team Always Incheon, where they're playing the hyper carry on one character, if that one character has himself, and we saw the Hyunwoo team comp as well with the Hyunwoo, Lenny, and Mai, but if you are playing that support, you kind of need to have that hyper carry or some extra damage on your team. I guess they do have that Felix for the hyper carry, but I don't know if it's enough, because I feel like Felix isn't you know, one of those. He definitely is one of those characters that can hyper carry, but I feel like it's really easy.
Indeed. All right, well, early game. We're seeing a lot of picks. Actually, this time, funny enough, it's in hospital and not cemetery. Close enough when it comes to the vicinity, but it's not in hospital itself, which is quite interesting. Up on the northern side, around stream, more fights potentially brewing as the Queen's going to completely whiff. Seiko on the backside trying to peel away from this Piolo, who is just causing havoc on the backside too. There's the knockout kill coming from Exploit. Down they go. Yuna, last one alive. Well, not last one alive, but the only one alive inside of this specific immediate region for Team Insider. They will get taken down as well. 2-0 in favor of Team Gwangju Slashers. Another fight on the southern side is going to happen again. The Arda just obliterated before the Divine Intervention comes on in. Pang is also going to get wiped out. The Felix has to just completely book it. Always Incheon fighting back once again. Gwangju Slasher will lose out on Nizica finally, as they're going to get quote-unquote third party. It's a bit of a delayed one, but Rump Rebels popping in when there are no cooldowns available for Gwangju Slashers just yet.
Wow, Luminal's so confident, because Luminal used their ultimate after they saw the Divine Intervention, but just had that window, just immediately took that window and just was able to kill the Arda before the Divine Intervention was able to. So yeah, we'll be able to pick up that kill. Rump Rebel's going to be chasing down Team Slasher here. There's the ultimate going to be hit off the X-Boy. There's the Nimrod's Gate just going to be able to get their team to safety, though. They're actually going to send an engage and about a great spell shield from the Sue in response. Nothing's going to come out of that, and it looks like Team Rump Rebels is just going to back on out. Yeah,
one of the biggest traits about Nizica that I was seeing is that he's really good at holding the Punisher to make sure that he uses it in or out. Remember how earlier you said that they just send Nizica in with the Nimrod's Gate? Part of the reason why is because he always has that one extra stack of Punisher available for him to use if he's forced to totem. So the immediate distance that he's able to change is really good. Where the heck is Bear go? What?
Oh, looks like,
I mean, they're trying not to get sandwich, I guess, which is not a bad call, but now completely isolated is going to be Sebi and Wako. They're just stuck in the sandwich.
I see, because they know there's another team in here. They don't want to. They want to make sure they don't get wiped, right? If they're stuck in the middle and both teams do end up pushing in, then they're gonna be in a really bad situation. But so I really like that the Suo just decided to full set it out of there. Does end up getting their team to safety, and looks like they're gonna follow up as well. Also, one thing I didn't is we have an ARI. When was the last time we saw it in Eternal Return Masters? I think it was last season in one of the later stages. When ARI was actually somewhat strong.
Oh,
ARI, one of the ADCs that doesn't do as much damage as the other ACs, but has some utility for herself. She has an ultimate to peel herself off, and she does have that attack speed steroid. And she does ramp up a decent bit. And oh my god, we have the instant E-shift forward with the ultimate from the Eye of the Partridge. Gonna try to connect onto the Arda, but a great response, a great blink away. Gonna be able to get them on out of there. And gonna be Rough Rebels. Gonna be the one to just steal Tree of Life under their nose as both teams got stalled out for a little too long.
Zico, I see what you were trying to cook, but you don't have enough damage just yet. And it's also up against the Charlotte and an Arda. Nice try. I think a Tree of Life was picked up by their team, so they were just looking for a meteorite attempt. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We got the Glacial Shoes upgraded for Magnani. Maybe a little bit greedy to send the checkmate 2 up against that Team Cup, but yeah, nice try.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good try there because, I mean, you might as well just try to look for the kill. You don't really lose anything. You do lose a little bit of temp because you are that farm, but they do end up securing that tree, so it's not too big of a deal. Team Cartel, though, maybe gonna look for an team red, green, and yellow. No, looks like red, green, yellow just gonna back on out of there. Both seemed at this point. You can see red, green, and yellow. They are definitely ahead of the lobby here. Actually, always Incheon also quite ahead. Both those teams, you can look at their crit counts. They are gonna have enough to get those 4-score buy-ins. You can see just how well these teams are farming and rotating their animals from their credit count. So you can see red, green, yellow. They're already buying their 4 scores. They're gonna be up about 1,000 credits over these other teams if they don't coming into night number 2. I'm gonna have those alphas and those boxes gonna be spawning very shortly.
Funny thing is, though, the teams that have already called are not really punishing the teams that haven't yet. You just saw DHC and J. They aren't able to punish the teams that are trying to build things right now, like Rump Rebels. Look at their credit count. They haven't called in their 4-score buy-ins yet, but DHC and J, maybe they get a chance to punish right now. Yeah. But their items are just not in a good spot. I don't know what happened to the Lennox's items, but DHC and J is also sitting on 1.
Yeah, it looks like they only bought 2 items for themselves, and they bought like 2 small items as well. So Rump Rebels is actually going to be stronger for this contest. If they can get the Sua 4-score online, I don't know who the 4-score on. Looks like DHC are actually going to try contesting for the box. I'm going to force them on out of here, because they do know that this team is going to be going to look to contest there. Sebi going to try looking, but actually going to bait out to the play from the Lennox. And we do have another team actually going to be watching. It's actually going to be always Incheon. They already got their buy-ins. They're going to be a lot stronger than both of these teams. They're going to have the double 4-score. And look at the spot again. Rump Rebels right in the middle of these teams once again. And they're going to have to force their way on out of here because they don't want to get the ready. A lot of damage going to the side of the Mai. Mai already getting half HP. Always Incheon. I like this macro heads-up play from them. They know there's another team behind them, so they can't take the fight here. Unfortunately, the Mai will be the one to fall. But, wait a second. Lumina actually gonna just kill the Bianca. So Bianca blinked forward there, and look at the movement, but I think Luma's gonna get shut down. Oh no, he kills Bear! And Sebi's gonna be the one that's gonna be forced to back away. I think he's gonna be able to get out. It is Alora. Gonna be able to use that slide step and gonna be able to use that White Lily. Oh my god, I thought Lumina was gonna die there because he got locked down CC, but so much damage from the Shoichi.
It's the Vamp. Oh, and Seongnam Rocks gets taken down. Seongnam, oh my god, Vampiric Bloodline and the False Oath. They lined up, they clumped up. Those dashes give so much HP to the Shoichi, especially this early in the game with the False Oath. Guys, you can't let the Shoichi dash across multiple people with daggers prepped everywhere. That shouldn't be happening.
Luminal, yeah, I mean, Shoichi as well, with all the daggers, is able to dodge out so much. Like, Sebi tried to hit
now they're confident.
Luminal with the side step. The Sua as well. Luminal's gonna be able to use that Ruthless. There is the Totem. Should be able to just instantly kill the Emma coming out, and yeah, there's just not much these teams can do. Luminal is just a Luminal show once again, just able to just find these angles and just able to navigate the fight so well, able to dodge out on these these pivotal skills with his daggers, and yeah, gonna be able to secure another 2 kills. On the top side though, we do have Insider, or sorry, on the bottom side in Chapel there, we'll be able to get Sebi from Team Up Rebels. Looks like Insider is gonna be playing that Nikki and Adela comp we see time and time again. Just so much damage, so much front loaded damage, able to shot tank.
Indeed. Once again, too, while all that was happening, Songnam Rocks completely wiped off the map. They are not going to have it. 8th place with only 2 kills. They're going to be sitting on 11 with the entire bottom side of the score sheet. Very, very low on kill points overall. I don't think 2 is going to do that much for this team. We'll have to see what their performance looks like in games 3 and 4. This is all they're going to be able to get in the first half of knockout stage number 4. Here we go. The fight is going to begin. Divine Intervention is going to come in, and the Felix gets obliterated before the Divine Intervention comes down. Classic Nikki Adela combination. Before the Charlotte ultimate comes down. That's 2 times that's happened now, right?
Yeah, Nikki, Adela just together. Just way too much damage. Most of the damage was just Nikki and Adela. Sua did end up hitting, I think, and ended up hitting the knockout at the very end, but yeah, it's just way too much. I do really like the Sua pick for the C comp as well, though, just because, you know, it's Magnani Sua for one. You know, Magnani, probably one of the best Suas in the world. I think the Sua just lines up with what they want to do, right? The Sua has the, you know, 1v2, 1v3 potential for their team once all their abilities are down. Like one of the characters that has just really, really short cooldown. So yeah, I think, and Sua does have some follow-up as well.
Yep.
On the combo, just, you know, can just throw their double Odyssey down. So Insider gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills from Cartel. I don't know. I just really don't like the team comp from Cartel. Once in CMP goes down, like I don't know like what country Cartel can do.
Yeah, it's so
Peng
much more
still
riskier than always in Chun's comp, isn't it?
Yeah, Peng also just still doesn't have the elf dress, so losing out on so much value, so much damage the side of the Charlotte.
Their credit counts aren't looking that great either. I would hope that the Charlotte's sitting on 50 credits now because they bought the elf dress, but I highly doubt it. The Felix falling down, the Arda falling down. Well, no, the Arda didn't fall down, but the Charlotte fell down. It puts them behind so much, and I did see Cartel looking for reses, if I remember correctly. They just got pushed away from Beach. The reses are back, but okay, there we go. Tree of Life finally called in for the Charlotte. I think we should see the elf dress being built up in just a moment. But on the flip side, Team Insider just bought Bloods.
Yeah, and
the disparity.
Yeah, and Team Slasher just got the Omega completely uncontested as well, so Team Cartel just getting put farther and farther behind as these other teams are just slowly starting to, you know, get to the, I guess I would say like the end game. You could see the Adela is already 5 gold as well, while Magnani does have that blood weapon, so Insiders are just in a really, really good spot right now to maybe snowball this game into a win.
Felix sitting on 3. I wouldn't be surprised if Arda's sitting on maybe 2 at best. Cartel is just behind. That's it really. This composition just can't farm that fast either because their mobility might be good with the Arda, but clearing some huge animals all really depends on the rotation of Arda and the Felix. Farming efficiency is not exactly going to be as great as some of our other teams.
Oh, they hit the Lenny!
That is going to be fighting for a red box. I apologize. It did hit the Lenny, but the exclusive is there to save it. Unfortunately, red shoes! What? Oh my god, Insider's getting everything this game. DHCNJ looking for a fight now, and CMB sitting up in the front side will have enough damage this time around.
Oh no,
and the third party is there. Bubble in a whole heap of trouble. Luminal is there. It's the same situation again, jumping over the wall. But does Bubble get out is the question. Minshik Park is trying his best to get away, but he's not going to be able to. There's a mile right behind him. Bubba looking for the escape on this Emma. I don't think Seraphine has the range for the trumpet. I don't know why Bubba has so much movement speed over Seraphine, but here's the chase in. There's the trumpet.
Use the hat-trick at the worst time.
Hat-trick is not good. That should be it for Team DHCNJ. Down they go, wiped off the face of Lumia Island. Thanks to the work of Always Incheon. 8 kills now, still going strong.
A disaster for Bebo there because he had to change, but I think he threw his hat trick like 1 second too early, so he's probably spamming his change to jump. Yeah, it's on cooldown, and then he already walked a little too far up, so there's like no point of using it anymore because they're only maybe like 1 or 2 meters, and yeah, I mean that's gonna be it. Bebo, I think definitely could have got away there if he just used his hat trick correctly and changed correctly, because could have just walked into a temple and maybe TP'd on out. Just a huge mistake, I think, for Team BHCNJ, and that is going to be it. They're going to go down in 7th place there. That is devastating, because the HCNJ, you could see they're already in 8th place with only 1 point.
Yep. The future still wouldn't have looked good because look at their credit counts. Yeah, that's not a future that you really want to have as DHCNJ at all, but it still would have beaten just completely getting wiped out 7th place, right? Little bit of an unfortunate situation. All of their hopes on continuing into this tournament is going to ride on whether or not they're going to be able to pull it away with a few maybe really big banger games in games 3 and 4, or they're just going to fall completely flat. It's going to be rough. They're running out of time. But for everybody else in the lobby, time is all they have at this point, right? There's quite a few teams still remaining alive that are looking for these points. We actually have a decent number of teams sitting on an okay amount of kills too. Always Incheon on 8 as the kill leaders, Insider on 6, Gwangju Slasher on 5. Everybody else a little bit below. Green, yellow, well, red, green, yellow, I should say. Needs to pick up their pace though. This team has been quiet for a very, very long time. I would hope that their transitions are looking good because it's been so quiet. But with Team Always Incheon also starting to look for the Wicca line, they got it behind.
Completely uncontested as well, and Always Incheon, they're just gonna get Wick for free.
Bloody
I don't know what
Nine
they're gonna put the, yeah, it looks like Luminol is already stacked out. They already have the double blood with the double 4 score, so I think they're just gonna drop the blood. Yeah, I think I saw the blood go down.
Yep.
Probably gonna give it to the Mai for the Bloody Niners, or maybe even the Lenny for the
High Noon
weapon. The High Noon might be fine. Lenny, I mean, Zenithine also does a decent amount of damage in these team fights. It will be the Bloody Ninetails.
Yep.
Mai.
Pretty
Because Mai is probably doing a lot more damage than the Lenny.
Yeah.
More character.
It adds
Tanks
up,
still do
but
like a decent bit, yeah.
Lenny just, it's more there for the utility and not the damage, whereas the Mai provides supportive damage. There's a little bit of a difference when it comes to it.
Yeah. Mai definitely has a lot more damage. Like tanks still do a decent amount of damage, even though you're on tank. But supports don't do that much. Ooh, it looks like they are gonna sniff out Cartel down here. I think Always Incheon has a really good matchup in Cartel because they just have to kill NCMB, and NCMB is on that crit, so he's not gonna be able to live the full combo no matter what. Like if the Nikki points and the Adela combos, they don't even need the Suo to combo them. And Nikki and Adela is just gonna be enough because it is a crit Felix, and crit Felix is not gonna be able to live through a Adela and a Nikki.
Indeed, and CMB does have the Burgundy prepped. I saw them calling a blood sample earlier, so I thought it was going to be Spear of Longinus, but investing into a Burgundy instead to try getting a little bit of extra sustain. The last wind passive is actually going to help him a lot because it buys time for both the Arda and the Charlotte to actually get that extra maybe half a second to get heals delivered to the Felix. Fight's going to
There's the perfect timing once
He's obliterated into oblivion. It all comes down to expert to see if he can land stuff. He's trying his best. He's trying.
He misses.
Trying so hard.
Oh no!
It's not there. 1 or 2 Flacia's missing. 1 or 2 Fenty's missing. It's gonna seal his fate.
I think he missed a little too many there.
Yep.
And Sebi once again with the perfect timing out of the totem. Every single time he gets the knockup, it's just right at the perfect time from the totem. Very nicely played by Sebi there. Oh, here's the combo. Well, we have cheer from the Adela and the Nikki. Gonna look for the Alonzo, but the Queen combo isn't there. There's no follow-up from the Adela. I mean, the Peerage upgrade wasn't invested though, so they can still look for this angle in. A lot of poke damage going to go to the side of Team Red, Green, and Yellow, but nothing really gonna come out of it. Here's Queen.
Shield's gone.
Does hit the Alonzo shield, that is true. Magnani gonna give chase here, gonna get some more damage off.
They have to be real careful about this. Trying to jump in on towards Asua. That's a beautiful shield to block out the Semtex bomb. Zico is still on the way. All of the members of Team Insider is healed back up. They're looking for an opportunity, but Red, Green, and Yellow sees any potential opportunities for these guys to immediately jump on them and says,
engage.
No, but there is the jump on. Night Fork is not there. Maybe he didn't have a charge for it. Maybe he didn't see it. I don't know. He should have seen it because Queen will give you vision of it. Zico's still going in. They're looking for the Alonzo instead, and there's the pop. One shot is the tank. think Man needs to salvage this, but they just don't have the time. Oh no, HD2 is gonna fall down too, and that right there is the beautiful rotation. Red, green, yellow is gonna pop too as Hospital was closed. Man's gonna pop. Rump Rebels now needs to deal with this. Cooldown still available for Team Insider. The only thing not there is going to be the Pure Rage Uppercut. It's going to be back up now, so Rump Rebels say we don't want to deal with that either.
And Rump Rebels are just going to take the jump pad over. I think it's because they saw Team Cartel in the zone, so they don't want to be in that third party situation. Very nice call for Team Rump Rebels here. It is going to be Team Insider going to take the bottom side. I don't think Team Cartel wants to take this fight because they know they're going to be under the console vision, but going in the hands of Team Always Incheon is going to be a little tough, so I think we're going to have a fight between Team Rump Rebels and Team Insider very shortly here. Team Cartel probably going to stay in the zone as well to look for that third-party angle. I don't think any team wants to walk into Team Always Incheon. They did get that wick line. They're going to be really strong. The Shoichi really fully online. And I think all these team comps sort of lose into Shoichi. Unless, I think Team Insider has a good shot, though. Maybe if they could get that lockdown onto Shoichi. But they do have that Mai, can be able to pull the Shoichi out of the combo from maybe Team like Insider's team comp with the Nikki ultimate.
I think Cartel could also have a chance. The only problem is, look how behind they are, dude. It's temp zones and they're not even level 20 yet. What? Wow,
well,
it's been a while.
You say they're behind, but I think Cartel is even farther behind.
Oh, are they really?
Like it's only NCMP that has the.
Oh wait, who did I say?
NCMP is not even full build yet. Remember?
Yeah, I was talking about Cartel. Who was I saying? Who did I say?
Oh, you're saying Team Insider.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I meant Team Cartel. None of them are level 20. Felix just hit that, and they're still sitting on. Oh my god, 1,000-foot spear, man. Like this is not a place you want to be.
Okay. Wait.
They can fight this
Felix
still.
do some magic here.
Divine Intervention is
Here's
already
the
invested.
combo. Gonna get a lot of damage off, but Felix is gonna go in. But the
no.
combo from Adela is way too much. And here's the third party coming out from Rump Rebels. They're gonna be able to kill the members of Team Cartel. The rate of the Rampart Queen is actually invested though, so Team Insider should know. Bear actually looks for the engage, tries to go in. Great response though from the Adela, gonna be able to dodge on that Zero Dom Quixote, but Bear is gonna be able to find that. Magnani gonna try to get the damage. Is gonna be enough to kill Magnani. It's gonna be a 2-1v1 here. They're gonna try to get some damage off. There's the blind, and Magnani is gonna go down. It's gonna be Bear, the one that's gonna come out on top. So it's gonna be Rump Rebels with another good game already. 9 kills, guaranteed themselves second place. So I think with this, they're definitely guaranteed to make it for knockout stage 5 already.
Yeah, they are. And for Team Always Incheon, now it's a fight for that first place spot, right? If they want to keep their name at the very top and continue their streak of being first place in every single knockout stage going into the finals, they're gonna have to win this to at least set themselves a foundation up against Team Rump Rebels. They are so well ahead right now. Even if they get second, that's 14 points, right? That's 41 for Team Rump Rebels. Always Incheon has a long way to catch up. This first place will help.
It's going to be up to Luminal once again, but we saw Team Rump Rebels win this one out before. If Rump Rebels is going to be able to lock down Shoichi, maybe if Sebi gets that knock up, if Sebi is going to be able to find this angle with the Bianca Rain of the Vampire Queen to bait out that exclusive.
Run it back.
And have to see how this goes. This is the exact same spot as well. It was in Fire Station where Team Always Incheon lost, but let's see if they can get the one up into Team Rump Rebels this time.
Bear and Sebi positioning themselves. Chen Yang doing the same thing. This is the exact position that Team Always Incheon was in the last fight too when this happened. Good shield, although it was dodged out. That's a cooldown going into the hands of Team Rump Rebels. Luminol looking for a little bit of aggression. Look at the timer on Chen Yang though, only 20 seconds left. They're going to try to full send it. There is no strut. It lands on the Walker who's sitting on the backside. The Vampire Queen comes in. Luminol's on the backside. Rooted down is going to be him.
Oh, they're going to focus.
Chen Yang will fall. Luminol needs to do something, but there's a trap down on the ground. Luminol is trying desperately, but the cooldowns are there.
No.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Sebi will kill him. Senaphine's gonna fall, and yet again a 2-for-0 for Team Rump Rebels up against Always Incheon. They will win it out. There is the circulation to finish it once again. 12 kills first place, 20 points for Team Rump Rebels. GG's.
Yeah, a good try from Team Always Incheon, but yeah, looks like it looks like the Springtrap pushed the Sua on forward, and then it kind of completely dismantled their engage there because the Mai went in, but then Luminol had to be a little careful because of the rate of the round from the Bianca, and then the Mai was just completely zoned off because Luminol and Senafine just couldn't get in, and then they just focused all their attention onto Mai, and then really for them to come back in that fight. So very well, very well played from Team there.
Yeah, the rumpers are pumping. These guys are going crazy in knockout stage number 4. This is even better than their performance during knockout stage 3. It's like they're getting powered up the longer and longer they play. Absolutely bonkers. It seems so stable. And I talked about this earlier too. It's such a toss-up when it comes to Team Rump Rebels because they always play aggressive. We talked about this before. The quote-unquote win condition that we always meme about at the beginning of the game if they get a few number of kills here and there. It's because it's so consistent where if they are able to pick up kills in the earlier stages, they're going to go out with a bang. Whether it's first place or they go out in like third or fourth place, they're still going to have a hefty number of kills if they get the first few at day number 1 or night number 1. It doesn't even matter, though. They just look so good across the board that that's not even a win condition anymore. That's just a bonus.
Yeah, I think all three of them are just playing really well. Usually it's Sebi, the one that's, finding angles, finding engages. But we see the Bianca getting those angles as well. Tua, Bear is also playing fantastically. All three of them are just able to follow up on each other's engages. They're able, find these angles in, and great follow up from all three of the members of Team Rump Rebels. So Team Rump Rebels, I think they're actually going to be the ones to shut down Team Always Incheon from getting the first place run, I guess, all the way to finals. But I think Always Incheon still should have a good shot at making it into the top 4.
Yeah, they'll be perfectly fine. Unless games 3 and 4 just go completely sideways for them, the amount of consistency they've still shown for the first 2 games, it should be sufficient enough, especially when a majority of the lobby is really struggling. Right, Songnam Rocks, for example, very uncharacteristically is just completely gone for games 1 and 2. They don't have any kind of positioning inside this score sheet at all. We should be able to see it in just a moment, but it's nothing. It really is. For a team of Songnam Rocks' caliber, their scores after game number 2 is just not going to be good. Let's take a look at it real quick.
Yeah, Rump Rebels securing themselves basically first place. They are running away with 147 points for only 2 games.
Jesus.
It's actually crazy how many points they have. Insider with 22, Always Incheon with Red Green Yellow with 15. It's still anyone's game to make it into the top 2, 3, 4 spots, but I think Rump Rebels 47, I think they're basically in. There's no other team that could come close now.
Yeah, somehow these teams are going to have to find a way to deal with the Sua. Still not banned. We got 2 picks for Suas, I think, throughout the entire lobby. Either you ban it for game 4 or you're just going to have to find a way to deal with it, which is going to be rough for some of these teams. I know once we start moving into knockout stage 5, knockout stage 6, the Sua is going to get a little bit more controlled by the lobby because teams are much more used to it. But here,
you say the Sua, but I don't it's all 3 of them. That's a I don't think the Sua is doing as much as Seb. I think Sebi is the one that's probably putting in the most in the team.
Yeah, it's just that I'm noticing a lot of teams are just investing their entire kit where the Sua is still remaining alive with full HP. And that's where the problem, with Sua comes, right? Like, you're going to be able to capitalize on that since Sua has much more CDR reduction. So, yeah, we'll talk about that all later, guys. That was game number 2. So we're going to go on a break. Make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It'll be the last time you're going to be able to do it for ERM today. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Knockout Stage 4.
Take care.
어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠? 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠? 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠?
정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 어? 걱정하지 마, 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스트! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 맛있겠지? 한 입 줄까? 무슨 꿈꾸냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 대신 가요. 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슈! 오! 내 이름으로 달아둬. 슝! 숙녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 자! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자. 안녕!
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임캐스터 천시아입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 백과사전이 유스티나로 돌아왔습니다. 석궁을 사용하는 실험체 유스티나는 이동하면서 스킬을 사용할 수 있기 때문에 기동성이 상당히 뛰어난 실험체입니다. 유스티나는 꾸준한 거리 조절과 게이지 컨트롤을 통한 스킬 활용이 굉장히 중요한 실험체입니다. 먼저 유스티나의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유스티나의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 연속 포격, 그리고 선멸 포격, W 스킬 집중 포격, E 스킬 부스트 대쉬, 궁극기 아스트라 버스트, 그리고 패시브 스킬인 아스트라 에너지로 구성되어 있습니다.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase number 2. We have 2 more games ahead of you guys now. And once again, if you guys are joining us now, I said it earlier, just come earlier. You guys want drops? Come early. No. Of course, thank you so much for joining us now. Really appreciate it. We got 2 more games left for you. We're at the knockout stage number 4 sets of games because we already finished watching knockout stage number 3. Games 3 and 4 for knockout stage 4 is what we have left. These final 2 games are going to determine the 4 teams that will move on into knockout stage number 5 and also determine whether or not we're going to have a good number of circuit points going for some of these teams. That's going to have to be a factor starting from now on, Super.
And it is just a rump rubble show, it looks like, for knockout stage 4. They're
Indeed.
just 2 games back to back. They're just able to just shut down these teams, unfortunately, always in Chun. Probably not going to be able to win this one out, but you know, if they still can get some points, make sure they're in that top 4. They'll still have that, you know, golden line going down, but it's not going to be a straight line anymore. It's going to be a little bump. It looks like going to be in between if they do end up making it.
Oh, I like this from red, green, yellow. Okay. You know what? Tsubame over the ISOL. I think this is much better, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah,
ISOL is a little bit more prone to getting jumped on, whereas Tsubame, we've seen some incredible Tsubame plays throughout the entirety of Season 6, whether it be Romantic, Green Apple himself has also had some really good plays on the Tsubame. Very good at countering a few of the meta team compositions that exist in the lobby, but it's such a niche character that a lot of people don't play. It's so hard to see it often, but what else? Oh,
the man
there
himself.
it is.
He's here.
He's here. Okay.
Is here.
They finally said screw
Bugwa
it.
is here.
He's finally
shown up. He's shown
Adina.
up. Bugwa is finally here. We get to see the Adina. We get to see the Cartel ERM Season 5 winning team comp here. I think they did play this exact team comp. And I'm very excited to see him back in action here. He's finally here for the final game. And yeah, like you said, the Tsubame, I actually really like this. I think Tsubame is a lot better into these dive teams.
Yes.
Because there is a... It does have that shorter range, but because of how dive teams are set up, how they do end up getting in, Tsubame has that mobility to dodge out on some of these key skills, and then is going to be able to just rotate around, going to be able to navigate, basically dash on away and out of range in some of these dives, and then just able to dish out so much damage back.
Yeah, and the big thing is that it wastes the enemy's utilities. I think that's one of the biggest things about Tsubame is she is so good at wasting the enemy's resources and capitalizing on that, because by the time the enemy's already used their resources, they're close enough that you're going to be pumping out auto attacks, execution damage on your ultimate. This character's got it all, but you have to pilot it right. That's the biggest wall of actually being able to utilize the Tsubame. If you don't have the hands for it, she looks terrible. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. If you can't play this character, it is clear and evident. If you make one mistake on this character, your health bar stops dropping immediately.
Is correct, yes. Tsubame is really hard to pilot well, I think, especially at a high level, because these players, they're just going to instantly punish you for your misstep. Like, you positioned like a tiny bit, and players will just instantly combo CC you, burst you down. You're not even going to be able to use your substitution to get away, but looks like we're going to get a lot of damage from Green Apple. We're going to be able to chunk some of these members down here. But yeah, we do have that or a lot of like double bruiser comps that Tsubame should be able to easily shut down if she does navigate the team quite well and dodge on a lot of these skills. It's key skills here. It looks like Namai gonna get focused on by a Suwa. Not really much you could do as a tank into this Suwa when they are on top of you. We do actually have... Oh, you're right. Peng is also in the area. It's gonna be... Oh, he's actually gonna teleport all the way on in here. It is gonna be Magnani now gonna be the one... Gonna be completely isolated. Gonna get completely shut down by the side of Team Cartel. Great blink away from Bongwa. Gonna get a lot of damage off. Gonna go into the Star Conjunct recharge there. As it looks like, oh, here comes the ultimate from Luminal. Actually gonna get a lot, actually not even the ultimate, just a lot of damage back with his abilities. They're gonna get so much damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Luminal actually played this fight so well, able to navigate dodge out, do so much damage back, but not gonna be able to shut down or be able to really kill anyone there. Bungwa gonna dodge out on these Sua skills. Nothing really gonna connect there, as Bungwa's gonna deal a lot of damage back. We do have the Queen, not gonna connect onto the Mai. Bungwa gonna walk up, maybe get the stun, gonna get some damage off there.
Oh,
The Rook didn't.
But be
Yeah,
careful.
they weren't able to go over to the wall there. Magnani gonna try jumping. Gonna get a lot of damage. Gonna get the stun onto
my
the
God.
hard, and a great exclusive and great body block there from the Mai. Just able to shut down the Sua. Very nicely played from Cartel. And yeah, that is nice. Two kills going over to the side of Team Cartel. Right as Bungwa subbed in, 4 kills already.
Yeah, this is why we wanted to see Pungwa. His neutral on this character, it is one of the most surprising things you will see, I think, in the game for ERM, hands down. This man's Adina is one of the best when it comes to contesting the neutral.
Probably
because
the best.
because I don't know if you're able to catch it, but he predicted so many mobility skills and placed the moon Dorito right on top of it, and people just ate that thing, man. It's like they're drawn to it or something. I don't know how this guy does it, but his moon Doritos are spectacular. His star conjunct timings almost are perfectly in timed. Sun conjuncts also landed. I don't know what this guy is, just like Adina. This guy is Adina. That's what it is.
I'm surprised we haven't seen him come out earlier into the stages. Maybe they just didn't want to play in the earlier stages. I mean, we didn't really see them much in phase 1 either. And here's a combo, great exclusive in response from the Nikki Peerage uppercut. Can Luminal do it here? Sua is gonna get onto the Shoichi. Actually, sorry, not to Shoichi, onto the Mai there in the backside. Don't think they're gonna have enough damage to kill the Sua, but great side steps coming out from the Mai. And that's exactly how you sort of play around into the Sua there. Great dodges there from the Mai. I think they're able to kill. The checkmate is just gonna kill, but they're gonna get the Choichi right back, and it looks like they're gonna have to get on out of here. The checkmate just did way too much damage, already chunking down the Della down HP. Sorry, down the Shoichi down to 1 HP, and yeah, they're just gonna have to give up the tree there. They're not gonna be able to kill the Sua because it is a Mai and a Lenny. Can't really kill through that drink. Yeah, looks like will be Team Insider gonna be able to pick that one up. The checkmate connecting onto Luminal, I think was really big. Chunking him down all the way down to 30% HP. Really not much you can do there. Yeah, it might be early game, but Shoichi is a fairly squishy character, and I can imagine you smiled the moment you said that. I saw what was going on in chat during the break. I know exactly what you were trying to aim at when you were saying all that stuff, and I respect it. Hey, Sua is a good character, but everyone just thinks this character is like Jesus Christ, but unfortunately this character cannot do it all. A bit of a failed Ruthless there from Luminal. I think the little corner checks inside of that little copy inside of Fire Station, or Police Station, I apologize, is gonna hamper the fighting potential of Always Ninja, at least for the time being, but it is all good. Luminal is still moving around. We don't have any teams that fell down yet, but the overall kill count so far in this lobby is actually not as high as what we saw in previous games so far. It's day 2 and there's like 10. That's not that much. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have a quieter day 2 on our hand as well. Looks like everyone is just slowly splitting away. This is what you usually see. I think in these lobbies where teams on this cycle is just gonna start calling in their 4 scores and want to make sure they're as strong as possible going into the next objective contest. So night number 2 contest with the alphas in the boxes. All these teams are gonna slowly get to that 4 score spot. You're gonna see teams like this just use their kiosk as well to try to get these 4 score buy-ins. And oh no, Team Chun is to contest for this box here. Walka is going to be completely isolated, gonna go down into the coffin, but just gonna get completely killed by Luminal. Zenithine gonna try getting on out of there. Guz dodged that Don Quixote there from the Sua, but Savvy's just taking the 1v1. He's gonna completely kill Luminal on the backside there, and that is just gonna turn the fight on to Team Rump Rebels. Team Rump Rebels is gonna just trade 1 for 1. Luminal gonna go down, and Wako gonna go down in response, so it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh my god, okay, Tsubame is just eating everything. Look at that, Hyungi right up in front. Who cares? Tsubame is just standing in front of everybody. Hogunam's gonna fall down too. This Alonzo, the fate begins. Can you stay alive 20 extra seconds? There's a Tsubame on the chase right behind him. I think she's gonna be able to catch up. Hongnam Rock, we might see the fall, and that's it. I think their hopes and dreams for moving on to stage 5 is also gone with that. Wow, this Tsubame already showing us results.
Yeah, that's so bad for Segnum Rocks. They only have 11 points and they go down in 8th place there. It's so unfortunate. They will just, yeah, that is probably going to be their tournament run. I don't think they're going to get enough points going into game 4. I mean, 4th place is only 15 points, so I mean, if these other teams don't do bad, maybe they'll be okay. Always in Chun, gonna go down. Namai's gonna go down. No, is gonna get back up in time. You could see Always in Chun's credits. Unfortunately, didn't have the time to buy in their 4 scores, so just playing down so many items into these other teams. They gotta make sure to get to that kiosk very shortly here, so they can get their buy-ins.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Always in Chun. The scheduling on the transitions I was talking about earlier, which is one of the reasons why Always in Chun has been so successful with this comp, I think, in this season, is just not there right now.
Oh, what the?
He outplayed himself, bro.
That's so funny. That's so funny. He did just outplay himself. He blinked forward, Bats killed him off the jump pad, and then just went with the...
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, but I don't think Pig is going to be able to get out of here, though.
He should die now.
Just ended up using the timer, and we'll end up going down. That's kind of funny.
Outplaying himself is fine, but it's all good. They managed to get the kill. Even more timer invested by the members of Cartel. The Sua, at least she managed to recover a little bit, but she sat in warehouse for quite a long time.
End up, I mean, timer in the early game, it matters, but it doesn't matter as much as long as you can convert kills. If you are able to convert kills back, you get 10 seconds back if you're near enough for that kill. So it doesn't matter that much. Obviously, they do have to be a little careful now if you want to play into red. And, you know, if they have a bad losing team fight, they're not going to be able to use that red timer to go in and tank there. Looks like Dasu's going to get so much damage onto the side of Team Rum Rebels, and Rum Rebels just going to be forced to disengage, give the box over to Team DHC&J. DHC&J going to be on this, we've seen this team comp, but not from this team before. It is going to be the Ekion Charlottes and the Jenny.
Pretty... Well... Okay, I say pretty interesting, but this is a comp that we've actually seen from this team before, or at least we've seen this kind of composition before in ERM. I think it was Team DHC&J that was copying a bunch of team comps, if you remember correctly. I think it was either Phase 1 or it was in Season 5. They just randomly decided to slam a bunch of team compositions that other teams used. Do you remember that, or was it a different team?
Oh, I don't. Was it DHC&J? I think it was, just because
they were in character
DHC&J. Yeah, I think they just weren't having a good or their team comp is themselves just wasn't really working out for them, so they tried swapping around, playing what other teams play, just because they wanted, you know, like a good team themselves. But unfortunately, you know, playing the same team comp as another team that's been practicing it for, you know, 2 seasons, 3 seasons. It's just yeah, it's just not something that, you know, you could do efficiently, right? So, oh, looks like Team Insider is actually going to be running away from Team Bear here. Bear is going to jump on in, but a great response there coming from the Nikki, just able to intercept the Don Quixote. Very nicely played by Bear there. Or sorry, not by Bear, but the Nikki just, you know, dashing on forward, and Magnani is going to be able to get that Don Quixote. They're going to be able to knock them up and basketball into the wall. Very nicely played from Team Insider. Actually baiting Bear in there. The Adela looked like they were completely isolated. Bear took that bait, blinked on forward, tried to use that Don Quixote, and Bear just, or sorry, not Bear, but the Nikki just dashing it on forward, blocking the Sua Don Quixote, and just completely bursting her down.
Well, interesting to see. Another fight is about to begin inside of hospital. This is over the purple box sitting inside of this area. Potential third party coming from the bottom side, but I think Team Kwangju Slasher is still playing this out carefully. Dang9 will be able to pick it up. I don't know what he got. It's a Tree of Life. Is that valuable right now? I would assume it's not as big as it could be, because Oman is probably already sitting on the what is it,
yeah, I'm guessing they might be saving for that 4 score. for Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Because oh no, it's gonna be the Blood Cloak. Actually, the Blood Cloak's actually pretty good for the Tia there. Tia having a lot of poke damage, so you know the Blood Cloak, that dehabilitation is gonna work wonders for them. Do have always in Chun. They are gonna be getting that Mithril online. Probably gonna go Kandalos Monarch. So actually gonna go for no, this is their usual build. They're gonna get likes to steal up as well. So 2 Force Cores, 2 Mithrils, and they're probably gonna be saving up for that blood for that Scarlet Dagger on that Shoichi.
Okay, everyone's on pace.
Here's the red box.
Yep, there's another red box dropping in. This is gonna be the the gear pickup. Pexu is trying to go in. I like this idea. They're sticking it. Yep, Prominence is what was picked up. Not that big of a pile,
engaged.
but Divine Intervention is there. I don't think Team Insight has enough. Seiko's just gonna go in, but it's already a sacrifice. I don't think it was a sacrifice that was necessary because Yona was already gonna fall down anyways. It's 2 offered up for the penance of Team Insider. The penance of picking up Prominence. It is what it is. Unfortunately, that's a minus 400 going to that team. Got the credit for it, but look at the credits on the Adela, man. It is 500. You might as well save it. Let the Suarez and the blood sample should come through.
Yeah, it looks like they're. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They are gonna get the Adela to save their credits here for the 500 blood. Looks like they're actually gonna try getting on out of there, but yeah, great response from the Jenny. All you have to do is make sure you're not in range for the combo from the Adela and the Jenny.
Yep.
And that's exactly what the Jenny did. The Jenny just blinked in response to the Jenny, or for the Nikki Peerage uppercut, and then the Adela was just too far away. Didn't blink forward in the combo with it, and the Jenny was just didn't get comboed by the Adela ult, so didn't really take any damage at all because the combo just completely whiffed.
Yeah. If I'm gonna be real with you though, I don't know what the okay, somehow they actually do manage to turn it around because it was only 2 people standing right on top of this. Izuka is in trouble. He's probably gonna get taken down in just a moment too as the knockup comes in and down goes 2 members of the Slasher. Anonymous.
I think they just weren't expecting it, and then Nikki just used the ultimate. Oh no.
It runs! He's done. No! The moon was there. Pungwa locking down Anonymous. He's gonna get taken down, but this is a really good place for the Akion to fight. The neutral is so good from Pungwa though.
Oh my god.
How does he do it every single time? The stars are there to heal up all of his members too. On the flip side, there is a Charlotte, but Pexu has a whole lot of health that the Charlotte's gonna try to heal.
It's gonna be less out. It's already channeled up from the Mai, and they're just gonna get on out of there. Gonna go with the cemetery. Yeah, probably gonna try playing for this wick line. Looks like the HCNJ is gonna jump on over as well. There's a lot of teams though coming in for this wick. There's basically 4 teams down here, all wanting to eye on this wick. So it's not gonna be completely free and green apple.
Man, I'm telling you.
not gonna check the bush and gets immediately punished. It will. I mean, it's kind of hard for AC Bomber to check a bush as well. You're gonna have to recon that bush.
Yeah.
Really gets punished. That's the full combo from Insider. Gonna use, basically everything there. You're gonna completely one-shot them. So a little unfortunate for Team Red, Green, Yellow. Gonna have to probably get their best back in hospital. We do actually have a lot of teams posturing up here for this cemetery wick line. Insider is gonna come as well. So we're gonna have 3 teams. Who's gonna get it here? I think it might go over to the side of the HCNJ.
Okay.
It will. It's gonna be Dekion that does end up picking it up. They're probably just gonna use a jump pad to get on over to use this blood sample. So great pickup for Team DHCNJ here. I know what they're gonna use with this blood.
It has to be High Noon. There's no way they have enough credits that
that's
Tato
true.
has it right now. If he does, then it's gonna go into, oh my god, then they already have High Noon. What? How do they have enough
go to the
credits for
Ekian
that?
weapon?
Yeah, it did.
Oh
for
wow,
the blood sample
okay.
upgrade. If he's
So
sitting on... That's weird.
is probably really strong right now. Then.
Yeah.
Like Charlotte is also sitting on about 400 credits, so maybe they're saving this one for the High Noon.
It's
or
too
maybe they
late
already
if that's
have
the case.
Yeah.
She's on 400. You're gonna have to wait.
She definitely already has it in. Like, there's no way they don't give the Jenny some extra needed DPS. But we'll have to see, because it looks like they are saving for that blood sample coming up, or maybe they just can't find a console to buy because they did a jump over back into Pond, so no real options there. Rump Rebels, they lost their lore, it looks like. I don't know. I think it was probably for the fight of Team Always in Chun. And now they're just playing down a member. It's going to be really rough for Team Rebels. Oh, they're going to try getting the buy here. Do they have enough credit? Or do they have enough time?
Yeah, they
so we
do.
can blink over and use your Don Quixote. Oh, right.
Yeah.
So they're just waiting.
Oh,
And
no.
God.
Cartel has to join in though.
Cartel
they have to come
2.
They just
That
bought
is
a
the
blood
versus
item.
2 backliners. That's probably the worst TP
Oh,
to
Emily's
have
fine.
there. But wait a second.
The neutral's still here.
He killed the Suwa. Suwa's 1 HP. Great
Oh
dodge
my God, the neutral!
on the Odyssey, and both teams are gonna lose one member. But look at how many teams are just funneling in.
Oh, this is all over the place. Rump Rebels, 10 seconds left for Waffle. I think he's in trouble. He's probably going to get taken down. There's the entire combo
Wait,
coming in without.
Cartel's resing.
Oh, this is weird. What is
Cartel's good,
happening?
Cartel's
Bottom
good.
side. Okay, Cartel's still alive. The HCNJ, though, they're stuck in the corner. This is a little bit awkward place of a place to be. Oh, man jumps over. Oh, man jumps over. They needed the Tia damage, and it's just not going to be there. Dang Dying going to get taken down, too. Oh, man has the bucket. DHCNJ, the Tia jumps.
I mean, I think they just had to book it there because, you know, the Charlottes and the Ekion damage is way too much with the Jenny on top.
And
the Charlotte intervention. Yeah, the Charlotte intervention was coming up. They have the Wick line. I think just way too much to go through, which is probably why the Tia just decided, you know what? Well, I'll just try to live here. Maybe get some extra placements for us. Fortunately, it's probably not going to work out for them. They are right in the middle of two teams. Gonna walk up here. I don't think the camera's gonna see them. Maybe they could walk over in the cemetery, get a free revive. But I don't think any team is gonna allow that for free.
Yeah, look at the Lumi pathing. It's just not going to happen. There is a team that is starting to walk up to. Cartel is going to be the one gatekeeping this, at least for the time being. And now it swaps over onto Team Insider. O-Man is doomed. They don't really have enough credits to res all of their members back, I think. Let's see. So 337 right now. They actually just barely have enough. If they res the Alonzo first, then the Alonzo should actually have enough credits to res the Subame back. But it's not going to help. The Lumi is nowhere near them and is about to go back in red.
Does he have timer? Oh, they okay.
Yeah, it does
found
matter.
out here.
Yeah.
He has found out. It's gonna be Cartel gonna be the one to pick them up. Great taunt there coming in from the Mai. That's gonna be it from Rebels as well. They're stuck on the bottom side here. They're basically by themselves. Lumi in forest. Gonna escape. Looks like. I mean, why not?
Yeah. 1 point
They already
less
in
for
first
the entire
place.
lobby.
Might as well give these other teams less points.
Make sure you don't minus one though.
The fight over. Yeah.
Remember we saw that before
out
with Darko. Do you remember that? There was a Darko inside a police station near the console that accidentally misclicked and popped before going into the escape zone. You remember that? Yeah. Good thing that.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, good thing that at least Seppi was keeping track of the timer. So that's going to result in Rump Rebels finishing. Let's see, I think that is fifth place this game.
That's actually not too bad. They're gonna get like a couple placements for that and 5 kills, so not too bad for himself. They're already sitting in first place, so like this extra points, like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. All it does is just really create openings for Always Inchen to maybe start stepping up a little bit more, maybe have a possibility in game number 4 to get that first place spot. But they're already in a comfortable enough of in a location and the scores that I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. Fight will begin. Peksu sitting on the backside. There's not that much time for Always Inchen. They have to go back in, but they're starting to file on in towards the backside instead. There is the play. Oh my god, that acceptance speech is so big. Ruthless is going to be sent down too, but nobody's losing health on the side of DHCNJ.
No damage.
Who is doing damage on this team composition? How is this happening? There's nothing. I think everybody on the side of DHCNJ just refuses to drop below 80% HP as Lumino tries desperately to get the damage down, but there is just nothing.
Yeah, it has to be Luminal, but like, who are you gonna target?
Angle,
who are you gonna target into the Team DHCNJ? There's still the plated from the Jenny. The Charlotte just has so much mobility, has so much heals. The Ekion just way too tanky. Ooh, a great sidestep from Bongwan, and immediately they just instantly killed the Suwa. There's a great sidestep from Bongwan. There's nothing Magnotti can do there. Tried to look for an angle in, had the green light to maybe look for the knockup, but yeah, just instantly gets blown up there. And there's a checkmate coming down. Not gonna do anything, and Cartel just completely shuts down Team Insider there. Yeah, Bonghua just coming out to show, you know, why he's the best Adina and why we always see him, you know, in the finals.
Yeah, it's so stable. There was no point in that fight where Pungo was ever in trouble. The Heart, same thing. You're dealing up against a comp that's supposed to one-shot anybody, but no one was ever in danger of getting one-shot because of the neutral play by Pungwa. But they still have a little bit more to go. Looking for 13. Team Cartel, if they are able to win this game, they're also going to place themselves very comfortable in the leaderboard going into the final game. Even if they don't, they will still be relatively comfortable. But of course, when you're in Cartel's position, you do want to win this. Same thing for DHCNJ though. They desperately need this game in comparison to Team Cartel. but Bunga's neutral is going to hamper this Aikion's potential quite a bit. There's a double key. Oh, and he misses the dash over the wall, man. He's an overflow. All Team Cartel has to do is just wait that out. Pixu, a little bit of a misplay. This is going to make them lose position for a little bit longer. The Charlotte trying to get the damage down, and you can see immediately just back away.
Ekion going down to Exuviation. You can't really do much on that character without your bar. So just going to give zone control over to Team Cartel. But look at the Guillotines coming down. It's a lot harder for Team DHC to work through here. Ooh, the frailty popped early from their heart there. So not going to have that defense shred into the Ekion. A lot of poke damage though coming out from Bongwa. Just completely zoning off two members here. Here comes Engage from the Ekion. Ekion is getting some damage in, but there's just not enough. And then 3-man taunt is big for Team Cartel, and it just followed up with the Sun Conjunct hitting all three of them, and there's nothing Team DHC can do. And oh my god, that's the Cartel special.
Holy moly. You saw it happening before it even happened, right? Like, you knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. What an amazing triple taunt from the Mai. All led up by the fact that the neutral was just impeccable. How did he do it?
Yes, Bongwa was just playing out of his mind. Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen him earlier in like both phases. He's just able to, yeah, you're right, just play the neutral so well. Like, basically shut down these teams that are trying to engage on them. He's able to get so much poke down. Yeah, he just uses Adina so well, and you could see it in these games.
It's a masterclass, man. It's not even close. What a game played by both DHC and Team Cartel. I think our 7th and 8th place. We're going back to what happened in Knockout Stage 3. It was Game 3, and then our teams in 7th and 8th place just had 2 pop-off games. And now we are going into our final game with 2 teams that, quite frankly, didn't really have a chance going into it until this game, right? And now the light at the end of the tunnel is visible for these teams. They just need to have another game that is good. I can't even say decent, because in comparison to Knockout Stage number 3, the scores aren't as even across the board. It is still relatively top heavy, so I don't think it's out of the danger for Team Cartel at least yet. For DHC, because they weren't able to win and their overall kill count was relatively low, it might be a bit more difficult. But if they're able to play with the confidence they did in this game and with the strategic movement they had around the map, I still don't think it's impossible for even DHC.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about both the team fights we had before the final zone as well. Between DHC and Jade, always in Shun, just no damage. I think DHC and Jade was just way too far. Saw the Shuichi, he didn't have the Scarlet Dagger, still on the Purple Dagger, so he just didn't really have any damage. And obviously, the targeting is a little weird for Shoichi in that specific team comp. Jenny's still having that play dead. It's really hard to really engage onto them. And the Ekion, not really an ideal target you want to have as Shoichi, because Ekion can just dash on away and just is way too tanky for Shoichi to really go through. And the Charlotte as well, a little probably the target you want to go for, but you know, Charlotte's still having that divine intervention and having a lot of mobility and heals to keep them alive as well. So just, I would say a pretty unfavorable matchup, and then them just being down so many items didn't really help for their team fight there. And then in Cemetery, Bongwa just dodging out on that Don Quixote, you know, just dodge out on those Suwa skills, and just immediately blowing up Magnani there. And yeah, just immaculate play from Bongwa all around.
Yeah, let's take a look at the score sheet here. Team Rebel still holding comfortably in first place right now. I don't think Always Incheon is gonna have it, if I'm gonna be real with you. That first place spot looking a little bit too far.
Yeah, but
they're still in there. Top 4 is still a possibility for this team. Red, green, and yellow right on the chase, though, with 20 points, 6 points behind. Cartel, on the flip side, will get themselves in the top 4 off of that one. So they just need a consistent game. It's a 10-point difference between Cartel and 5th place.
Yeah, I really hope Always Incheon is still going to be able to make it in top 4 here. I want to see one of those teams go all the way from phase 1 all the way to the finals. They're the only team that's left from so far down. I think Rump Rebels is also came from Knockout Stage 2. So they're also, you know, making a nice run for themselves as well. Already sitting in first place, so they're really guaranteed to go to Knockout Stage 5. I want to see these 2 teams. You know, I want to see the Cinderella story of, you know, a team got knocked down all the way Knockout Stage 1, Knockout Stage 2. just able to crawl their way all the way back up, able to play so many games, gotta go through so many phases. So it's definitely always Incheon's storyline here, and I really hope they do end up qualifying. But still anyone's game in the bottom 4 here to outscore either Cartel or always Incheon, considering there's only a 10-point difference between 3rd and 5th.
Indeed, but look at the teams that are in the bottom 3, Super. Gwangju Slasher, DHCNJ, Seongnam Rocks. When was the last time you saw something like this? Oh my goodness, they are just not having it at all today. Our sponsor team struggling quite a lot, especially Seongnam Rocks. These guys haven't really been able to get their foot off the ground at all in any of these games. And I guess it's time for me to say that one more time. The thing that I said in the final game for Knockout Stage 3, it's kind of their time, right? Where you have this really good team that struggles 3 games in a row. Like, eventually you would think that they're going to start popping off. And this should theoretically be it, especially with Theo back up. It's not banned for game number 4. Just go back to comfort picks, maybe play a little bit more aggressive than Seongnam Rocks usually does. They should have a non-zero chance to make it out into Knockout Stage 5.
I mean, I'm more surprised of Slasher doing so bad because they were our Phase 1 winners, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
right?
and they've been pretty consistent today too with the Arda, but it's just not working in this lobby at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these teams probably are playing counters to this front to back dive. They're playing around the Arda's gate. They've seen it time and time again. I know Korea has been playing a lot of Arda lately. Just nonstop Arda, making it so you have to play around the Nimrod's gate. And I think a lot of these teams are sort of adept at doing that now. So we'll have to see if they are going to be able to have a good game for game number 4 here. So are going to be locking in that same team comp, always Incheon, going to be on the same team comp as well. And Cartel gonna be still locking in the same. It looks like most teams are gonna be on the same. I think Seongnam Rocks though. Ooh,
they're changing it up. This is the aggressive ones that I wanted to see. I think this is probably by far one of their more aggressive comps that this team has ever brought to the table, and it might not seem like it because it's much more of like a mid-range, just gonna chunk away at people until you eventually out-sustain them kind of composition. But it is indeed, if you look at the statistics of this comp, one of the more aggressive compositions that Seongnam Rocks plays, especially in the mid game. So I do like that. On the flip side,
I think Rob Rebels is just having fun. It looks like they're just having fun for this last game. But like bringing out that Abigail and
that is the
there are 3 Mize.
comp.
There are 3 Mize, but unfortunately, there's going to be no ban because we're going into game number 5, but there's no game number 5. So yeah, it looks like they're just having fun here. Gonna be on that my Abigail and Laura. So yeah, like you said, true dive comp. They're just gonna try looking for some. Gonna try jumping on in. They're gonna have that my exclusive. My also does a decent amount of damage on Quake as well. So very excited to see. Yeah, I want to see the Abigail pop off here.
All right, well, let's see how this goes. This is a fun lobby. A lot of neutrals, a lot of good. It's again the same thing as Knockout Stage 3. We literally have the best of everything in this lobby. Really good teams that want to dive, really good initiation comps, really good aggression soak comps, really good kind of damage fire return comps. We got everything. It's a jack of all trades for both knockoff stage number 3 and knockoff stage number 4. But in the end, Super, 4 teams will stand strong. Indeed, it is game number 4. After this one, we are going to determine which teams will move on. We'll see them tomorrow for knockout stage number 5. Which teams won't make it into any of the further stages? That will be it of their run in Eternal Return Masters Phase number 2. If they have enough circuit points, we'll see them obviously in season finals. Otherwise, it's an LCQ straight path, baby.
And remember, the top 4 teams for today are going to guarantee themselves some prizing.
Yes.
And they're going to guarantee themselves some circuit points because they will be in that top 16 spot. So definitely want to make sure you get into that top 16 if you can. And then after you get to that top 16, got to make sure you get as high of a placement as possible. Looks like we are going to have red, green, yellow Mai gonna get chunked down, but I don't think Team JG Slasher has enough damage to kill them just yet. Gonna try taping on out of there. There's a lot of damage coming down. Are they gonna really get them? Looks like the Mai is gonna be able to get away with about 1/3 of their HP. And oh no, the pork chop is gonna put the Abigail right into the hands of Team I think that was team red, green, and yellow there. And oh, actually no, that's team Rump Rebels. Team Rebels is going to be able to pick up another kill as well.
Well, this doesn't help always in Chun's case. Yet another win condition for Team Rump Rebels popping in early, despite the fact that they lost the Abigail, right? I mean, it's not like the Abigail is going to be a huge source of damage in the first few minutes of the game. Still needs some time to ramp up, and quite frankly, she also needs those skill levels. Unfortunately, she is one of those characters where those skill levels really make a difference, because her cooldowns are really bad and her rotations on actually being able to fight kind of comes down on how often you're able to reset your dimensional cleave. If you don't have that back, your fight is bad. That's Abigail. I know a lot of people just
Abigail's early
nowadays,
game,
but
Abigail's early game is not the greatest, but I mean she can still do some damage and she can still contribute.
Yeah, we'll see what
there
she can
is
do
the
here.
focus onto the Mai. Actually going to change.
Healing.
Actually, not going to get any damage. I think Exploit unfortunately is not able to get any of the ultimates there. They're going to get a lot of damage though on both the Laura and the Abigail. And look at the HP bars of both teams. It's just such a tight team fight there. It's going to be Bear going to be the one to fall first. Sebi going to try killing Nizuka, but the damage and the heal from the execution bonus was just too much, but they do end up killing them anyways, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade for both Slasher and Rump Rebels.
I don't know why, but I feel like the entire combo of the Abigail was out damaged by a single slide step that landed on 2 people. I don't know why, but yeah, it's just early game Abigail. They'll be fine. Plus, the early game kills for Team Rump Rebels just kind of help this Abigail at least, even if it's indirectly, right? Even if the Abigail herself is not the one getting all the masteries or even the kill credits, her team being strong really allows her to kind of just use that and kind of train ride all the way into the late game anyways. This is a good position for the composition of Team Rump Rebels to be in. This is exactly what their comfort picks look like. Well, not comfort picks, but their comfort situation in the game itself looks like. And this kill not gonna happen just yet as the exclusive pops in. Green Apple on the Subami is still scary with this triple melee going in. If they start miscommunicating and start going in one at a time, it could be a little bit dangerous. That's a beautiful taunt coming in. Wako on the backside, he's trying to get some damage in, but the silence also comes through. Bear's gonna get the taunt over onto Green Apple, trying to back himself away. The damage is there, execution, trying to get things in. Full Rainbow is actually not that bad, but it just only pushes away the members of Team Rump Rebels in, and there it is, the backside entry in. Green Apple, he will still get taken down. D-Man, oh man, he's trying. There's the blue-yellow, Wako, the bat's just running away. There it is.
Wow, there's so much going on in this fight. So much from both of these team members.
Wako.
We did see Sebi, you know, dodging out on the exclusive. Wako just gonna die. Looks like to Peng here. Wait a second. Gets the tornado. Are they able to get away here? Peng is gonna chase. He might have the speed gates coming back up. There is a speed gate on the bottom side. I think Bear's gonna let him take it. Yes, and I think it will be the Abigail actually going to be able to get away, so not too bad for the side of Team Rump Rebels. They will be able to get a kill, and they're going to be able to get on out of there. But yeah, a lot of stuff happening in that team fight. I think both teams just playing it really well. Sebi dodging out on that exclusive, or dodging out on that catwalk. Did end up getting pulled by exclusive, but just wasn't enough. A lot of damage from Luminol. Gonna be focusing onto Exploit. They're actually gonna dodge out on his dash. I think they will be able to kill Exploit. And it will be Team Always Incheon. Gonna be able to pick up 1 kill. Gonna be able to get this Tree of Life. Great start for Team Always Incheon. Kind of what they need if they do want to qualify here. Looks like Green Apple gonna jump on in, but Bongo fighting back really well. It's gonna be enough. They do end up trading, so not too bad for the side of Team Cartel. As MCMP is gonna be in the fray as well, but just gonna walk.
Peng's a little bit too low, and then plus it's a Mai versus Mai. I think Oman has a little bit more pressure because it is the early game heart. Peng will keep himself alive thanks to the White Lily, but that just means it's a 1-for-1 trade between the two teams. Not that big of a deal. All the map is already covered. This is one of the problems about fighting at the beginning of day number 2 away from everything else, is that while you're fighting, everyone else is being proactive, so you lose out on quite a lot of objectives. Plus, the Mutant Wolves at the northern side of Factory was already taken by a different team. There's nothing in that zone except for some small farm here and there.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have an engage from Sangnam Rocks. Gonna try to get to Always Incheon. The wall isn't gonna connect, so no stuns there, no combo follow-up. There's Echo of the Yard is gonna be used. Not gonna be able to connect with anyone. Luminal's gonna go in, gonna get their damage off. Gonna be able to find the Priya and the Kenneth. And it's not going to be up to the Tazi to get away here, but it is going to get taunted back. Xenophine should be able to follow up as well. That's going to be it. Sagnum Rocks, I think, is going to go out here.
Flash is available
Can the
too.
Tazi get away? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Sagnum Rocks does end up hitting that Q. Will end up
there it
connecting.
is.
Going to blink over the wall as well. There's the total. Can they stall out in time? No. That's going to be, fortunately, going to be our 8th place team, and they're going to be our first teams out for Knockout Stage 4.
It really hurts me. Today just wasn't the day for that guy. Oh, my god, the exclusive is
Oh,
there
the
right
knockup.
now.
Oh,
It might
the
be
double-
time.
the double
What
stun.
the hell is happening? Yo,
Oh my
He's
god.
still alive, but he's not going to be able to remain alive any longer. Bear, he will be put up as a sacrifice again, too. Rough Rebels, I saw an angle. The exclusive was fine, but then the follow through from an
the
insider.
exclusive pulled out I think it was the
It was the
Abigail,
Abigail, yep.
just enough, but the Sua Don Quixote was long enough to connect onto the Abigail, and then the double bat swing into the wall. Very nicely played Magnani to recognize and to go for that, and yeah, it was just Insider coming out on top there. Very nice clean fight from them.
Oh yeah. Okay, this is really turning into a funny set of games, isn't it? Really super for you and I. Especially after what we watched today for Knockout Stage number 4. This is a little bit more on the comedic side of a game than anything else as a spectator. For these, oh yeah, okay. There's
Looks
a
like
blink.
tried-
Yeah, he should be able to get this. It's a Subame chasing a single target.
Are they keeping it? Oh, they are. Because
Oh
oh my god, great recognition to TP on in, because they realized that the Subame overchased, so just gonna TP on in, kill the Subame who overextended, and it's gonna trade 1 for 1. I think Red, Green, Yellow would definitely take that though. Getting some extra kills here is definitely needed for this team. They are in 5th place. They're trying to look for that spot into the top 4. So trading a kill there, because it is still night number 2. Not really gonna lose anything. Just gonna lose a couple, or just gonna lose like a little bit of people, you know, for that extra kill, which is totally fine.
Problem with Red, Green, and Yellow is that they're having to fight up against Team Always Incheon when it comes to the overall points at the moment. They're both sitting on 4. It's a 6-point difference between those two teams at the moment. There is a long way ahead for Team Red, Green, and Yellow. And as I mentioned earlier, Subame mistakes get punished extremely hard, and even the best Subames in the world will at least make one small mistake eventually, right? If you have a game where you don't, then of course it's going to be amazing, but once you play this character enough, eventually you'll make that one tiny mistake that is going to get capitalized on extremely hard. Red, Green, and Yellow is going to have to deal with this over and over and over again, where every fight needs to be perfect if they want to overtake Team Always Incheon. Whereas Team Always Incheon, they're just doing their own thing, right?
And it does also mean Team Cartel as well. They're gonna have to step up as well, because the other teams are getting pretty close. They're only sitting on 2 kills, and the other teams are slowly closing the gap. So they have to have a nice, good game number 4 here if they want to move up to Knockout Stage 5. Really like the spacing here from Bangwa, making sure they're not in range for the taxi from the Abigail. Abigail is just gonna go straight on in. Great blink for a reaction onto the Laura, but the Laura is still just gonna blink on forward, and a great follow-up from Sebi. Very nicely played. Gonna be able to kill. Oh, that was a little weird of an impression there, but it looks like Sebi did end up getting hit by an exclusive. They do end up killing the Abigail there. No cooldowns on the side of Sebi. Sebi didn't already use her ultimate. Just gonna trade 1 for 1. It looks like.
They killed the body.
Yeah, Team Rebels is just gonna have to get the rest here. Nancy MB gonna try jumping on forward. Kill Sebi. No. Rebels gonna come back.
If that love and peace
And
actually
Cartel.
landed, they had a chance.
Oh,
They had a
no, no, no,
chance.
why would you take the
What is
VLS?
that?
Oh, no.
They're dead. Cartel. I don't think Amai gets away from. Oh, actually, no. They made the distance, but that's
They
just
should be able to
a
get away.
bad call. That's a terrible call.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking there. That VLS was not correct. And oh no, they have a VLS, and they're gonna come on in to shut down Peng here.
No.
But I don't think Mai is gonna be able to cut them off. They're gonna try overchasing this though. I think they want Cartel out for the count. Peng's gonna use the tornado. Oh, there is the Abigail. Oh no, Peng, you gotta go. You gotta pick a direct. Can't be decisive here. Is gonna be able to get the dash on out. Oh no, I think Team Rob Rebels are just gonna chase this Mai down. They want Cartel out.
And the dimensional cleave lands. Even if Ping uses the catwalk,
He'd be
I
able
think
to
he's
get
just
the
not going to be
catwalk.
able to make the distance. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for Team Cartel. Taunt comes in, but the Infinite Chase is going to be there. Cooldown should be available
Maybe
for
they can
Wampa
go for
very
the
soon.
BLX?
No, there's two. Yeah, the distance is already made. There it is. Goodbye to Team Cartel. 33 points is where they're going to be sitting
enough.
at by the end. Indeed, is that going to be enough? Currently, the only closest team is going to be always Incheon. Red, green, and yellow is sitting at 24. That is the math as of right now, all the teams that are alive. And obviously, starting from now, you also get the additional +1 placement points until you get to first. So there is a lot of question marks remaining in this lobby.
Yeah, Sebi just completely one-shot Bongwa.
Yeah.
Bongwa is basically their main man for, I think, for their damage. I mean, NCMP did end up playing really well in that team fight. Did end up,
Oh, there's a dagger.
unfortunately, just wasn't enough. There's Luminol gonna jump on in. There is the ultimate gonna come out from the Charlotte. Is it gonna be enough here? Luminol isn't really taking damage here. Gonna completely sustain by the Lenny. And it will be Team DHC and J. They don't have enough items yet to deal with Team Always Incheon. Always Incheon will be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, this time, I don't think the targeting from DHC and J was correct because I thought the health bar that was dropping below half. Whoa, what the hell? What the hell is
and they
this?
land
Pixel?
straight onto the Ekion.
Okay, the fight is going to begin. This is still a Black Mamba King Ekion. It's triple melee character up against this thing too.
Yeah,
Healing
I think
attempts
he's
over
dead.
onto the
He's
Ekion.
dead.
He's still got the force field, auto attack pump outs from 2ㅣKnockout. He's trying to salvage this to the best of his abilities. He still has to play that because it wasn't popped in the last fight, but it's not going to matter. He will go down. Now the Charlotte. There we go. She's out for now. VLS is going to be attempted, but the Mai is still on the chase. They need to go right now. Can Bubba get the timing? Yes, they can.
Yeah, so they will be able to get on out. Rump Rebels gonna lose a member though. Rump Rebels kind of just running everyone down in this lobby. They just completely VLS right onto the Ekion. Unfortunately, Ekion was already at half. Killed him. There's not really much team DHC can do. They're all gonna get the res up top here. They need to have a good game. DHC, unfortunately, minus 400. And look at their score. They're in 7th place. They need to get some kills here. They're on 0 kills already.
They got 0, and this is a comp that cannot afford to use those credits on reses. Like, at this point, the Jenny is behind. She has a certain requirement of items that she wants before she wants to actually start fighting, and that's about 3. You need the Holy Orders, or I guess now it's a little bit different because you go Killer Shoes at this point, I think if I remember correctly. There's a new transition route for the Jenny, but you definitely want the Mithril weapon, so you can actually start shooting auto attacks that are being stopped, which does seem to be the case. And you do want the racing helmet. They're actually going to be running the old one. I did see the white. I did see the bladed boots. This Jenny is strong. I'm surprised they're sitting on 0 after I saw the transitions. Quite interesting.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough here. Looking really rough for our previous winners, Team Cartel. They're out in 7th place with only 3 kills, so they're sitting only on 33. These other teams are slowly making up the gap here. I think Team Incheon already probably outscores them, or is really close to outscoring them. And they just need one other team push them down into that 5th place. So they are basically just eyeing for this game, hoping that these other teams don't do as well for game number 4.
Yeah, you can see how desperate DHC and J is getting to, though. They're looking and positioning for a fight that, quite frankly, they're not going to have any neutral wins in, just because they need the kills. Up against an Arda, up against the Fiora, up against the Piola, you're never going to have the neutral, but they're still looking for it. Pixu, you know he wants to go in, but the call out is just not there for this team, and as time ticks on, they're losing opportunities to make up those points that they desperately need to get into the top 4. Here's another fight though. The taunt comes in from Bear. It's not going to do anything, and he's now completely isolated. There is no Abigail anywhere around here. She's down by the console
Abigail was,
instead.
yeah, it looks like Team Rumble is just, unfortunately, just got caught out there because Abigail was just buying on the kiosk. And it looks like both the Mai and the Pro was just a little too far away. And they just get completely caught out. So very nicely played by Team Always Vision to recognize that Abigail's nowhere to be seen, just taking the 2v3, really punishing them for it. There's the Divine Intervention going to come through. A lot of damage from the Ekion, just inside, is able to get so much dash value.
Overflow reset.
So much damage, but there's the engage back onto the Ekion. So much damage being sent back. That's just way too much for the Ekion to live through. The Ekion will end up going down. The Shinjin can lose another 200 credits, unfortunately, to the side of Team Slasher. Team Slasher getting the desperate kills that they need because they they're not even in contention as well. They need to make sure they get in for the top 4.
Yeah, I'll be honest though, I think that might honestly seal the deal for Team DHCNJ. The initial minus 400 in of itself was just a bad place to be in with this composition, but an additional minus 200, that,
I like that.
has to be the nail in the coffin. Exclusive invested for Team Rump Rebels, Team Always Incheon possibly looking for something, but another desperate call from Team DHCNJ. They're looking for any fight that they can.
Yeah.
But this was a fight that they lost earlier, and now with even less credits, it's just not going to happen. The entirety of Team Always Incheon is just going to back away. The current situation looks like this. I think Always Incheon has now overtaken Team Cartel, but they're still in 4th place. 33 points is going to be the limit. The
Yeah,
teams
they still
that are
need
closest.
they still need another team to out-qualify them. Looks like
Yeah.
Slasher and Red, Green, and Yellow are getting there, but they still need a couple more points. So Cartel's still in the clear, but obviously with the teams being alive, they definitely got to get a little scared here. Looks like we're gonna have a Blood Ripper gonna be invested to the Fiora.
Okay.
And I guess they got the blood items from the work, or what? I'm pretty sure Rump Rebels were the one to pick it up, and they did end up getting on out of there. I really like the exclusive, by the way. If you didn't see, they're pulling the Abigail over the wall, just because Abigail, dash over the wall. So just going to get them to safety. And it looks like they're actually going to take the fight maybe into Team Insider here. The ultimate was invested from the Nikki, but there's just no follow-up onto the Abigail there. Sebi tried to go in, but unfortunately misses the blink ult, and they're just going to have to be forced to back away.
Coordination just not there for Team Insider. Nikki just full sends it, but the Adela is just away in Narnia. They're having fun off on they're taking a class inside of school, basically, is what was happening. Insider missing out on an opportunity. It's going to be cooldowns galore for that team, waiting for the Pure Rage Uppercut to come back to maybe look for yet another potential. It's either that or Seiko is going to have to just find an angle on his own, which hasn't really happened yet today at all. A lot of teams are just waiting on cooldowns at this point. The longer this game goes, the nothing happening. These teams that are looking for the positionings in the top 4 is just not going to get anything more. Pexu taking down a half HP. He does have the force field, but now Axis back on the Dotato. He's taken down to half HP as well. Piolo's going to start fighting in. Divine Intervention already invested, but the health bar disparity between the two teams is just way too massive.
Oh,
X-Boy's going to start going in. The back end
oh my god!
The triple R lands onto both the Charlotte and the Jenny. That's going to do it. DHCNJ will get taken out. Their contention for knockout stage number 5 is at its end. Good game to DHCNJ. They will go out in 6th place.
That is what you want to see from your Fiora player. Hitting the stun ultimate on 2 backline priority targets and just able to just completely kill them there. Sebi gonna get a lot of damage onto always. It's not gonna be. And here comes the Ruthless is going to come down, and so much damage in return. It's going to be Always Incheon going to be able to clean up Team Rump Rebels there.
Finally.
Always Incheon, I think, going to be able to secure their spot into the top 4. Slasher is actually going to lose 2 members. And so he's going to be Anonymous going to... Oh, with 1 second. Just going to be able to get out in time. But Red, Green, Yellow there to respond there. And Slasher going down in 4th place. How many points does that put them at? I don't know. I don't think that's enough.
26 plus some placement points, definitely not going to be enough. They need a 1st place if they wanted it with this. Gwangju Slasher also gone, which means we are now left to...
It's just Red, Green, Yellow.
Red, green, yellow, yep.
They're gonna have to be the ones to outscore Cartel here.
What are they looking
They're already
for?
sitting on 5 points. If they get
25.
another 28, so if they get 3,
If they get a team and then get 2nd, that is a tiebreaker between them and Team Cartel. Which I have a strange feeling Team Red, Green, Yellow might win.
or if Red, Green, Yellow just win the game. and then
Yeah,
they
obviously
get
that's the other option.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Always Incheon. Gonna come in and fight
Oh,
Team
boy.
Red, Green, Yellow here. So this is all up to this fight, this team fight. They need to win this team fight here.
If they get this, then they're in good hands. That's the problem. The thing is, Tia should provide a very good.
I don't know if they have.
wall.
I don't think they have enough lockdown for the Shoichi here because it's just the Tia and like the Maiton. Tsubame doesn't provide any CC, but Tsubame has a lot of single target damage. So
I think it's gonna be
Maybe.
the full rainbow that decides this. At the full, what the
Oh,
hell
oh,
is this?
oh, oh,
What the
oh,
hell
oh,
is this?
oh!
What the heck is this?
That's the full combo.
Shit.
Oh, great.
Red, green, yellow.
Oh, great exclusive.
Oh,
wait,
this is
go
what
again?
they-
Oh my god.
What?
This is what they need. This is what they need.
This is what they need. You're right. They're getting the kills. That's an extra set. Okay, they just need 2 more, and it should be at least a
can't lose this 2v
tiebreaker.
Yeah, they can't lose this 2v3. I don't think they can because the pure jump cut was already invested from the Nikki, and I don't think they're gonna be able to kill
But they
the
can't. There's a
backliners
Mai.
now. And the Sua's also down too. So
There's a Mai on the other side. Like, who do you can't kill anyone because you're one thing that
Exclusive
these
is
two are
down?
good at. Yeah, is it? Oh, you're right.
exclusive
It
is down, so they can look.
But it's
They don't have
too
any timer
late.
here. They're just gonna focus the Nikki. Wait, timers? Timers? Oh, no. Okay. Timers are gonna go to the side of them. Okay, red, green, yellow. Now they're tied with Cartel. Do they have a higher kill value? I would think they do.
Well, okay. There is also the argument that Cartel didn't really have a good games 1 and 2, so the only points they had were field kills, and then the last game they got a massive amount plus the placement
massive
points. Whereas Team Red, Green, and Yellow has been pretty consistent throughout the entire course of the series, so they've been picking up placement points here and there. The math, I don't know. I really have no clue at the moment. But if Red, Green, and Yellow wins this final zone, then it doesn't matter,
I mean,
right?
yeah.
Cartel's
I
out.
mean, they also just need 1 kill. Like if they just kill one of the members of Team Always Reach,
Yeah.
I think that is enough as well, right? Because 8 plus 5, 33. That would be 15. 13. 13 plus 20.
Tag. They need to pop that
I
one.
don't know if they have more kills, but we're gonna have to see here.
Oh, the Mai popped it. What?
Yeah. I don't think they want. I don't think they want to use it. They just want to make sure no one else can use it here because it is a Shoichi, and you don't want that Shoichi or that Mai
Indeed.
engage here.
Here we
Here's
go.
red, green, yellow.
It's a
We're gonna
school
have-
final zone of all places. This is actually a really good location for Tia, but you get Springtrap back. That's the taunt gonna aim on towards the backside. Tsubame gets taunted for the time being. Full Rainbow is gonna go completely wide. Illuminal still on the backside. There's another Springtrap. It's gonna pull Day 9 back. There's the Ruthless popping in. That's the front
Oh, no,
line
it's a
gone,
clean-
and
it's
now
gonna be a
the
clean
fight is
3-0.
gonna go to its
Oh, wait.
peak. Let's see.
Oh, wait.
Oh, the taunt! The taunt!
Oh!
Perfectly timed. Taeyong, if he falls,
They kill Mai.
if he falls, if he
Kill Mai. Oh, they kill him. They kill him. Illuminal
That's
is
it.
gonna be able to clean up. Oh, wait a second.
That's
No.
it. And that will lead into red, green, yellow, most likely from our apparent calculations, overtaking Team Cartel. And they should be the ones to make it out. Guaranteed. No tiebreaker needed. GG's to Team Always Nintendo will be able to move themselves into yet another knockout stage. Their miracle run is still underway, despite them not being able to finish first this time around. They are still underway to make it possible.
There's just gonna be a little hiccup there, a little bump down to second place or third place. I think they got second in this lobby, so a little bump down to second, but that's okay. You are correct. They are gonna have the miracle run. Rump Rebels as well, all the way. Knockout stage 2. They're having a nice miracle run for themselves as well. And Cartel, our previous ERM, falls so early. You kind of have to wonder, what if they put in Bungwa, in the first 2 games? Why did they just swap to Bungwa for 3 and 4, right?
The idea was there for the first set because you still can't count out the other member of Cartel. Right? Like they're still a really good player, but I think Bungwa really showed why in a lobby like this you really need to bring someone like an Adina. I think it's more of a case where Cartel didn't really do their homework on all the other teams because the neutral control in this lobby was required. It is one of the most required things for, I think, Team Cartels, is that especially when you look at how they tend to play. But because they didn't realize that for whatever means, they didn't bring the Adina at the beginning, didn't have a great solid games 1 and 2, and by the time game 3 rolls around, you're out of time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they thought because there's so many dive teams, they didn't want to put the Adina in because, I mean,
but he
we
dealt
saw
with it so well.
Yeah, I mean, but we saw the last game, right? Sebi just completely soloed him, and then there's nothing that Team Cartel could have done. I mean, I think Team Cartel played the fight after it fine, but I think the VLS system call was probably I don't know, that was kind of horrendous. I'm not gonna lie.
I've seen some bad calls every now and then. Didn't expect to see it in ERM of all places. I get it. But at the same time, I don't, because you're risking too much by doing. You already had headway on running away from a team, so why risk it with the VLS when you could have definitely walked a little bit further away and at least guarantee yourself?
And then maybe put the VLS in the bush, and then they could see, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're gonna have to, like the other team's gonna be forced to respond to you basically using the VLS. So I don't know. I think they just maybe didn't think they would come back in time, so they thought they had a window there, but yeah, the window just wasn't there for them. So unfortunately, they do end up. And I think that's basically what cost them the wipe there for Team Cartel. Very unfortunate.
Yep.
Very sad to see, our previous ERM team go so early in phase 2, but that's just how it is. We got so many teams here. The competition is very fierce. Even if you did win the last season, doesn't mean you're going to be able to win this one.
Yeah, and by the way, this is all speculative. We still don't know what the final score sheet at least looks like. Just according to our preliminary calculations, is going to seem like what is going to happen. Oh, you're right. And with that, if Team Cartel also drops, well, we have our 3 National League teams plus Cartel. Bro, what? Wait, no, hold on, right? Is it?
No, Always Incheon made it.
Always Incheon made it. But what were the other 3 National League teams?
Oh, actually, you're right. I think it's Slasher's
gone, DHC is gone,
and Segnam Rocks.
What the hell?
Oh, wow.
What? Wow, knockout stage number 4 is where we lost a hefty powerhouses. Wow. Segnam Rocks, DHCNJ. What?
That is a lot of our, sponsored teams and good teams, that are going to be knocked out here.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. It is going to be Rump Rebels, Always Incheon, Insider, and Red Green teams to make it to knockout stage number 5. Going to secure themselves a nice little prizing already, and some circuit points for the finals if they do end up needing it to make it to the grand finals for phase 2 and for season 6 entirely. So gonna have to see what these bottom 4 teams are gonna be cooking in the LCQ, because I think at this rate, I think I don't know which teams got points for the previous phase, but all 4 of these teams will not get any points.
Yeah, the thing is though, Gwangju Slasher did win phase 1, so maybe that's going to be enough to push them into the edge.
True.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to look like.
Should be okay.
Yeah, logistically, I don't know how it's going to look like, but they should be okay to a certain degree. If, at worst, they'll probably be put into the finals for LCQ, and that takes away a lot of pressure when you're playing something like that, especially for a team like Gwangju Slasher. So they should be okay. But let's take a look at what we have coming in tomorrow. We're done with knockout stage 4, which means the 4 columns on the left side, starting from the left, we're all done with. Take a look at knockout stage number 5. That's what we have tomorrow, and it does not get easier.
Yeah. Ultimate Sparkle Headbutt in top 3. Oh my god! And then look at knockout stage 6. Oh my! Knockout stage 6 looks even worse. You got BK Felix, Cyrus, Auto Arms, Tangled Dobby. Wow! We got quite a bit of our top teams gonna be coming in for the next couple of knockout stages and obviously for the finals. But we do have the LCQ registrations. It is going to be opening, or it's actually already open.
Yep, it is.
If you do want to get in for that, I don't know how many of you guys are playing on the Korean side and are immortal rank, but if you guys are in that range and you guys are a competitive player, feel free to join the LCQ. It's going to be your last chance to get into the season 6.
Indeed. I think the post on the Discord server for Yoramara was already sent, so the sign-up form is available over there, if not already on the website. Make sure you guys go check it out if you want to. Popstar Idol My, bro, that's a great skin. I've already seen some people using it in-game. I also saw somebody using it in the beginning of, I think, Knockout Stage 1. So we're good to go there. We've seen some of these new skins coming out. If you also want to buy the My collection, you can get that special profile picture in the, I think it's the
really like the
tab.
top left. That was really, really cute.
Yeah,
like
they're all good, man. Especially I think the special profile picture that you can get in the collections tab if you buy the package too. It is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and there are some Legion tokens you could buy in the shop. There's some bundles that you could pick up as well if you guys are missing either the Vanya skin or the My skin. Make sure you guys buy them. Make sure you guys come for drops, giveaways, for streamers. There's a lot of MP to go around. Maybe squeeze in a couple more Legion points, Legion tokens here and there.
Yeah, 8 coins, very useful now, right? I'm honestly down on my reserves for 8 coin too, which is where the drops can come in. At this point, I'm actually looking forward to more 8 coins.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, if you buy normal full skins from the shop and you have them already, you could dismantle them for Legion coins.
Yep.
So a lot of so what you could do with your 8 coins if you have one and you just buy full skins and you just dismantle them for Legion coins if you guys do need to make sure you can get enough for those season skins. I'm worried they might do 2 per season now, so
that's
it might be a little unsustainable for you to get both of them every season.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start working pretty hard because, as I told you before we started, Super, I have every skin in the game except for just one, the Immortal Hyunwoo skin from back in early access. I think it was season 5 or something. So if I'm gonna keep that trend up and try to get every skin in the game, and they have 2 next season as well,
you gotta be grinding.
I gotta be grinding. So yeah, all of the 8 coins definitely gonna work out in our favor. This is all just on the screen. It's all about the specific spectate logistics for ERM. Yeah, obviously for us, we don't really need to worry about it. There's things like the finals event itself. There's something with
market,
the well, no, there's nothing about the market here, but it's just like the priority entry. Remember I talked about that in season 4? Because they had some issues with the people who had tickets.
Oh, right.
So they got, yeah. That's the top right, and the bottom right is just the shuttle bus information. No need to worry about all this stuff if you aren't actually going to the location.
Is it in the same arena? It's in the
Yeah. No, not Incheon. It's gonna be Daejeon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you guys did it in Busan though.
Busan, yeah, but that's only for like the
the world stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think that the international event was always in Busan. It was in like the same spot twice.
Yeah, I believe so. I think the first one was also in Busan too.
Yeah,
so.
it was in the same arena because I remember specifically.
Oh, that's right. You went both.
I'm like, I remember specifically going to second time, and I'm like, yo, I've been here before. I played these games before.
You're the physical abomination. Oh man, guys, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here for Knockout Stage 3 and 4 today. We'll be back tomorrow, obviously, for Knockout Stage 5 and 6. The warning that we always have to give, today was Friday, which means the game started 2 hours later than usual. So tomorrow, 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 3 a.m. Even the Korean casters are like doing a 5 thing. You guys will see it in a moment. I'll bring it over to you guys just so you can see it. They're doing 5 because in Korean Standard Time, it's 5 p.m. when it starts. So look at this. Watch this. 5. Look at that. See? For us, it's 3 a.m. Central Eastern Time. So make sure you guys are keeping track of that.
3.
Yeah, for us.
We can't really move our arms here because we're like PNGs, but I'm putting up 3. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
3 fingers.
So make sure you guys have a great rest of your have a great rest of your Fridays. There we go. I keep trying to say Saturday. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for Knockout Stage 5 and 6. We'll see you guys later.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
임시 안전지대를 설정합니다.
가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠. 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠. 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠?
정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장. 어? 걱정하지 마, 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 맛있겠지? 한 입 줄까? 무슨 꿈꾸느냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 계신가요? 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슈! 내 이름으로 달아줘. 슝! 숙녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 자! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자.